Hello everyone, so we have Arishem releasing later today. We're going to start with a little bit of card upgrading as we let people get in. We're going to do some chatting, and then we're going to run one of, I think, the best decks in the game right now, and that is the Athena, Juggernaut, Angela, Kitty Pryde style build, which does incredibly well. And yesterday we had a little bit of a downward spiral, and so we lost a few ranks. We're going to see if we can gain them back before potentially losing them with Arishem later today. But while everyone filters in, we're going to open up a few rewards, and then we'll go ahead and get going. Not a bad way to start from the collector reserve. Luca Lel, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. I'm really glad you were able to jump in and join us. You caught us incredibly early. We just launched live, so thank you for following the notification. Hopefully you're having a great day. And then Boofin, welcome in as well. Hopefully you're having a great day too. We're going to do a little bit of chatting, a little bit of card upgrades, because I do need probably 2 more keys at least for Arishem's release a little bit later today. Just Luca? Okay, perfect.
Hey, welcome.
I'm excited for Arishem's release. I think he's going to be... I don't know if he's going to be good or not, but I think he's going to be fun regardless. And then do Thunit. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a great day. I'm excited to try him. I think I'm going to build him into a non-RNG style build, one that's not trying to lean into like the Quinjet stuff. And then we're going to see from there. Ethereal, welcome in. It's been a very long time. I'm glad to see you. Hopefully you're having a great day. And then Pusher, welcome in as well. Unhelpful Yoda, I'm glad you're able to catch a stream as well. We're going to have this one a little bit separated. There is going to be a small Star Trek ads or sponsored segment where we're going to load up that game for a couple hours, but it's going to be way before Arishem's release. And so we're going to stream and get kind of comfortable, settled in. We'll do that, and then we'll jump over to that portion, and then we'll switch back with plenty of time to prep for Arishem. So let's... I think right now it's okay, but when I'm upgrading cards, I'll want probably over here. Brunov, welcome in. Supervillain, Brown Boy. I hope you guys are having a great week so far, and I hope your Tuesday has started off well. So we're going to start. We're opening a few of the reserves on the collection track. I do need a few more keys. I'm probably going to need at least 1 more to make sure that I get... I need all 3 cards that are featured in the spotlight for next week, or for today, I guess, later today. Arishem, Black Swan, and Hercules. I don't have any of them, so I'm going to need at least 3, possibly 4 keys by the end of the week. So I'm going to do a little bit of prepping. Double Down, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Pino, welcome in as well. Glad to see you. And I think it's not a great conversion rate, but it is... I think it's just right at even for currency value, right? Because 4,000 divided by 3,200 is 1.25. So it's the exact same as converting the currency directly, which I was going to do anyways. So I might as well get the variant on top of it, since we're looking to transform some of the gold into credits anyways. OG Nerd, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. I'm glad to see you. We are just doing a little bit of upgrading. I have a base idea for my Arishem deck, which I think is going to be here. I'm going to upgrade a couple of those cards. I've never upgraded Loki a single time. That's how little I've played him. But I do think he's going to be really good in an Arishem shell, just as that like backup line. Legion, I've split a couple times. Leech, we don't have enough to fully split. We'll do Legion a few more. See if we can get it. Any kind of good splits on him. Infinity. You said the Phoenix Force Loki deck from KX4N is the most fun I've had in a while. See, I typically don't resonate well with Loki decks. Like I just I don't know. Maybe I don't play them well enough. But I have seen the Phoenix Force 1 floating around. Do I get Fastos? Right now, he's very skippable. Wait, how do you transfer gold into credits? In the gold shop, or in the shop. Hold on. I'm gonna split this and then I'll pull it up. So in the shop, if you go down below the booster bonus, it's credits. So you can just directly transform your gold into credits. It's a rate of 1.25. So any like gold bundle you're considering buying, I always calculate out the resources. Usually it's just barely over that. This one was the exact same. Brunov, download the game. I appreciate the plug. And speaking of, with the exclamation star command, that link that pops up, that is going to be the sponsored. I'm going to do a sponsored segment here in a little bit. The more people, the more new users that use my link, download it, and reach those different checkpoints, the more the sponsorship gives out. And so if you want to support the channel but you're not able to sub, that is definitely a great way to do it. Big man, ready for Arishem shenanigans? I am so ready for Arishem shenanigans. I'm not sure if it's gonna be meme yet or not. It could swing either way. Honestly, it could be one of those that is surprisingly powerful. So I know that Thanos was kind of a meme idea until somebody cracked it, and so that's all that it takes is one person to find a good build, and I think we're gonna be jumping on that. And then Chuck, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Sloth Guru, thank you for the Prime sub as well. I appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. We should be able to split. No, not quite. We can't quite split Leech. I think we're going to have to... We haven't done Agent Coulson. I've done Snowguard a couple of times, but I think we'll finally throw a split on Loki. I only have enough credits for one split. That's how little I've played him. The Pun King. The Pun King is back. Cabal, you said, what's good, TLSG? Just sent you my first build I threw together for Arishem on X. My friends are getting annoyed with how many brews I've shared with them. Did you at me on it? I'll check it out. I think it's going to be really interesting with Arishem. I think there's going to be a lot of different ideas floating around. Some of them might be fun, not consistent. Some of them I may end up being consistent. It's going to be fun to see which ones end up sticking. Loco, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. That starts us off incredibly strong, you guys. The notification should go out here. And then Super Villain. Not being super villainous, you're giving out the community gifted subs. I appreciate the support. That pushes us to 4. We just launched live. We're up to 4. I appreciate you guys. And then Najir, good day. Hopefully you're having a great day. We're doing a few... Actually kind of like that Hulkbuster one. We're doing a few card upgrades because I do need a few more keys before Arishem's release. And so we're doing a little bit of upgrade as we kind of launch into live. Since I don't do a starting soon type of start to the stream, I figured we could get a little bit of chatting done. We could upgrade a few cards, and then we'd jump into a few games. Zayded Koba, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. They hit me with the ads right after I gifted sub. Oh, super villain. No, okay, that's your villain origin story then. We know where it started. You have Amazon Prime. Do they not? They don't allow Prime subs in India? I'm not familiar. That's a genuine question. If so, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry. I kind of like the base art for Loki versus this one. We'll go base. Arishem is closest thing we got to draft mode. People keep saying it's like District X, but I think where you're going to find a successful Arishem build is in those 11 extra cards you put into it. So we'll see. We'll see what it looks like. I'm low on Arishem. It's too random. We'll see. I think I was pretty low on it, but the more I thought about it and looked at building, the more excited I got. And so we'll see. We'll see how it ends up going. Nemo, you said, hey TL, do you have token saved for Arishem? I don't. I'm pushing for some keys right now. That's why we're doing a few card upgrades. I have quite a bit of gold, so I can always convert more into credits to push a little bit further. But I think we're going to be able to grab 3 keys and then we'd be able to grab a fourth one if we absolutely had to by pushing a little bit. It's the most hyped cards, and it's the biggest like divide as well, Prodigy. So there's so many people that are either on the Arishem hype train where they're going to say he's going to be crazy, and then there's so many that are also saying that he's going to be awful and just a meme. So it's going to be really interesting to see like how it unfolds. I'm definitely getting him for the fun value. I don't feel like there's enough cards in the game that do that. Yeah, so especially with the last couple we had released, Makari was kind of like her stats are good, but she's just kind of boring. And then Fastos turns out to be pretty like mid. He's playable, but a lot of times he ends up feeling like he doesn't do a whole lot for those early wins. I'm super intrigued by the card. Yeah, at the very least, I think it's going to be definitely a fun one to brew around. Downy Pondy said, "Hi TLSG, do you have an Arishem deck prepped?" I'm not gonna do autofill. I feel like autofill. I mean, we could launch an autofill just to see. Darlington Toza, thank you so much for the Prime sub that pushes the hype train up a level incredibly early. I appreciate the support. Appreciate having you here. I'm definitely gonna build for him. I think it might be funny to just click autofill to see what it creates, but this is kind of the idea of what I was thinking was the deck that I'm upgrading now. And leaning more into either like disruption or typical like ramp style stuff that's good in ramps. So like your Magneto, your Eliath, and then like the backup line of the Loki. That's the general idea I'm thinking. I don't think Quinjet even fits into it. I think it's too niche. And then Linsanity, TLSG on this early. Yeah, I'm on this early because we're gonna have an ad segment here in a little bit, and I wanted to have plenty of time to do the ad segment and get back in time to kind of prep for Ethereal Allen. Thank you so much for the resub with your Prime. I guess I'm a founder. You are absolutely a founder. I appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Let's we don't have any more that we can fully split, unfortunately. All right, so we'll just upgrade a different card that I like. And I've been playing a lot of this. Do we have enough for Gladiator? I don't think so. No, not quite. Spider-Ham we could. Yondu's not quite there. Abel not quite there. We can do Red Guardian. He's flexible. I feel like we'll use him quite a bit. Autofill in the first few minutes show where devs and playtesters' heads were at. And so I like the idea of just kind of seeing what that build looks like. So I think right when we pull them, we'll do an autofill just to see what it populates. Sometimes it could be good. Sometimes it ends up being really, really bad. But I think it'll be fun to see. And then I'll probably go or end up going with my build instead. Finally caught you at the sort of start. No, it's very much at the start. We're only like 10 minutes in. We're still doing some upgrades. And then we're looking to get a couple more keys. I think I'm going to push for one more, which will be around 6,000. I think it takes about 6,000 to get from one key to the next. And then we'll be able to jump into some games. That Jane variant looks so weird. I hate it. At one point, they said that the autofill counts the devs and playtester decks. I'm not sure how much of the data feeds into the live environment, though. Did you get the Jane bundle? Yeah, I bought it just a second ago. Because I was transforming my gold into credits anyways. And so even though it wasn't like a huge increase in value or increase in like currency value, at least I got the variant out of it when I was going to do it anyways. TLSG free-to-play arc. So I want to do the free-to-play again. I want to do the series, the 30, 60, 90, 100-day series. But I want some kind of big change or catalyst first. Right now, the only thing that's changed since I did it before was the booster shop changed. Zordex, have a good stream. Trying out this Star Trek thing. I appreciate it, Zordex. Or Zodrex. So anyone that wants to support the stream but maybe can't do like a Prime sub, if you are a new player to Star Trek, you can use my link to download it on PC or mobile. And hitting those different metrics. So the first one takes about 20 minutes to hit, which is Operation Center level 5. Those metrics will pay out more from the sponsorship. It'll support the stream more. And so if you want to support, but you're not able to do it another way, that's an incredible way to do it. Aren't the goats on Jane's bundles supposed to be... I don't know, Downey. What about free to play? Fresh start, Arishem to infinite? I mean, we could, but I have an account that I did for 30 days recently that has maybe 2 keys, and so we wouldn't even be guaranteed to get Arishem. We need a few more credits. I think they're just the screaming goats. That's what I was thinking, but I mean, it may be symbolic in some way. I'm not for sure. I think Markiplier did a video on goat yoga. If that's a kind of a throwback to it, that's kind of awesome. We always hit Arishem with 1 key. So I need 3 cards that are featured next week. So I need the Arishem, Black Swan, and I need Hercules. And so I plan on probably using 4 regardless. We may hit Arishem with 1, but I want the other 2 cards anyways. Are you on East Coast time? I'm on the Central time. So Central time, it's 9:30 right now. But we're almost done with the upgrades. We're relatively close to the next key. I think one more big upgrade should potentially push us there. 1 hour behind me. Is Black Swan good? No, not really. There's one build that I want to use Black Swan in, but I want to be able to brew with her just in case like something shifts or I have an idea that I think would be good. And so, yeah, Black Swan. So Black Swan is one that I at least want unlocked, just in case something comes out that I think would be a good brew fit for her. No longer Red Hulk. Now if we have Gray Hulk. I'd prefer gold, but that takes a lot of splits anyways. Not bad. We need... I think we need like just... It's like 25 more credits or something to fully split another one. Let's see, what other cards should we split? I'd like to do Gladiator, but we don't have enough credits. Maybe we upgrade as far as we can with him. That way he pops up in the rotation shop. Only place Black Swan ever felt good was Dracula Dump, but Red Guardian made that deck a lot worse. I could see that. I think there's one that runs like a Hit Monkey and a whole bunch of like 1-cost cards, but that really gets countered by Mobius. So I think it's going to be okay at best. And then Jack in the Box mascot, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. What's your favorite variant that you own? So one of my viewers sent me a Dan Hip original art of Lockjaw. And so I have that in game. So that's probably my favorite variant that I own, is because I have the artwork from Dan Hip himself. Hit Monkey Black Swan just felt worse than Bounce. I think there's one particular deck that I think does okay. But I'm not sure how good it ever actually is. All right, so we only have one booster left. Prodigy, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Huge support. I appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. So let's do one other one. Maybe we push Yondu as far as we can, because I'd like to upgrade these since I played the villain deck of Mill so much. I'd like to be able to get them with cool splits. And so let's push it to Epic. If you partially upgrade the card, it will have a higher chance. So in the upgrade shop, it only recommends cards that you don't have enough boosters to upgrade. And I have enough boosters, since I don't upgrade them like one at a time, I typically have enough boosters to upgrade everything. I think there's 3 that I didn't. I think that's Corvus, maybe it's Cersei, and then one other. And so, so I only have 2 right now that I don't have enough boosters. And so Gladiator will be guaranteed to show up in the booster shop on the next refresh. If I had enough boosters to upgrade Martyr, she would drop. And so you can kind of control it if you have enough boosters for your other cards. and I played a ridiculous amount of Marvel Snap, so I have boosters on just about everything. And so you can kind of rig it where you'll get the cards that you want to actually upgrade if you have at least enough to go from like gray to green on any particular card. So let's see how close we are. We're 23 away. I'm going to stop at 3 keys because we should be able to get Arishem unless our luck is awful, at which point we'll do an emergency couple of upgrades. In your non-streaming time, what other streamers do you lurk? I've been lurking on some of the new ones. So before it would be like your big ones. So you have Binks. A lot of times I'll end up AFKing in his stream while I like take care of my evening stuff. KM Best sometimes, because I always know that he's gonna do some really impressive builds. So I always know that his builds are gonna be solid. I've been hopping into Husky Puppies recently. They're a new one that popped up while I was on my hiatus, and so I've been enjoying theirs. KX Foreign, there's sometimes that I pop into theirs. I just kind of rotate around. I have 5 keys ready for Arishem. I mean, you're prepared. You're nothing if not prepared. Someone say Husky Puppies. We did. We did. Dara, I'll pop into his sometimes. Dexter every once in a while, but a lot of times... There we go. There's the third one. A lot of times, I only catch like either the tail end or just a small amount of his before. Is Arishem broken? I don't... I think Arishem is one of those unique cards that we have no idea. You can theory craft about it in a lot of different ways. I think the one thing that's the general consensus is that it should be a fun deck regardless. And so I don't know if he'll be super competitive. He could end up being just kind of on the meme train. But even so, he'll be able to get some wins. He should be fun. But I think he'll be like Thanos. Thanos was a meme until somebody found a build that cracked him open. And so I think Arishem's going to be very similar. You have a deck set for Arishem? I do. I have one prepped and ready. We have 3 keys locked and loaded now. If we need to do an emergency upgrade after that, we can. I'm hoping 3 is enough. Be careful in Husky stream. How come? Why are we careful? Yeah, I don't know if... So, I don't think Hawk alone is enough to keep him at bay. I think the rocks are going to be more problematic than Hawk itself. He will taint your pure heart. Okay, he is... Yeah, he does... He has a good vibe, but it's definitely not as PG as mine tend to stay. All right, let's go ahead and move the camera back over. We're going to turn the deck trackers on. I lost a little bit of ground yesterday, and so I'm looking to build it back up here before we do any kind of sponsored stream stuff. And so we're going to be running what I think is one of the best decks in the game, and it just kind of feels, even against decks that do well against it, it's hard to counter it consistently. Yeah, no, Thanos fell off, but at his launch, he was thought to be just a meme, and then someone cracked it open, and he was all over the place and went through several nerfs because of how good he was. When does Arishem release? Arishem releases in... I think it's close to 5 hours. It's at 2 p.m. my time, so 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30. 4.5 hours. Sasquatch should be replaceable. I know that a couple people said that if they didn't have it, they were running Havoc instead. But I think he's replaceable to an extent for sure. Did you cut Zemo from the mill list? I did. He ended up feeling like he cluttered the board state more than he helped it. Bean Man, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. I don't know if I should get Fastos just for Arishem. So I'm not even putting Arishem or Fastos in my early Arishem builds. I think if you're going full RNG, maybe, but you don't have any draw like enablers. Juggernaut seems random in this deck. Juggernaut steals me more wins with this deck than anything else I could imagine. Typically, you hold it for like a last turn, so that you can win or swing one lane with Sage, and you protect another one with Juggernaut. And so it seems random, but it's a really solid one. I might be in the minority, but I feel like Thanos is better than he's been in a while. He's definitely playable now. He hadn't been for a little bit. He fell off really hard. Yeah, Juggernaut, I feel like, is really big in this list. Lemuria is a little unfortunate, but I think we go ahead and play the Mysterio out. That'll discount a Mockingbird and a Sasquatch next turn. So we might be able to do a big push on the last turn. Athena didn't proc because the cards didn't reveal, which is kind of sad, but that's the way that it interacts. US Agent to the left's not big. The Mobius is unfortunate, though. Blade, what kind of deck are they... What kind of deck are they cooking? They may have gotten us either way. They blocked the Mockingbird, they blocked the Sasquatch. We could do Iron Man plus Kitty Pryde, but that's a pretty small amount of power. I just fill all I just fill all my lanes with rocks. That's one way to do it. And so the real one being in mid feels bad. We don't want Iron Man over there. This would be our best bet, and I don't think it wins. Surfer discard? Yeah, maybe. The second Proxima, strong guy. And then Gambit. It's our right lane. All right. We're not going to win mid because of the strong guy. Oh, I played Mockingbird. For some reason, I thought I was going Iron Man. Mockingbird was the right play. In my head, I played Iron Man, so I thought we lost. We'll take those. It's not a clean one. But this list, for how small it feels, it has a lot of flexible ways to find those wins. We'll start off with a win. He's so good he outplays himself. I in my head I fully played Iron Man there. Yeah, the surfer dump deck, yeah. What did you use your free borders on? I haven't so I used the green neon on Mysterio. I haven't decided on the silvers yet. So I have both silvers. Any plans on doing another collab with Binks? You guys are the Turner and Hooch. I would like to, especially with me streaming a little bit more often. I know that he gave out an open-ended like invite for like popping on his stream sometime. I think it would be really fun to do another type of collab in some form or some shape or way. For a returning player, what do you think is an essential first purchase? I think that varies a whole lot on what you enjoy playing. So depending on how long you've been gone, if you're looking for like flexible cards, those change quite a bit. You might also look for those structured cards that make the deck what it is. So like if you really enjoyed Silver Surfer beforehand, it might be that you wanted to go with like Sebastian Shaw, because that's going to make your Silver Surfer decks better in every way, shape, or form. And so I don't play any kind of Silver Surfer anymore because I don't have Shaw. But Shaw's not very flexible. So it depends on what your, I guess, goal or interest would be. We got Mobius again. So let's see. We have the Morph. We have the rotation here, which we could always rotate our Electro, which I think is kind of interesting. Yeah, it's 2 for 2 on Mobius so far. Yeah, Mobius is really in a really strong place. So the Electro rotation, it could pull into Sage, which wouldn't be great. Iron Man is a solid hit. Beats Mysterio, Mockingbird, Sasquatch. A lot of times it does, yeah. Ooh, they're giving us a Widow's Bite to rotate for free. As long as it doesn't pull into the Electro we shuffled in, then we're fine. Deck almost needs a Rogue, but it can still push a lot of power. So it's not like it completely falls when that's played. So I think we know that they have Thanos, a couple of good cards. I think we morph. I know Athena's not going to proc here, but I think we Athena as well. And then next turn we could potentially Sasquatch, depending on what we draw. Maybe it's Sage plus Juggernaut to protect one lane, win another. Morph? Yeah, we're morphing. Yeah, Mobius is popular because of the shell. Power reduction effect should hit Shaw just as hard as buffs. It'd be a wild one. Seeing Hazmat take him from like 20 to 0 would be wild. All right, so we have initiative. Juggernaut protects over here. The Goliath was kind of a solid pull. We have the Juggernaut here. We'll move. I think. I don't think we even move the Nocturne. I think we just win Quantum Tunnel. I think this is our play. And then MTAV, what up, TL? Any fun Arishem ideas? I have a couple that I'm wanting to do. So Juggernaut mid could, but they're going to rotate. And so rotating with Quantum Tunnel would be really inconsistent. Play Jug first. Yeah, that's a good call. Jug Sage is a better order. And I don't think anything that they play would beat the 32 power here. It might. I might be wrong, but they're going to go for a rotation. The Shang-Chi is huge. Okay, we need another good flip, or not, I guess not a bad flip anyways. We're at 22. I think we should be fine. Oh, back into Shadow King, which is not great for him. We will grab the early 8, and that's what this deck does. It doesn't look like it's going to be anything special, but it's so hard to beat, even with like the Mobius stuff. It's so hard to consistently beat it because it's so incredibly flexible. Hello, that laughing sinister guy. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Would you go for White Widow or Sage first? I play White Widow in more decks. I think she's a little bit more flexible, but Sage is so incredibly strong. Will you make a Arishem counter deck? I don't have any keys. Just do like the diabolical deck. So like your Korg, your Black Widow, your Rock Slide. Make it where they can't draw any of their stuff. I think would be a pretty good starting point. Yeah, White Widow is everywhere. I think Sage is a little bit better, like stat-wise or performance-wise. It has a higher ceiling. But White Widow, just that clutter, that disruption is so big. Can we mill an Arishem Thanos deck? Oh, that's one thing I didn't think about. If Arishem's big, my mill decks get more inconsistent. Yeah, the Hawk Mystique. The Hawk Mystique, I'm not sure if that's... I'm hoping it's not completely enough to just make it unvaluable or unreliable. I regret not going for White Widow. Yeah, the clutter alone, even if the Widow's Kiss was 0, like I used to jump out of... Like, I used to jump through hoops to get, like, a -1 or a +1 over to their side with, like, a Viper for more energy than what White Widow is alone. And so, I definitely think she will be around for a while as long as her effect doesn't change, even if the power of it changes. You said Lenum? That would be the idea. Agree that immunity from Shadow King wouldn't be ideal. I may have missed... I don't be playing people to play Hawk. Like, I really want to enjoy my card. I want to enjoy it too, but... Oh, Kitty and Lab. Yeah, you're right. Kitty Lab will be... Bean Man. I'll repost your list. The auto mod got a little bit too heavy, I think. So we have this snap come in. We do have Ravona if we want a discount Sage, but I want to make sure we focus on Kitty Pride for sure. So maybe we go Kitty Pride. You can always do like a morph. We're going to go Ravona. Since we don't have Thena out, I'm going to go Ravona for the discount. I'm going to play it to the left as well. Auto-modded to Oblivion. Yeah, we had some rude people come in a couple of streams ago. And so I increased auto-mods, like what it triggers. Most of the time I can push them through and improve them. What's the first deck you're going to try? The first deck I'm going to try is I'm going to try to mitigate the RNG of it. is my intentions. So we could go Nocturne move, double Kitty Pride power, double Mysterio power. Morph. It's gonna clear. That's gonna cap out one of the lanes though. So maybe we morph here. Mysterio is 0. 0 doesn't double. I could have swore it went to 8. Could have swore it. Do you think Arishem will be competitive? That's going to be a really tough one. I'm going to play him into Shuri's lab. I'm pretty sure he doubles. And I'm also going to play Morph over there. I know Morph doesn't double, but this one's going to be capped out, and so that I don't want to give them a guaranteed lane for their Kitty Pride. It's really hard to gauge if Arishem's going to be competitive. I think he's going to be, regardless, I think he's going to be really fun. But he's one of the ones that are really tough to gauge just how effective he'll be. So Nocturne can take away Shuri's lab. With Elsa Bloodstone, they definitely beat us on the higher end. And then Morph. Oh, no, not Morph into Loki. Rough. It would end up being like this. Which I don't think wins it for us. I mean, it might, but I don't think it does. We're going to send it anyways. So they win the right for sure.
The mystery intrigues.
Oh, living Tribunal out of the Valentina is wild too. Rough. I think Arishem's going to have a high skill cap. I think, so a lot of people are comparing it to like a District X. And I think that's definitely the wrong way to look at it. I think comparing it to District X, District X is completely random. With this one, you get to input half of the deck at least. So you can make a big impact in those 12 cards. That's some of the bad luck I had yesterday. It doesn't look like we would have won even had we not hit Loki, but the Living Tribunal was unfortunate. And I see the star command coming down, and we'll do the sponsored stream portion here in a little bit. But if you do get bored, if you have a phone or you want to download it on PC, if you follow the !star command link, the different goals that you meet will help support the channel. So I'll get paid a little bit more depending on which goals are met. And so if you're bored, you want to give back to the channel, you can always download the Star Trek game. I'll be playing it here in a little bit, so if you want to play alongside me, that's fine too. But if you want to help support the channel and give back, but you can't quite maybe do a Prime sub, then the Star Trek link is a great way to do it. Dalek Genocide, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. What's your favorite emote?
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
My favorite emote... Sorry, guys. My favorite emote... I think it's Iron Man, but I think it's the Iron Man like heart one where he's hugging, has the hearts. I think that's just such a fun one that I would like to have that one. I don't see myself getting it anytime soon. As long as we don't see Mobius, then the Sasquatch is huge. Cersei is one of the best cards released this season. Cersei is one of those that it's definitely a tough one to play because there's that RNG element in it. And so I like Cersei. I like her card. But I do think there's some big cube games that you're going to lose because she transforms into like Beast and ends up stabbing you in the back. So if you're going with the RNG piece, I don't think Collector works with the draws from Arishem. I know a lot of people are leaning towards Quinjet. I'm not going to include it in one of my first builds. I'm not sure if that's the direction that we necessarily want to or would want to go. So we have the real Mysterio, the Sasquatch. We're going to hide the Sasquatch so they don't quite know what's over there. They can probably guess from the Mysterio coming down, but Yeah, I think Cersei's a solid card. I'm really interested in Arishem though, but it better not be before Athena gets nerfed. You think you see a power nerf for Cersei? Some of the upper end of what she can do is really, really scary, for sure. So we have Athena. We also have Iron Man that we could hide into. Maybe we don't even hide it. I'm not sure that this late we go Athena. I feel like that's really restrictive on us. Maybe we go Iron Man to the left, and then we do something like Juggernaut, Sage, Kitty Pryde somewhere else. The 14 power in the right lane might be enough. So they're changing Dark Dimension. Our cards are going to reveal this turn. Mockingbird in the left is big. The Hood, I have to look out for the Annihilus or Cersei. Cersei could be that potential play in the right lane as well. And then it would be... It would end up being what? Demon in mid? And we don't have initiative because of the Widow's Kiss. And so do we end up doing something like... The only problem with this would be if they go Cersei and not Annihilus, this kind of stabs us in the back. Because they're probably going to win with Cersei over here. But we could protect the mid with Juggernaut, push it over to the left, give up the Iron Man lane, and push for mid and right. Might potentially be what we're doing. It is Cersei. So depending on how high that hits, the Hood transformation could be problematic for him. The Lockjaw rotates Cersei into Borg. That's unfortunate. I think we steal that one away because we do have the Mysterio in the right lane. Athena at 1-4 was probably better than one more power on Kitty on 5. Oh yeah, you're probably true. Being able to do a 1-4 Athena. Right. Been on a bad losing streak today. There's gonna be some of those days. Like last night I was playing and experimenting with decks, and everything I played, Sage was more than Angela as well. Probably should have went Sage. Like last night I was playing, and there was like every single game I queued into, I lost. And so I definitely get it. I think we're going against Pulse Glazer, right? The answer is always Sage. Most of the time. Most of the times the right answer is Sage. I was losing bad with everything until I went, okay, forget it, traditional discard. Yeah, I was experimenting with a lot of decks, and it just felt like I was losing harder and harder every single turn, or every single game. And then I switched to like my old reliable mill deck, and then I was able to grab a couple wins. I decided to end for the night on a high note. Let's go Athena and then Kitty Pryde. I'm actually going to do both of them into the left lane. Next turn, we can do Angela plus a card to start scaling Angela as well. The Angela Athena small ball deck has been doing really well for me. What's the small ball deck? Is it similar in vein to this one, or does it have Hope Summers in it? I wish we'd had played our Athena into the Crimson Cosmos. Unfortunately, that location gets a little tough for us to play for. So maybe we go Nocturne, Angela. And actually, I'm going to do Nocturne, Angela. Nocturne's going to get pulled over into Asteroid M, so it'll change that left location. And then we can move it into the Crimson Cosmos, so we're able to play over there. Random question for those who know... Oh, I don't know Instagram. I went back to Annihilus Cersei and had some decent success. Yeah, sometimes it's just about playing a deck you're comfortable with, especially if you're kind of on like a downward tilt. Sometimes that's all that you need. Pulse Glazer went to do the exact same thing that I did with the Nocturne, but we stabbed him in the back. My bad, Pulse. We're gonna do Sasquatch, Kitty Pride. I may leave Crimson Cosmos. We have several cards that can be played over there. And then Beanman, I'll repost your link through as well. Yeah. Oh, the Nocturne stabbed us in the back now. And so I guess turnabout's fair play. They have the Captain Marvel that can move over. We do have our Nocturne that can move. We have so much energy, but so few places to use it on. I'm thinking something like this. That should get us an extra energy from the Altar of Death. So it won't matter that we lost the Superflow. Might also be worthwhile to change the Superflow. Take away the extra energy from them. Sentinel left too. We could have. This should proc Thena though, right? Why didn't you kill the set? More is scary. What killed the set? The Sentinel? I wanted Thena to trigger, but it looks like with Mysterio she doesn't interact that way anyways. It's so awful. The real one's here, so we at least beat what's here now. They have Jeff, Nightcrawler, Captain Marvel that can move as well. The only thing that could be played would end up being Iron Man next turn. All right, we do get the retreat. Victory. Awkward game, but Jeff already moved mid to enable the Nocturne. Nightcrawler can move then. Nightcrawler plus Captain Marvel. But with the real Mysterio being in mid, I think it made it a little bit tougher. Thena's bugged. Cards have to face up at the end of the turn to count. Gotcha. For some reason, I thought they had patched that out already. Worst set of locations for the deck. Pulse Glazer. That was such an awkward game. You're my Nocturne stabbing yours in the back, and then you're stabbing my Kitty Pride in the back. It was a good game for sure, but it was such an awkward set of locations. Yeah, it was that whole time. Nocturne was just being an absolute jerk. So Galdus typically runs some kind of Hella shenanigans whenever I run into them. We'll see if that's what they're running today. We do have Thena and Angela already in hand. And so like an Iron Man to the left is huge. So I think we start with Angela. We'll do Thena, Kitty Pride next turn. We have the Iron Man in the left that should allow us to win that one. Juggernaut to protect one of the other ones. Nocturne is the best purchase. Nocturne's really flexible, but it can also stab you in the back quite often. And so I think it comes with its advantages and weaknesses for sure. With Black Knight, we're definitely looking at the Hella build. I think there's a lot of chance that we overpower a potential Hella play. Mockingbird is... I think Mockingbird's solid, but we're seeing an uptick of Mobius though, right? So the Mockingbird ends up feeling... I mean, 5/9 is still an okay 5-drop. I have Mockingbird pinned. Yeah, especially if you play like Thanos stuff. And she's really flexible in some higher end decks as well. So Morph gets... Bird is due for nerf? Maybe. Yeah, Morph ends up being pretty big here. It could hit their Hella. But I like the idea. We're going to push for it. I would wait for Thursday if you have Mockingbird pinned. Yeah, it's definitely cheap. Oh. That's unfortunate. I definitely think there would be a potential nerf to Mockingbird. She's all over the place. And then the Infinite here. I'm thinking this takes it from a potential win to an absolute loss. That's a huge oof. This would be our play. We can beat just the Infinite Blink, but once they have Hella resummoning stuff back, I don't think we have a chance. So we'll give them the sweat emoji. Give them a good fist bump. They deserved it. And then we're going to jump out of this one. Yeah, there's not an over the air this week. Their second dinner's off for the week of 4th of July. Yeah, I think she's going to be played a lot with Arishem. I'm actually not including Mockingbird in my initial Mockingbird or my initial Arishem build. I think if you're leaning into the RNG, so like Valentina, Coulson, and you're really wanting to play those cards down, she'll be great. But my first build, I don't want it to go with that RNG because that's going to be pretty, I think, inconsistent. Because you could end up getting generated just awfulness. When Arishem releases in 4 hours. 4 hours from now, we'll jump into some Arishem building. We're going to do an ad segment here in a little bit, and we'll play a little bit of Star Trek. Then we have time to jump back in and play a little bit before Arishem's release. Yeah, Quinjet builds will definitely want Bird. I'm not including Quinjet in my opening build either. Arishem, Thanos, and Agatha. I mean, you could angle and see if you can get Agatha to either play herself early with like Wave, but I think that's gonna be pure chaos, if nothing else. Yeah, Mysterio makes her a 3/9 at like even just with Mysterio, which is still really, really solid. Yeah, stature being 5'7" definitely feels like you have to go through bigger hoops to make it work for stature, and it's permanent. I don't know if Mockingbird's getting nerfed. I know she's really strong right now, and she's in a lot of the higher end decks. So if her win rate ekes out of their comfortable limits, then she might be on the chopping block. Yeah, Miles as well. You have to move that previous turn, so it's not like it stays permanent. Try my version of this. What's your version of this, Pulse? Is it the one you sent me yesterday? Where can I find? Jacusin, where can you find what? I think Bird and Ravona are probably the highest on the watch list. I would think so. They're definitely ones that... Where can I find the Star Trek link? So exclamation point star. It's also in my panel down below. And so by downloading the game, you help support the channel. So if you reach level 5, if you reach level 12, and then there's one in between. If you reach those metrics, level 5 takes about 20 minutes. The second one would take about an hour and a half. They all go towards helping support the channel and helping me as a content creator. So if you want to try it out and you haven't, I'm going to be switching over to it here soon. Our hand is awful. We could do something like Sasquatch. Maybe we go Sasquatch here. That opens up like a Juggernaut Sage possibility for the final turn. B-Doggy Dog, welcome in. Hopefully you're having... Sasquatch right? Yeah, the Sasquatch right wouldn't be so bad. They do have Loki, so they have our cards. They have initiative, so they could have a Juggernaut, which becomes really scary. This ends up being 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Huge play to the left. And then this would guard it if they don't have our Juggernaut. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or we could use Iron Man. It would end up being an additional 9 power there. So it'd be 18 total. I think Juggernaut, Sage, if they have our Juggernaut, then we'd lose. They more likely Juggernaut right, since they want a solo mid bonus. They might. We'll give it a try for the support. I appreciate it, Kenny Cooks. I'm going to be switching over here in just a minute. Actually, so that we have plenty of time to prep before Arishem, we'll switch over after this game, and then we'll do it'll be a 2-hour session. So if you want to play it alongside me, then that's what we'll be running here after this game. And then we'll be back onto the Arishem train right after that. We have plenty of time to come back, Brew before it happens, and then see where we go from there. Kitty Pride was a very low roll for their morph, and then the Kitty Pride to the right. Our Sage should overpower theirs, and we have the middle bonus with just the Juggernaut and Angela scale. But we'll take it. Feels incredibly strong. Like, this deck feels... I don't like how strong it feels, because it's so flexible. And even if you get a hand that feels like it's clunky, you can put out some kind of crazy numbers, and you guard lanes with, like, Juggernaut. We'll take a win, though. We'll absolutely win. We'll take a win where we can. Let's go ahead and... Unfair almost? Yeah, I agree. I agree. It feels almost unfair. All right, so we're going to quit out of this. We're going to switch over to the sponsored segment of the stream. I'm going to update the stream category really quickly. Star Trek. And we'll be playing the Fleet Command, Star Trek Fleet Command for the next 2 hours for our ad. And so if you want to stick with me, I would greatly appreciate it. We'll be back to Marvel Snap here in a little bit. So even if you end up dipping out, I understand. We'll be back. But we're going to do a little bit of, this is going to be our first sponsored stream. So I'm really excited to be able to go through this with you guys. Let me switch over to, I'm going to wait for it to load, and then I'll switch over to the different view for you guys. I've used the link and logged in via Twitch. Is there something else I have to do except playing the game for a while? Nope, that's all you have to do. So playing the game for a while, if you reach level 5 for your operations center is one of those like initial like metrics that they track. And so that should happen just from organically playing the game though. All right, so we have it loading up. Let's switch over. We still have the Star Trek. We have me, and then we should be able to be here. And then I have to let me know if the audio is too loud. If the audio is too loud, then I can drop it down a bit. So do we have any Star Trek fans? Because I'm not a huge Star Trek person. I've always been a little bit more into Star Wars. So I'm a little unfamiliar with like the backstories or any of the like realm of Star Trek. I know the general idea. I've seen a few episodes, but all right. So complete the combat simulation. And so from everything that I've seen, it looks very much like I like the late 90s Star Trek. You don't like the newer stuff that's been around? How do you play it on PC? Some kind of Android emulator? Nope, there should be a download. So if you follow the link, you can click play now. And then if you're on Android, it'll take you to the Android store. If you're on PC, then it'll let you download on the PC store. Okay, line up the moving... Oh, we got to line up the moving arrows for a better shot. All right, got it. Backstory in Star Trek. Does it not work that way? I mean, I know the general like characters. We have Kirk, we have Spock, we have like those big ones, but those are from like the original, probably 90s Star Trek. And so if you guys are unfamiliar with the game, it's a like civilization building style, which there's a couple kind of like it, or kind of civilization style buildings for mobile that I've played before, but I've never played the Star Trek one. We are living in the backstory. Okay, that's true. It's futuristic. It's futuristic, right? Bubsy, you said my girlfriend is a huge Trekkie and has been playing, has been having me watch TNG and DS9. I'm a little mad I didn't start watching decades ago. So if I was a new person picking up the series, where would you suggest I start as a new viewer yourself? The newer stuff has a different tone. It's a bit too quippy. I could see that. Wait, Kirk and Spock are from the 90s. They're not across all of them? TNG? TNG is where you'd recommend to start? All right. Skip the first 2 seasons. The Next Generation start at 3. right, so I'm wondering if we get like additional ships. I don't know the general like flow of this one. I know that it's going to be civilization building where we'll have like the operations center that we upgrade. We probably go out to scout and get different resources, but I don't know. And ignore boosty TLG pilot is great. All right, so the Federation, the Klingons, and Romulans are in constant conflict. Independents, like you, were caught in the middle of it all. If you have to choose a side, you know you'll make the right choice. All right. I do like that these games typically have a pretty easy to follow tutorial. So a lot of times you can just kind of follow the mission flow until you get a hang for what the game looks like and what it's about. I tried starting with the original and it just doesn't hold up. All right, so we're... And then if you guys are downloading, following along, as you hit those different metrics, your name will pop up. If you link your Twitch account, your name will pop up on the screen for helping support the channel. I could watch Patrick Stewart do anything. That I think he definitely made the original stuff. Like I think he's a big part of what made it what it is today. All right, so let's complete the combat simulation. And so that's kind of what we went into first, right? So we have to line up the target, get better shots, we'll get more stars the quicker we do it. I'm sure it'll get a little more intense as we go, as we unlock those different rewards. Game effects are loud? Yeah, let me turn it down a bit. Can't get to the settings yet. Here, I'll turn it down on my overall computer for now. And then once I can get to the settings. I think I just hit level 5. Thank you, Brunov. Yeah, it popped up. I see it pop up on the screen. There's a little widget indicator, so your name pops up. I appreciate the support and that you jumping in and helping out. So since you're a little bit ahead of me, how does it feel? Does it feel kind of like your other civilization building? Okay, so from exterior, we can also go to interior, and that's where we're gonna upgrade our buildings. So we have it with the upgrade material. I'm not sure what it was called, but timers under 5 minutes are free. Okay, so we can kind of skip some of the early game wait around stuff. Okay, so now the peristyle is flowing. So this will generate peristyle for us, which is the looks like the orange material. Now we need a peristyle warehouse, which I think will increase maybe our cap as we upgrade it. Yeah, so from 0 to 5,000. Tier it? Not sure what that... Oh, is that what that material is? Is tier it? Let's go to following along the missions right now as we get a feel for it. But I think once we get through some of the basic stuff, it'll give us kind of that free reign back again. All right, so we'll attack the ship. Does it go autopilot? It looks like it does. Looks like it's something that just kind of goes on its own. Like we'll send out like a scout to attack different, I'm assuming leveled ships to get different resources. All right, so we'll recall it back. Then we'll return to the base. Les, I'm not sure what not means. All right, we're making enemies. All right, let's see what it looks like. Okay, so we'll go back to the exterior. I know that when I was kind of doing an overview and kind of scouting to see if I wanted to pick up the game as a potential sponsor. There were a couple of things that stood out as like things that I thought would be kind of cool for this one in particular. I definitely like this mission, or like the battle simulator. You can jump into a lot of different strategic elements. So outside of that standard colony building style stuff, you have some different simulators, which as you get further on, I think they become a little bit more engaging, which I think is kind of fun. It's like a little mini game within the game, which I think is kind of cool. And then we can upgrade our ships so that I assume we do better on these missions. And then it has several side missions, so it always has like something that you're able to do. Ooh, I didn't see the second target. And there we go. Is this the new Arishem deck? Camhoove, it is. This is absolutely the new Arishem deck. Hopefully you enjoy it. Arishem loads a totally different game when you add it to your deck. Yeah, it's a game within a game, Camhoove. But no, this is a sponsored segment from Star Trek Fleet Command. It's the first one that we're doing on stream. By using !star, you're able to help out me and the channel by hitting those different metrics. So first one takes about 20 minutes to hit as a new player. The second one I think is like an hour and a half. And then the last one I think takes a little bit longer, but if you're enjoying the game, it does help out the channel. And so now we have the Operations Center that we're able to upgrade. This is where, if you can upgrade this one to 5, that is what will kind of give the sponsors those metrics of the overall success of the sponsorship. And especially if you like the Star Trek IP, I think there's a lot of cool things going here. Johnny B, good game. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. We are running a little bit of Star Trek for now as we go through. And if anybody I'm not sure what the alliances do yet, but if anybody is playing along, I think we have to be in the same realm or server of sorts, but we're going to create our own alliance and we'll tag it with TLSG. And I'll figure out what server we're on. So if you do jump in, you can always... I'm waiting for you to create one, actually. An alliance on this game, Jacqueson. And we'll make it public. All right, so we can build another peristyle generator. I still need to look for the effects. Okay, so the tag is TLSG. I'm not sure if you have to be in a certain like server, but let's see which one I'm in. So as soon as we get through this, this where it kind of gives us a little bit more free control, we'll check. So TLSG snap. And I know you get one free transfer as a reward. Let's go to settings first. I'm going to try this game later. I would play, but I'm at work. Johnny, be good. Within the next 8 days, it'll help out the sponsorship and the channel. So let's see. So it doesn't look like we're able to control music. Oh, it's either on or off. There's no all in. So I did turn down the audio, so hopefully it's a little bit. Click on bass. Okay, so we'll go to the interior, and this one's our bass, right? No. Which one's the bass? Less. I got you. I appreciate it, Johnny. Be good. You said download it. I can't play along right now, though, because of work. Kenny Cooks, that's perfectly fine. Play in your own time. That's one of the good things about the sponsorship in these games, is that it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be right away. I'm still not able to find our base. Unless it's one halcon. Would that be where we're at? Is one halcon? Game looks complicated for a mobile one. I think it's probably one that has a lot going on. But that's so that there's always like something to do, even because as you get further, it's one of those games that you have the time waiting between upgrades. So I think as you get into it, I think it'll probably feel a little less overwhelming. It definitely feels like there's a lot going on just starting up, but I think that'll probably get a little bit easier as we play. I don't understand much of what's happening, but I'll try to get to the last marked help. I appreciate it. And so the one thing that I can say about civilization building games that I've played in the past is typically if you follow alongside the missions long enough, you'll get a good idea for what each one ends up doing. So we sent our ship out to scout. So the server transfer token is what you can pick up from your rewards or your gift center. But we need to figure out what server I'm on. So if you guys want to join in to the TLSG Alliance. So we have different commanders that we'll be able to unlock. Actually, let me see. I know that there were several. So I know that officers, and they added a few more recent ones. So like Captain Carroll, Commander Jack Ransom, and Lieutenant Commander Andy Billups. So you can unlock additional ones, and each one will do a little bit different. Like on their attacks, they have different strengths and abilities to kind of help with those different missions. So I think for early on, we're not going to see a whole bunch of the different commanders, but I think as you get further in, that's where the strategic element can come into play. And so we can open up chests to try to find some of those new characters with the standard recruit. So similar in aspect to like potentially other games where you collect different heroes. I'm not sure if we want to do any kind of recruiting just yet. I'm not sure where we'll hit that limit point, if there will be any kind of like hard limits or any kind of tutorial around it. But I know that for using my download code, Darth, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. I know for using my download code, you can use the redeem code BOOST. Should be. I think it was BOOST. Would be only from people that downloaded from me. It may be that we have to redeem it in... we have to do it through Scopely. So PC welcome gift. We'll collect a few of these. A lot of Ultra Recruit tokens. We may go ahead and spend some of those. PC launch. So we get... Not entirely sure what these are. They may be the avatars. I know there are multiple avatars you can select for that kind of customization feel. Mac welcome gift. Not playing on Mac, but we'll take it. And then the redeem promo code. It wasn't working for this. Let's see. With the Ultra Recruit, you get a bigger pool of characters to potentially recruit from. But it also costs quite a bit more. So 8, 16, 32. It doesn't look like you get any extra benefit from using like 4 at once. Some games it's more ideal to hold your resources until you can do like 3 or 5 chests at a time. And I'm not thinking I don't think we'll unlock a full one. So I'm going to hold those for now too until we get a little bit further in. And then we do have some for the standard recruit, but did claim our boost. Let's get a feel for... I know that special events happen over time. Season passes, which we're kind of familiar with different mobile games. You can get some good value there. And then F. Cortez, welcome in. We're playing Star Trek Fleet Command. It's our sponsored ad segment for today. We'll switch back to Marvel Snap here in a little bit. But if you download it and you're a new user and you reach different metrics, it helps support the channel and helps support me. Or just being here to hang out and chat while we navigate this new game also helps immensely. And so we have the specials, which is where we get different purchasable things. I'm not super familiar with these resources yet. It does look like we get quite a few things, quite a few resources to unlock. We get a lot of parasteel for our upgrades. We can kind of supercharge that if we wanted to. We have the additional ship pack, the second builder, which a lot of times in resource building games, usually something like this is pretty handy. So like whenever I played, I think it was like Ant Legion, I ended up, would love to help, but my base is already level 28. Smyrny, so you are it sounds like a pretty long-term player. So I may be leaning on you to help guide with some of this early stuff. I don't have to buy anything to support the channel. Nope. So with this sponsor, if you download it and reach Operation Base Level 5, which takes about 20 minutes, that helps support the channel. And the further you go, so I think there's 3 different criteria that you can hit. One is level 12, and then the middle one, I can't remember what it is. Let me take a look real quick. Unlock the second ship, which should be done naturally. It should be around an hour and a half of play. Those like that helps support the channel too. You don't have to buy anything. I do think I'm gonna do a little bit, so I'm gonna do the second builder to help with kind of speeding through some of this stuff, and then I might do another like small something as well. But definitely on your end, you don't have to spend anything to be able to help support the channel. To hit those metrics, you definitely don't need any of those things to make it happen. But I think we'll do the second builder, and I'm gonna do another small one. You said second builder is one of the only purchases I've made. Definitely handy. Yeah. Already spending that ad money. I mean, if it's something, I want to jump in and see if we fully enjoy it. And so I'm okay spending a little bit. I think maybe like $15, $20, just to look at a couple of the different packages. But from there, I would definitely be a little bit more stingy on it. But I know that for like civilization building stuff, the biggest thing later on in the game is the queue times. Darth, you said you've played for 5 years. You're level 44. That's 5 years to level 44. So you're another veteran that I may have to lean on for a little bit of help and guidance in this early one, or on these early like levels. And so is it something that you play quite consistently, or or is it just kind of like a in between, like every once in a while? All right, so we have the extra builder token. We have some used to purchase bundles from the store, so you get a little bit of a premium currency to buy some additional bundles. And so we have the station pack that we had the builder pack. We can get an additional station. We could get one extra research queue, which will help you develop a little bit faster. We could end up getting an advanced officer pack to help push some of that progression as well. And then we could end up looking at like a couple of the different like ship options. But since we're not there, I think the biggest thing I would want to look at would be potentially the research, the one extra research queue. And so we'll do this one as well, and then we'll jump back into actually playing. You say I play every day after work? Let's do this one. This will give us a decent start into some of the early research and upgrades that we need. And then that would be all the spending that we're doing for now. Dinman, you said Les, you said I've played from the beginning, level 38. That's huge. So it's a game that you can definitely get into and like dive into. Does it ever feel like it gets old, or does it always feel like there's new events and things that are popping up? Dinman, you said, hey TLSG, I'm a Marvel Snapper, but a hardcore Trekkie. It might be that time. How's the game? So we're just jumping in. We're pretty early on. So it's definitely early to tell. But I did get a second builder so that we can kind of progress a little bit quicker. Very important, the second research. To be able to progress. I know that research in the games a lot of times will make your attacks and your just overall collection more efficient. And so that's definitely something that I was looking at or looking into. What's the name of the game? I can play on mobile? Yeah, so it's on mobile. If you follow my link, so !*****, if you follow that link, it helps the channel out by just you being in the game and playing along. And so as you hit different criteria, on the stream, there's a widget that will display your name and let me know that you helped out with the support. And so we're getting into some of the... right now, it's mainly the tutorial. But I think we'll get to the point where we can kind of free the control here in just a minute. So we'll go ahead and repair the ship. Let's go... I'm going to go back to the interior. And since we have the additional upgrades, I think we'll start working on that, or on that checkpoint. And so for this one, requirements not met, we need a level 2 parasteel generator. And so we can do a couple upgrades. Anything under 5 minutes is going to allow us to just kind of fast skip it. Hey, that ain't no snap. Liquid Glove, where you actually fell into our sponsored ag segment. And so we have a couple hours we're playing and checking out Star Trek Fleet Command. And so by downloading the game, it helps support me, helps support the channel. Yeah, and so we're trying out Snap for a little bit. You're on an EU server, 168 for Star Trek. It's one of the mobile, so it's from Scopely. It's on both PC and on mobile, and so you don't have to play anything. It's free to play. You can jump in, play it, and progress just fine, or you can pay a little bit, and it helps your progression and kind of smooths out their curve. But it's one of those that definitely I think could be a good kind of time waster, for lack of a better term. And so, Darth, you said you're on. Where can I figure out what server I'm on? I know that someone said click on base, but so we have to upgrade the operations before we can start upgrading any of our other stuff. And then we'll get to research here in a little bit. Let's follow alongside the tutorial to kind of help. Go to profile picture at the top. Okay, so we'll rename, go to settings. Oh, universe. Perfect. So if you do download the game, if you want to try to help support the channel, I did create an alliance. The tag is TLSG, but you have to be in the same universe as I am. You'll be able to get one free token to be able to change your universe one time. And so if you want, I'm in universe 101 Katra. And so you'd be able to transfer over here, join the alliance, and we could kind of be in the same place at the same time. So it might be kind of neat. Okay, so we're going to attack the hostile ships. You see flying around the star system for loot. They appear in red. Keep improving your ships and the stations. All right, so the more The ships, upgrading those will help us interact with like the different additional ships or enemies that we would have to face off for. I'm sure we will get resources from that. That'll probably be one of the big resource generating measures or abilities. So we do have quite a few, so we'll always make sure that we're upgrading something as we're doing these other ones. So I know that this one, anything under 5 minutes becomes a free skip. So we'll go ahead and upgrade to operations level 3. And then we'll still be following the tutorial as we can, but most of these early game upgrades should be pretty easy for skips since they allow you 5 minutes for free. Later on, as you get further, I'm sure it's days at some point. So that's when you really have to start strategically upgrading where you can. Or if anyone is on an EU server in chat, come to server 168. I need members in my alliance too. Absolutely. Darth is probably a little bit more versed in the game than I am, and so you could do that one as well. I have some upgrades running that will take 20 minutes. I have to finish the dishes. Runov, I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming in and then helping out, trying out the game. And hopefully you enjoy it too. I'll be watching the stream though. I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys hanging out. We'll be here for a little bit while longer. And we have quite a while, but we'll definitely be back to Snap before Arishem's release. We'll have a couple hours before that. JF, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. So we have the entrance challenge, the new Commander Academy. So this looks like maybe an event that will kind of maybe help us get an idea for what the game's like. I'm wondering if it'll give us like rental teams or rental officers, ships, to be able to give us a taste of what that in-game looks like. So we have the entrance challenge. I think I'm gonna jump into it. Maybe. No. So in this Academy entrance challenge, there are a series of events to test your abilities. Complete individual events. I'm not sure how to jump into it. So maybe this is just the spot where it gives you information about it. New Command Academy. Earn valuable rewards for free, including the legendary epic Klingon Captain Gorkon and more. Those end in 9 days, which I think are maybe new player events, or we may have just came in at a good time. I'm locked to the EU. It's locked to the EU. Oh, so it's locked to EU servers for the event. Did the game just launch in EU? I called my alliance the Asylum. Is it cause you're stuck in an asylum? Yes. Best get mining ships out to complete MI daily goals. All right. And so we wouldn't have access to the mining ship just yet, right? It should be something that we should unlock with time. Oh, your friend? Gotcha. Right. I have a... Before we jump into the next part of the mission, we have to beat the destroyer. I'm going to start a few more upgrades because I know that that's the biggest piece for progression is upgrading where we can. So this one's going to be 7.5 minutes. As our alliance fills up, you'll be able to ask for help from the alliance, and then I'll help knock off a little bit of that time. And so looking at our officers, right now we have Next Gen Troy, who has Face of the Enemy, or Next Gen Troy increases the weapon damage of the ship. And so depending on the officers that we have deployed, that will make our ship's strengths and weaknesses and abilities kind of grow. And of course, the epic or more rare ones are going to have kind of better effects. So we'll see. We'll see what it looks like to jump into it. For the Alliance, we do have first time Alliance reward, which gives some Latinum and a 5-minute speed up for us. Buy chests with an Alliance reward to share it with all Alliance members. Ooh, we don't have anywhere near enough for it. You can free complete the build with the green timer. Yeah, so under 5 minutes, right? All right, so our academy goes to 3, which that one looks like as it upgrades, it gives officers better base power, which should help with our kind of progression as well. So we have the bulletin board. So I'm just kind of seeing what all we can interact with. So this is the shipyard, which requires a little bit higher level. Let's start a few upgrades here, because I know if we can. No, we can't. We have to wait until this is up to 5. We'll be able to free complete that in just a moment. And then we'll be able to upgrade the other ones. Parasteel, it looks like tritanium is probably the hardest to get potentially. We also have quite a bit of dilithium from the pack that we bought. Okay, so under 5 minutes we can skip it. Did you enter any alliances? Yeah, so I created one on. Let me figure out the spot again on 101 Katra. And so if you guys want to join the same alliance as I am, it won't be as advanced as some of the other ones. So it might be better for like your early game if you join an established one. But if you want to join the one that I have set up, then we'll be exploring it and playing it for a little bit. But now we should be able to upgrade some of our generators, which right now our production our cap is full, so we don't have enough in the warehouse because of the extra resources that we were able to purchase. And so we'll go ahead and upgrade these, and I think we can start towards operation center level 5 once we have the Parasteel to level 4. So that one will be 15 minutes. We can't ask for help. I don't think we have any alliance members yet. Maybe we'll get some here in a little bit. But we can start that. We can go ahead and start this one, and then we can progress back to doing some of the missions. And so we'll help where we can. Do we have any alliance members yet? Let me see. Let me see if any of you guys jumped in and joined the alliance. No, it's just me right now. Just solo me. Sorry, name of the alliance? The name of the alliance is TLSG. TLSG Snap. The tag is TLSG. Who's your favorite Star Trek captain? So the biggest one that I know is Kirk. That's, growing up, that's really what I heard everywhere was Kirk. And I think he made like the original show popular. And so I'm not knowledgeable enough to have another favorite. Like that's the one that is the most common in my mind. And so that would probably end up being my favorite. And so as we're waiting for those, Picard, I could see I could see Picard. Tried to join, but I'm on EU, and I couldn't find a way to change it. So you should have one transfer token that I think you can gain from like clicking claim in the top right, and then looking at your gifts. So your gifts, you should have one that's one transfer token, and then clicking on your profile name, clicking on your profile name, clicking on settings, and then clicking on a universe. Should allow you to scroll down, find 101 Katra, and then there should be a button to transfer. And so if you want to join the same guild I'm in, or the same alliance, then everybody would start with 1 free. Let's complete a few of these. He's important. Oh, wait, who's important? Picard? So we're able to claim several of these as this one's kind of playing out. I know we also have a couple of fast upgrades, so we could cut down on the upgrade time, but a lot of times I like to save those to kind of chip away like 1 minute here to push us within a different range. So we reached a milestone in first contact, so we got some titanium, a speed up of 30 minutes, which is a big one. We should be able to push a decent amount of progress from that. And then from buying the first reward, we do get Scotty. Scotty's another, or 16 Scotty shards, I guess. Scotty's another big one. And then as we do daily missions, it looks like we'll be able to unlock daily chests as well. Kirk? Yeah, Kirk's an important one. For like the series. I think he's the one that was in charge when it first got popularized. Alright, so let's push a little bit more. I'm sure that they'll kind of segue us into like the ship upgrades and like choosing different operators or officers, not operators. And so let's do a couple of these. Look for Renegade the Bounty Hunter. Let's fly over this way. Scotty's warp speed boost is pretty handy. And so I don't think we had the full Scotty though, right? We only had 16 of his shards for summon. Or no, we have him, right? The weekly chest for the loyalty reward. Oh, Jacques, yeah. I think you could only transfer from the U.S., and so you may not be able to join mine. But Darth said that you could join their alliance if you wanted to. Don, welcome in. Is this the calm before the Arishem? It is. It's the calm before the Arishem storm. And so right now we have this other one active. We need the additional to level him up, but I think we have him unlocked at least. Just a serial lurker. I appreciate you being here. I'm glad to be streaming again. Right now we're checking out a little bit of Star Trek Fleet Command. Will this be a regular thing now? Streaming, yes. Well, I'm hoping to be able to push more streaming. If I end up having to go back to the office, then it'll be limited to Fridays for a little while. But I am going to be streaming more consistently. This week I'm off all week, and so I'm able to stream for pretty much the entire week without any kind of issues. But I do enjoy streaming. I've been enjoying interacting with you guys, and I think it's a good flip to my normal like YouTube content. Yeah, Jacques. Yeah, I realize now that you're not able to join since you're on the EU server. Beanman, you said had to step away to build furniture. What kind of furniture were you building with my wife? What's the game all about? So you can. So there's, I guess, several different angles to it. You have different ships that are going to be able to do like different things. You can have them scout out as they attack other things. You'll gain resources from those. The resources are used to upgrade your like colony or your base. To upgrade like your operations center, those sort of things. Alebrix, I'm sorry to say this, but I think I can watch for longer. Have a nice time. You're gonna make that into a thing for sure. Okay, so let's try to complete the. Ooh, the ship was destroyed. So maybe I need to look at upgrading the ship, like switching out the commander potentially. Not sure if we can yet. A lot of potential ships to unlock. But that's not where we need to go to upgrade it, I guess. It's now a TLSG meme. It is. Research. So we do have our daily goals for doing different things. So advance your station by upgrading modules. You'll get a little bit, and that'll help you towards like your weekly your weekly caches, which I think should be kind of cool. Should give you some good progress, similar to like Marvel Snap where we're doing our dailies. This would be a similar thing. So open a 10-minute chest. We can get some resources to upgrade our... This one will upgrade our officers. This one should upgrade our ships. You need to keep an eye on the white bar under the ship icon. That's the ship's health. Under the blue ship's shield bar. That recharges automatically. Okay, so if it ends up getting... If the white bar gets destroyed, that's when you have to go through the repair, right? Okay, research this ship, acquire blueprints for it, and build it in the shipyard. All right, so let's go ahead and see if we can do that. Get additional blueprints by destroying hostiles. Okay, so to be able to do some of the research, we may also have to build and upgrade our shipyard. All right. I think we should be able to do maybe combat training. Feat 3. We have the free repair because right now it's under that limit. Let's see. We can manage ship A. So that's where we can assign different officers. Perfect. So let's go ahead and assign Scotty as well. Maybe. Yeah. We'll assign Scotty as well, which gives us a lot more strength. And then I think I'm going to actually run one of the recruits. Many of the early ships you get full blueprints by doing research. That'd be pretty big. I think I'm going to run... I'm not sure if we get a full unlock from the chest, but we're going to try it. We're going to see what we get from him. I'm not sure if we just get shards towards unlocking it or if we get the full early unlock. No, so I think it's locked until you get 38, right? So Livis, Krell, just taking the dog out for his walk. Darth, I appreciate you hanging in and still staying in there. And so that one would require 95. 34, we get 2 for him. So I'm thinking we probably won't get a full unlock. But we'll use the resources that we can when we get them. And then see where it goes. I'll go ahead and push one more so we get a few more. Low chance of a full pull. Okay. I figured, especially with the Ultra, that it'd be a low chance. But it's good that there's at least a small chance of a full pull. Do you get this resource just in general by completing like your weeklies? That way you have a little bit of chance. I know in some other ones like Marvel Strike Force from Scopely, you got very low chance, but you had a lot of chances to get into these different types of chests. And then since we have 145, we're going to do... I'm not sure if there's used to open standard recruits, which contain common, uncommon, and rare officers. We're going to go ahead and pull a 5. So I think instead of going through them line by line, I think we skip. We get next gen Troy. We got next gen Riker almost unlocked, and then a couple for LA Forge. We should be able to level up our officer as well, I think, now that we have a little bit. So the standard is only 3 pulls instead of 9 from the Ultra. So new recruit. We get LA Forge. And then some officer XP. Okay. So we're able to level her up, but she definitely seems like she's going to be one of the common ones to get a full pull. Riker, we get 2 for him, but not quite going to be fully there. All right, let's see if we can at least upgrade from ship A, right? Oh, we did get, let's see. Let's look at the differences in them before we assign one. And so these two, looks like they have synergy, because why would they have synergy? Because they're the electric type. So we could always switch out him, but that only gives +5. So we're Our overall strength is 204. Let's look at his info. He has Timeless. Decreases the weapon damage of the opponent's ship. And then rerouting power. But he is just so much higher base that I think it'd be worth breaking just a little bit. They're from the same crew in the show. Gotcha. So that's why they have synergy. Same group it. Don't break the synergy. Don't go for... It's a little bit better raw strength with the broken. We're going to go ahead and upgrade her because we do have the resources to do it. And so, let's see, we can promote for 500. What does promoting do? Promoting upgrades the max officer level, increases her base strength, and unlocks +5 to dodge, shield deflection, and armor. Are these typically hard to... I think I played this a while ago. Souri, did you? There's a lot to take in early on, but it always feels like there would be something to do. And so now I can increase her level further. I'm not sure if I should have promoted her or not. Since she's a common, I know that we would probably want to focus on uncommons faster or more quickly. All right, we can go to level 5, but I kind of want to maybe push up him a little bit. We can increase him to a max of 5. So maybe we do him twice. I don't know that we'll have enough to upgrade him. Yeah, we can upgrade him once as well. Seeing Deanna Troi in game makes me happy. She was one of my favorites in TNG. And she's one that you can get. She's one that you can get early too, which I think is nice for like that I don't know, that feeling of like nostalgia and being able to kind of pull you in and associate the show Star Trek and then be able to associate with the game. So I'm glad that she's in here as well. All right, so we assigned our new officers. We should be able to, I think, have better strength this time. And so let's go ahead and shoot for, I think it's one small favor. And then the white bar you said was the health that we needed to check. Check your field training goals. I think upgrading her to 10 is a goal. Okay, so recruit Data, repair the ship. Recruit Beverly, treat the wound. We're going to repair the ship. Okay, and this one is strength 143. We're strength 213, so it should now be a much easier match. Both of our ships are ready, though. And so we'll check our... You said check the field training goals? That one would be in here, right? Is this because we beat that last mission?
In a galaxy at war, you need to have friends. Commanders who work with you for greater rewards. Because in the silent darkness of space, it's good to know someone has your back. Alliances are crucial for advancement. Find your alliance, Commander, and boldly go even further than you have before.
I like it. I'm not sure what triggered the cutscene, but I like it. Sour, you said I had fun with this game until I just kept getting owned by people with higher ships whenever I had mine somewhere. I could see that. Were you in an alliance that was pretty active? I feel like that's usually like later on in the game a little bit one of the like important like aspects to make sure that you are kind of protected around all of your other alliance members. So level up next gen Troy to level 5. And then level up to level 10. So that is one to level her up to 10. So I'll focus on her here in just a little bit. Jock Hewson, I'm not sure if you're still here. I think you said you had to step away, but I see that you just reached level 5. Thanks for supporting the channel, and thanks for jumping in and checking out the game. Hopefully you're enjoying it. We're having some fun learning the different ins and outs, different menus that we have to go through. Hey, TLSG, stream day 2. It is stream day number 2. And I'm not able to interact with anything. There we go. And so our daily goals, upgrade your officers. So as long as you upgrade 1 each day, you'll be able to do your dailies. I'm still here grinding to support you. I appreciate it. When is the snap content starting? 2 bytes. So it should be back in just around an hour. It's not letting me click on anything like to claim them anymore. If I'll click out, click back in, we'll see if that fixes it. So in about an hour, we'll be back to Snap. Plenty of time before Arishem's launch. Does your code only count for new downloads? It does. So new downloads, or so if you've played on mobile or PC, then yeah, it's only. I'm gonna close out of the game and then relaunch. It looks like it may be bugged. We're gonna switch back to this one. We're not gonna dox anything on our messy desktop. I'm finishing work now, so heading off. I hope to catch you again soon. Smyrny, hopefully we catch you again in another one sometime soon. Bummer, otherwise I'd have tried it again. Yeah, and if it's been a while since you played and you were wanting to try again, it's on both mobile and PC. I wouldn't encourage anyone to try to download it multiple times, but if you haven't played it in a while, you can always download it on like your computer if that's where you wanted to try. And that should be able to help out. So we should be back. I think that whatever it was, I guess the cutscene, whenever I clicked out, it may have freaked it out a little bit. But we have our 10-minute chest, which looks like it may regenerate every 10 minutes, which might be kind of important to click on frequently. We have the 24-hour chest, which will regenerate every day. We get the premium recruit tokens, and then Latinium, and then the 7-day loyalty is your weekly. And so we won't get that for a little while. Let's see, we have the mission key drop, the limited time weekly gift. So we get a key to jump into the mission key recruit bundle. All right, we'll go ahead and claim that one. Okay, and then we did have our operations center was ready to go. So we want to go upgrade that. We'll create a few more queues, and then we'll dive into like our upgrades, our attacking, upgrading the ships and whatnot. So let's go back to the interior. And we do have level 5 now, so we should, I don't know if my name popped up or not, but it should have reached level 5, which is that first checkpoint, which is a pretty quick one to unlock. And then from there, it looks like we're going to unlock research now, or we should be able to. We need research and development level 2 first. Okay, so we'll build this. Anything under 5 minutes, we're able to skip for free, which is really nice at helping that kind of early game progression. So I'll go ahead and queue up the third one, but that should be more than what we needed to be able to start that research. So we need dry dock level B to be able to upgrade our operations center. And for that, we need fleet commander. For that, we need construction speed unlocked, which we can start now. And that's going to use our blue tokens. And so that will be kind of important to keep track of as well. I think blue is going to primarily be used for research. It looks like the brownish or orangish ones, the peristeel, it looks like that may be kind of a useful all over, and it may depend on the research that we're doing. So as we progress this, we'll be able to see that as well. And if you guys are having trouble or not able to jump into the alliance, I may jump into one because I know that they can help smooth out that early progression as well. And so it may be that we abandon the alliance. It never had a chance. I'm wondering if I can jump into another one pretty quickly. Let's see. We'll disband it. And then let's jump into one that's maybe a little bit bigger. Like this one feels like it'd be pretty active. So 57 players. Those, whenever you request help, those should help kind of bring down some of those times as well. So for this one, we can request help. This one, we quick upgraded it. This one's locked right now. Let's go to the research trees. Right now we're upgrading in station, but you can upgrade in... There's a lot of research that we can do. So the second researcher may have been a pretty good push as well. So if we wanted to focus in combat, we could. Away teams, we can't upgrade just yet. Outlaw, we don't have any of, I think, these pieces. Or, okay. So for the start, we're going to have both of these upgrading at the same time. Because I did purchase the extra research person. Calrosi, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. I appreciate you jumping in and joining us. Hopefully you're having a great day. Right now we're playing a little bit of Star Trek Fleet Command. It is our sponsored segment for today. And so !star gives you the information about like the download and that sort of thing. And we're probably an hour or so in, and we're still just kind of getting the hang of all of the things that you can do, like the scope of what's all available here. But we'll switch back to Snap before Arishem's release. So if you want to hang out with us while we play Star Trek, then I would love to have you here. All right, so we're going to go ahead and queue up everything that we can. And I don't think there's a limit on how many times you can ask for help. And so we might as well ask for help every time that it pops up. Oh, no. I think I spent gold on that fast upgrade. I thought it was under 5 minutes, and so it should have been free. I may have spent gold on it. All right, so I'll ask for help on this one. We'll keep an eye on these timers here, which I like. Not every game like this has these, and I think that's really helpful for keeping track of everything that you have that's being upgraded. So now we should be able to jump back into, I think, into upgrade it to level 4, which I don't think we can upgrade yet. Yeah, we're working on the upgrade. So for our missions, I think this would be what we're looking to do. We're going to recall back to the station. This one's now under 4. We can instantly upgrade it. We'll ask for more help. I think it's 1 gold to upgrade. I thought that was like the quick time. Like if you just wanted to play gold to skip the waiting time. All right, so we completed the one small favor mission. We get next gen data, and we have a little bit more officer XP.
The old Ferengi proverb, expand or die, is wise advice in a galaxy at war. As a fleet commander, you must upgrade your station to extend your capabilities. Expand your crew by recruiting new officers. Construct powerful new ships and explore the galaxy. Defeat dangerous enemies, testing your commander's prowess. The final frontier is yours, Commander. Make it so.
I like that it has those cutscenes in it, because a lot of times following the tutorial, sometimes you'll just be mindlessly clicking. That kind of helps like summarize what we've been finding out so far. Assign your new recruit to your ship. Okay, so we could have waited and have been able to do it like according to the tutorial, but we just kind of jumped ahead. Okay, so we're going to assign the new recruit, which we got data, and he's going to be a little bit worse than the ones that we already have. So he's 50. So I'm going to see if I can add him and then take him away. I may have to lock in that we actually add him, though, to complete the mission. No, okay. Yeah, we're going to lock in that we actually add him in. We'll go ahead and confirm it. Like overall power, it does go down for this one. And so, but that should trigger our mission. Okay, so through the ranks, we already went ahead. We kind of jumped ahead with the officer upgrades. And then the next one would be Nausicaan ambush. So we would jump in to defeat them. So I'm actually going to change the lineup one more time. We just needed to change it for the mission to trigger. All right. So we'll go ahead and synergize them, which is why we're not using Scotty, unfortunately. Even though he's a little bit better, these just synergize together, so it gives you better overall strength. Before we jump out and do that one, we're going to quick upgrade our research. And so we needed Fleet Command to be able to upgrade what we needed to. So I think we start this one. Go ahead and ask for help, because that helps speed it up quite a bit. And then we can also do combat. So battle tactics is going to increase the base damage dealt to hostiles. So it'll help us with our overall power level. The next one would be unlocks the Orion Corvette grade 1 battleship. So that would give us the blueprint, I believe, to get a secondary ship. I'm going to go ahead and do that one. I know that battle tactics should be good, but I kind of want to unlock that to see what it looks like. Then we have both of those queued up. We would need Operation 6 and Peristyle Generator 6. And so for this one, we need to upgrade the Operation Center further. We need dry base, but we're waiting on the Fleet Commander upgrade. Okay, we should be good to progress our missions. And exit to base. We're gonna go progress like the combat missions while we wait for those timers to kind of tick down. That way we're kind of killing two birds with one stone. So we have 247 strength. We should have, I think, a pretty easy time against the next ship that we're facing. And then as we get that second dock, we'll be able to build a second ship as well. And that's going to be our second checkpoint for the game, is unlocking a second check or a second ship. Okay, and so now we're looking to defeat his. We still have plenty of health, which should be okay. I'm curious what the scan button does. I'll do that on our next enemy to see what information that pops up for us. Okay, and so we have that one with our upgrades, with the extra recruits. That makes that early mission pretty easy. So first we need to get the ship ready, return to the station. Once you get back, repair the ship, and we can upgrade. Perfect. So we'll recall it back. This one is now able to be fast upgraded. I really like this. It helps kind of keeping track of all of your multiple measures or multiple things that are queued. Makes keeping up with them really easy. We're going to fast upgrade a couple of times. We'll ask for help. We have the upgraded shipyard. Now we could do build ship. Oh, we don't have the blueprint yet. Once the ship is repaired, we can upgrade it to increase its strengths. When upgrading a ship, you must first add new components to it. These will use the ship parts that you have accumulated. Okay, perfect. That's where we'll end up utilizing those at. Saints, thank you so much, and welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. We're checking out the sponsored Star Trek Fleet Command, and so far it's been there's a lot to take in, but it does a really good job of kind of holding your hand and guiding you. And we've had a couple people in the chat helping out as well, and so it's been a pretty easy game to pick up so far. And I know that over time it gets much more in depth, much more strategic and intense. But so far it's been really fun. So we have the upgrades we can do. We have to add the components, which it'll use our ship parts. And so we can level it up to a max of 5, which I think we go ahead. And then, yeah, if you can use the code BOOST to unlock additional early game. So if you use my code to download, create a Scopely account, you can use the code BOOST there, and that'll help you with your early game progression a bit. So this one is doing that those middle upgrades, which are the tritanium. Tritanium. And so this one would increase the warp speed, the warp range, which I think will help us reach where we're going faster, and we can go maybe potentially farther. This one is going to be more damage, so we'll definitely upgrade that where we can. And we'll upgrade this one too. And then by adding on all of the gear, we can tier up that ship, which I don't know how many of you have played Marvel Strike Force. Feels very similar to like the equipment. You add from the components, you add that equipment onto that character, and then you can tier them up or increase that star rating. And so we can do an instant for 0. I mean, it's better than waiting, right? Weedicus Rex, thank you so much for the second month as a Prime sub. I love the support. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. And I'm glad that you're here to enjoy the stream. Cal Rosie, I'm thinking of getting the 100-pound snap bundle. Is it worth it to gain spotlight keys? Which snap bundle is it? Is it just the one that has like credits and gold? Or does it have keys directly attached to it? I'm going to upgrade it one more time. I think we'll go ahead and tier it up. We do have plenty of 1-star Explorer parts. And so I don't think they'll transfer over to higher tiered ships. And so I think go ahead and queue up for the tier. This one, it doesn't look like we can request help. Jacques, you said no? Oh, the 12K credits? No, that one's not huge. Like it doesn't have a great progression value unless you're just a whale. If you're going to spend 100 the first time, it would be best on gold because then you're getting double. So you get 16,000 gold. Outside of that, it would be really dependent on the packs or on the Ensign TLSG. Welcome in, Stixel. Welcome in. Today will be the bundle with 10K credits for half this price. Yeah, so they should be launching another bundle too. All right, find the original origin source of the energy. So we have the fast upgrade here. Let's go ahead and see if we can queue it up again. No, we need Operation 6. And so for that one, we're still waiting for our research, which has 5 minutes and 10 minutes remaining. And so we'll complete this mission, and then I think we go out on the fragments, which we may have to wait until the ship finishes upgrading. Yeah, that was probably not the right move, but luckily we can push a few of our upgrades, which may kind of buy us some time until it's finished upgrading. So we can't do that one. We can't do the fleet command. That one's still at 9 minutes, unfortunately. Defeat 3 hostiles of level 1 or higher. That one would also require our ship, right? Okay. I just got Spock by linking my Scopely account to the game and using code Commander. Ooh, nice. So code Commander and code Boost would give you some early credits as well. So both of those, I think, would definitely help that early progression for sure. So we were able to fast upgrade this one. We can't do either of these because our requirements aren't met just yet. And so the Spock that you got, I guess what rarity of an officer is it? I'll use that other one too. Yeah, the one for Boost is specifically for mine, for my promo. It's blue? Oh, nice. So I'm going to upgrade battle tactics here. We'll go ahead and ask for help, and then go. And so for the ship upgrade, it's still at 6 minutes. I think I'm going to use, just to make it go by faster. Oh, those were 3-minute ones. They were supposed to be the 1-minute ones. All right, we finished tiering up. Now we should be able to take the ship back out. It's much stronger now. It was, I think, 240. Now it's up to 399. I'm not going to place any more of the parts just yet. I don't want to end up locking it out. Okay, so for the mission, the milestone race to level 6, we unlocked 1 fragment for Cadet Kirk, and then we have Peristil. So I think we'll unlock several different officers pretty soon, which will be kind of nice to see. Go ahead and claim the 10-minute chest, which gives us a few quick upgrades and things like that. We have a couple more standard upgrades we can do. So we now have a Crusher that we can unlock. We have Scotty, Riker that we're still looking to level up. I think we'll wait for now on the standard recruit, knowing that as we level up, we can get potentially some different officers that we'd be able to pull for. But for now, I'm going to send one to defeat a level 1 or higher hostage. The rewards for it would end up being you have a chance of mega chest, but primarily the parasteel. And so I don't know what scanning does. Let's see. Oh, scanning is going to give you like the strengths and weaknesses. It looks at their strength and it kind of helps you compare the two. You can look at their commanders to see if you're going to be a good match for them. What's your code again? Yes, so the code is boost. Would be the code. It's on, I think, Scopely's website. Rin, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. You're catching more so the tail end of the sponsored stream. Notification on Discord. Oh my goodness. I had it typed out, but I never hit enter. Thanks for the call out. All right, so we can fight more level 1 to progress there. But Rin, we're on the tail end of the sponsored. We've been doing it maybe an hour and 20 minutes. And so we're progressing. We're going to see if maybe we can get to that second unlock tier before the stream ends, and then I'll dabble with it off stream for sure. PHP is always the cheapest because I don't have the requirements. They said it was boost. I wasn't able to get it to work either. Is this just Stellaris but Star Trek? So this is Star Trek Fleet Command. It's a civilization or colony building style game that has the different officers, different ships, things like that. And so this is our sponsored ad portion, or our sponsored portion. And so far we've been making some, I feel like, decent progress. But there's always a lot to do. It doesn't feel like we've even really scratched the surface of everything within this so far. But this is a Scopely game, so if you're familiar with some of their other stuff like Marvel Strike Force, it would be in like the same vein to that. Okay, so we can upgrade our next station. I think can't. We'll do a second. Do a second command or combat one for now, and then having that allows us to work towards the progression restrictions for Dry Dock B, which that one's 29 minutes. That one will take a little bit. So I think we need Dry Dock B to be able to get our second ship. And I know it said it had to be claimed before level 10, but I know that neither of us are near that one, so we'll see. The Spock was just an avatar. Oh no, Brunov. That's unfortunate. Okay, no, we can't. So that one's queued up. We have to wait for it. All right, so we're going to go out on a couple more missions here. Open the 4-hour chest one more time for our daily stuff. Let's look at our missions. We have the fragments. Against level 1 hostiles, we can destroy 5 of them to get a little bit. We'll go ahead and do that. I think that'll be a pretty quick one to turn through. And then TVR in Angel. Welcome in, Angel. Hopefully you're having a great day. You're catching the tail end of the sponsored segment of our stream. And so today, the stream is sponsored by Star Trek Fleet Command. Using !star allows you to jump in and join me while playing the game. And hitting different metrics helps support the channel. And then if you enjoy it, then that's even better. So far, it's been fun. There's a lot to like sift through. So I still feel like we haven't explored very much of what's going on. We're getting the basics down of like upgrading our ship, upgrading our officers, upgrading our civilization. But it still feels like there's a lot of things left to do. And so the daily events that are going on, limited time ship event. upgrade your ships to gain strength. And so it looks like they're very similar to Marvel Strike Force. There's going to be different events that are running at different times so that you can kind of push your progression and maybe shift what you focus on for that day. But we're progressing some of these naturally, so I'm just going to go ahead and continue progressing through. I think we're going to look for level 1 hostiles. Maybe it was level 1 or above hostiles. Day was rather problematic today, to be honest. Self-employment is rough. Oh, Angel. What kind of self-employment? Hopefully it clears out. I know that self-employment is definitely not for the faint of heart. There's ups and downs to it, but hopefully everything kind of works out how it should. So we're going to attack a few of these. It does give us, it looks like, XP as we beat them. We want to keep an eye on our health down here. We can always recall and repair or revive before we get too low. And then we're making progress in the first contact event as well. Keep it up and you'll make a name for yourself. All right, so we're kind of clearing out some of these. I think I'm going to do one more. That should, I think, be enough to progress this a little bit. We had another level 1 one pop up, so I'm going to take that one. This should be easy. It gives a few resources for each one that you take down. I think we get a few, yeah, we get a few resources for each that we take down. Defeat a hostile level 2 or higher. And so that, go ahead and do that one. Is there a Discord link? Yeah, so exclamation point Discord. But Angel, you said I hope so, but I'll take off for the rest of the day. Doesn't help if I can't focus. Yeah, that's true. Looking forward to Arishem later and just relax here with you in chat. I appreciate it. We will jump back over to Marvel Snap, and we're excited for Arishem. I'm thinking that maybe he's going to be stronger than what people anticipate. When are we hopping back on Snap? About 30 minutes. So maybe it's like 35 minutes. I want to see those brews you have. Yeah, about 35 minutes. It's going to be plenty of time before Arishem releases. But once we jump back on, I'm going to be running some like stuff that's relatively overpowered until Arishem releases. Yeah, just about 30 more minutes. We're going to see how far we can get. If we can end up unlocking the second ship, that's the second like metric that's measured for like the potential success of the sponsored segment. And so if you guys are playing, that's a second one that they're looking at, seeing how many people hit. And it's definitely something that is light enough that I think would be fun to like play in between Snap, especially if the meta gets in a place where it's not really incredibly viable. Ooh, 35k for the upgrade. We're gonna start. We're gonna do these lower end ones for a little bit. The other ones seem a little bit expensive for what I'm unlocking. Sorry, new to your streams? No, you're fine. You're completely fine, Ranch Room. So this is the ad or sponsored portion of the stream. It is Star Trek Fleet Command. It is a like civilization or colony building style game where you're progressing your different resources and units to make progression. As you do that, you're completing missions. You're able to pull in different officers for your ships. And the different officers will give you different like benefits, powers, and they have a synergy with each other if they're from like the same ship or the show. And so then you can take on more powerful enemies, more powerful opponents to be able to unlock additional resources to upgrade faster. And so it's one that there's always a lot of different things that are going on. There's a lot to do. And so far, it hasn't felt like I've at any point just have been like waiting for the timers to go. And so if you do try it out, if you download it from the link that's just above or exclamation point star, the more people that try it out and enjoy it or just make some progress in it, the more helpful it is for my channel. It helps support me. So reaching level 5 is almost the equivalent of subbing to the channel. And so for those that can't necessarily support in like either Prime subs or any other way, but they want to give back, trying out this game is a free way to see. And if it's something you like, that's a bonus. But it's a free way to help give back and support the channel. All right, so we have that one in progress. That's a 30-minute one. I kind of want to, or it's a 20-minute one. I think I'm going to do we have 21 15-minute speed increases. So we're going to, instead of being bogged down by some of these early ones, we're going to push and use some of our upgrades where we can. And so that gives us Dock B. So we should be able to assign a new ship. And to assign a new ship, we'll have to build it. And for that, we need the blueprints, which I thought we unlocked one of the blueprints. But maybe I was wrong. Ooh, it needs a higher shipyard, maybe? So let's see the details of this. Blueprints available 0 out of 10. You can get additional ones by destroying hostiles. Maybe that's where we push. Well, I can't play the game because I have my laptop. So it's also on. So it's on both mobile and PC. And so if you wanted to on the PC, you can, but it's entirely up to you. Notes, no research. And so we need Les, you said not research for this one? Because in the research, we'd have to look at the next one. We'd have to fast upgrade it. But we can upgrade our operations center. And so level 12 is our third kind of checkpoint. But I feel like that'll take a little while. Getting the second ship shouldn't take too incredibly long. I think under this one, common tier, ranked 1, get additional blueprints. I guess we go and fight hostiles and see if we are able to generate them. I'm going to look at this and our ship rewards to see if maybe we have made enough progression that maybe we unlock some. I played, let's see. You said I got too invested in Snap and had to uninstall it. I was almost collection complete, but I haven't played in months. Now I only watch TLSG and Regis. Ranshum, I appreciate it. It's definitely one of those that it can be unhealthy. It's like Call of Duty. If you play it too much, it can be to the point where it's just an unhealthy game, and adds like extra stress that you don't need. And so if you are able to identify that, that's big on you. And I'm glad that you were able to uninstall it, but you can still enjoy like the content from some of the other creators. So maybe we'll unlock this one. We'll research. I'm not sure if the hostiles are like these little ships here, or if it's like progressing through these different areas. Cursor, you said I get basically the same enjoyment after watching TLSG and Regis. Yeah, and you can, a lot of the creators, you can tell that it's a very stressful game, especially if you're pushing for like the higher end of like competitive, so higher end on the ladder. And I try not to let that like bog me down or get me down. Cursor, you said I play too much and I'm off like almost 5,000 collection level and just get crushed by all the cards. It might be what. Yeah, sometimes it's just easier to watch, but if it's something that you enjoy, just slowly playing it at your own pace can be big as well. All right, so retrieve the artifact. I think we need to probably add to your crew by recruiting skilled officers from across the galaxy. So we already accidentally figured that one out as well. So the next one is, so I'm going to I'm going to recall this one so that we can heal it once it gets back to base while we complete the new officer one. So it wants us to do this. We'll go ahead and open 3. Since we can, we'll go ahead and skip it. Close to Riker, and then close to another potential tier up for Troy as well. All right, we do have enough for one more. I'll go ahead and spin for 1. And then we do get Riker. So we'll take a look at him, see if he is an upgrade to what we already have. And if so, then we'll switch him out. Crew members can be assigned to the ship. All right. And so since we're at home, we can repair. It takes about 5 minutes, which we can fast upgrade anything below 5. Let's see. So we have Crusher. Oh, wait, what? So is this like the main crew and this one is sub crew? Interesting. And so you get more slots as you continue to upgrade. I think the first 3 look at that synergy the closest. But we'll go ahead and confirm and add him in. And then we'll see. All right, and since we have leveled up, I think I'm going to push for, let's see. Upgrade the station's operation building will allow me to perform more advanced scans on the artificial intelligence. So that way we can look more in depth at the different things that we're facing up against. We already have this, so we'll go ahead and collect it. We get some more parasteel. Does the game have any form of music? I thought it did. Let me see if I accidentally turned it off. Because I hear the sound effects, but I don't hear the music. Let's go back to our settings. And under general, oh. It's been a while, but we accidentally turned it off. Marvel Snap music usually hits. It does. I like that they're changing it with each of the new seasons, because it's always interesting to see what they end up coming up with. I accidentally turned it off earlier, I guess. But, so we have the new officer we can unlock, or I guess promote, is Riker. And we are generating a decent amount of those resources. But I also wanted to work on leveling her up with them, because getting to 5 and 10 were different requirements for one of the field trainings. We have a couple of items. We have the PvE chest, which we get from exploring and destroying other ships. Search for the Klingon trader. I think we should be able to do some of these pretty easily. We have a couple of upgrades in the officer now that we can get. So, okay, by hitting level 5 with her, it unlocked, we had already progressed these, so we're able to claim all of them up to that last one now, which is big. Now we just need to get her to 10 to get the Latinium. That also allows us to get a few unlocks towards these two, Pike and Mario. So we're going to go ahead and take this one on. We'll make a little bit more progress. See if we can get to the point where we have like a blueprint to build a second ship. That would be like my secondary goal. That's what we're pushing for next. So we can see the rewards from the different choices. This one to upgrade our ship more with the different pieces. This one, we're going to let him go. What's the iconic laundry basket up to now? The iconic laundry basket has been shifted over and is being used as my daughter's like toy basket. So that's what we pick up and have her toys stored in each night. And so it's moved on to serve a higher purpose. One day we may get it back, but right now, yeah, it's with her. We receive more officers each time we upgrade the academy. Okay, so that's what kind of prompts it to give me more options, was when I upgraded the academy. Atom Bomb, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. We're finishing up our sponsored segment for today, which is Star Trek Fleet Command, which is a civilization building style game that's been pretty fun to jump into and explore at least the early stages of it, or like the early game play of it. And so it's definitely been fun to try out so far. Travel to the Federation outpost. And I'm assuming it's here, but there is so much going on this map. And we're not even, we're just a little small blip in it so far. There's always time. There's always time to make a little progress. Let's go ahead and set course for this one, because I think that's what it's pushing us towards. And then while we're queuing up that and traveling there, let's go ahead and push a few more upgrades. I'm going to upgrade. We need shield modulation to 3. For that, we need that upgraded. Can't build those for a little bit. All right. So we may be almost to a point where we can't upgrade with research anymore. I think we may be at a halting point until we upgrade a few different things. Oh, we can do hull density further to increase the ship strength or health. Let's go ahead and we'll do that one. Pretty expansive game. Yeah, it looks like there's a lot going on with like how far you can travel and move, which would make sense for Star Trek, right? It would make sense for that to be the case.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Nuremo, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Thank you so much for the support. That puts us at 8 for the day, which is so huge. Atom Bomb, you said never been into Star Trek. I haven't. I've always been more of a Star Wars person, except for some of the like older stuff. I've seen a few episodes of Star Trek, but I never like sat down and tried to watch all of it to see if it was something that I would get into. I love the videos. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoy them and that you found the stream. Hopefully you enjoy the stream as well. It's very much similar vibes, but sometimes we have sponsored segments like this. And on Snap, a lot of times I get distracted interacting with you guys, but overall, incredibly fun time. All right, let's see the rewards on this one. We can either get 3, or 3. We're gonna lie about the intentions. So I haven't seen very many of the new Star Wars ones. So I haven't seen Acolyte. The last new one that I watched, I think, was Book of Boba Fett. So that was maybe a year or two ago now. Thanks for the Pixie Perfect deck. First time I've had success with a streamer deck, and it's wicked fun. Stixel, thank you so much for trying it out. I'm glad that it worked for you, because not all decks are going to be a right fit for everybody. But I am glad that that one kind of fit what you're able to play, and it was successful for you. Acolyte got destroyed. Yeah, that I know. I know it absolutely got destroyed. And so I saw a lot of like strife between that and Star Wars fans. New Star Wars equals trash. I know that that's yeah. It may be that they're just trying to do too much now, that it takes away from like how cohesive the first few felt. All right, so we can collect this one. I think this mission should maybe guide us into unlocking our second ship, potentially. Is everyone excited to go against Hawk every game? I'm very excited. I'm hoping that I can find ways to win against that. That's going to be obviously your biggest issue or potential counter. And so if we can find a way to go into that one well, then I think I'm excited to try it out. Okay, so we can't attack target not in the same system. Okay. We have to... Maybe we have to return home. Let's look at the galaxy view. Right now we're here. I think these are setting... I think the missions are in 2 potentially. So we'll switch over to this one to complete these. I think that's what it's needing us to do. But that's assuming. So I'm going to have 2 as potential like redundancy pieces. One in either Shang-Chi or an Enchantress, and then one in like Rogue or the other one, or Enchantress or Shang-Chi. One, like between those 3, I'll have 2 built in, and so I'm hoping that there's enough for us to find a way to overcome the plethora of Hawk decks that we're going to see. Do you think the Pixie and an Arishem deck could? I think it could make for some very crazy games. Yeah. I thought we already set course. There we go. So we're already here. Did you prepare decks in advance? Yeah, I have one. One primary one that I think I'm going all in on. I think it's going to be like the most chance for it to be cohesive. So I have one that I've built out that I think will run well. Twitch Turbo and Discord Nitro are suspiciously similar names. I'm wondering which one. I wonder which one came first. One of the Arishem plans is run a lot of tech cards. Yeah, I'm running a lot of tech cards. Or you just go and lean into the full RNG and just go with like Quinjet, those sort of cards. And so it'll be interesting to see which one works, which one's the most optimal. Yeah, if that one doesn't work, then we'll have to, we'll pivot. And I have some like general or loose ideas for other builds. But I'm thinking going against the RNG is the direction we go. Yeah, yeah, I'm not including Blink because it's just so random. You might get just the worst outcome you could imagine. Let's go with the increased ship rewards for the right one. All right, so we're going to go ahead and destroy the Federation vessel. Keep progressing. We're looking for that second ship. We have the dock ready. We just don't have a blueprint to build quite yet. So we do have our 10-minute chest back up that we just claim from time to time, giving us a decent, like, little bit of extra resources each time we claim it. I'm going to use the keys to get him, hopefully. So right now I have 3 keys. If I need to grab a 4th, I will. Yeah, I'm not expecting, like, especially right off the bat, I'm not expecting him to be perfectly competitive, but I think over time we'll see him head that direction. So our research here is done. We're still about 9 minutes away from our next Operations Center upgrade. Thoughts on running Mystique to get a cheap second blob? I think looking at complete synergy is going to be tough because the odds of drawing both of those cards would be, I think, would be a lot less likely than, because then for Mystique you're probably going to have to get blob to make it effective in that deck, and the odds of seeing both in that order might be less than stellar. Arishem will be meta in our hearts. I mean, it could be. It could synergize as well. So it may end up being, but in my head, we don't see it often enough. But of course, everybody's just theory crafting this point. We don't know. We don't know exactly what that looks like. Galaxy Warrior, welcome in. You're catching the tail end of our sponsored segment, and then we'll jump back over into Snap before the release of Arishem. And so today we're playing Star Trek Fleet Command, or for the sponsored portion, we're playing Star Trek Fleet Command, which is a civilization colony building style game where you're able to interact with the different officers of the game. You have several different ships, avatars, a lot of customization that that you can use and utilize as you play through the game. And I know that with the show's return, they're doing different missions and events from season 2 and 3. And so there's some cool tie-ins, similar to what they do in Marvel Snap. Similar tie-ins that can kind of link the two different things together. Research the ship, acquire blueprints for it, and build it. So we need the blueprints, but we haven't been able to find the blueprints yet, unfortunately. So I'm thinking if we continue progressing, we may be able to to find the blueprints that we need. Our ship is somewhat low power. Let's jump into this system. And it's looking for level 5 or above, which I don't see any. And once we get a second one, we can set it out to mine different resources for us. That way we always have one that's collecting resources. I don't see any level 5s here, so we're going to go back to... Doma is where we're setting course to next. That's where we'll head to. Doma. If I can support you through downloading this game, I'll do it. Since I've always wanted to sub but couldn't. Galaxy Warrior. So hitting the different checkpoints on the game helps support the channel. And so the first one is Operations Center level 5, which takes about 20 minutes. The second one is unlocking a second ship, which should be around an hour and a half, 2 hours. And each of those helps support the channel. The further you go, the more support that it provides for me. And so you said what else is in the cache? Which one? Oh, the Hercules and Black Swan. Yeah, I need to pull all 3. So it's definitely I'm needing 4 keys this week probably. The Hefty Messiah. Welcome back, the Hefty Messiah. I didn't see your chat, but I see someone responding to you. I hope they're trying to balance that cache because Arishem is going to be so good. I personally want to unlock Hercules to try him. I think he'll be fun in some like move stuff. And there's a lot of potential mind games you can play with that style of deck. So it looks like we're warping to this location to be able to progress. We can quick upgrade our Operation Center to level 6. The third check is level 12 for the Operation Center. We can go ahead and start upgrading the shipyard further. And then Operation 6 should allow us to do a lot of like cool upgrades like the Titanium. I think we can get another one, which allows us to start upgrading and generating more resources. Did you say sub supports you more or less than playing Fleet Command? So the first checkpoint supports me about the same as a sub. Actually, a little bit more than a sub. The second checkpoint helps me a lot. It's a lot more than a sub, probably closer to 3 subs. And then the last one is like 5 to 10 subs. I'm going to grind while watching the stream so I can support it. I appreciate it, Galaxy Warrior. And then the widget will be live even whenever we switch back to Snap. So when you hit those different metrics or those different checkpoints, your name will pop up on the stream. So we'll be able to see it. I thought it funny, Cozy Snap was recommending White Queen for Arishem decks, and it almost certainly pulls Arishem 7/7. I could see it in the mirror match, yes. Cursory Comb, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Galaxy Warrior. Huge support coming in. So I think White Widow is going to be good, but just not for mirrors. I think mirrors are going to be an entirely different beast. So you're thinking of it just from like that mirror match standpoint, which I think he's probably thinking of it more from like an overall meta standpoint. Like if you match into whatever. One of TLSG's underappreciated abilities is being able to pronounce everyone's name so well. There's some. I try my best. There's some that I absolutely do not get correct, but I always try to if I can. So right now we only have two builders. I think we'll wait on this one as we're getting a few kind of quicker queues. But we do get a little bit for reaching level 6. I think that also makes milestone progress as well. Getting a little bit closer to unlocking Kirk. So we have the research unlocked. W's, man, I try. I try where I can. This would take shield module. We need the titanium up to 3. That we're still waiting 6 minutes, so I'm going to use a couple of the 1 minute things to finish that one up so we can quick upgrade one of our other ones. All right, so we upgraded that. We can now do this one, which should be a free upgrade because it's below that 5-minute range. We should all start giving TLSG uncommon / difficult words to pronounce and see how he does. You'd be trying my abilities for sure. Alright, so we have 40 minutes before that one can quick upgrade. I think that's what we need before we can do the shield module, is the research and development. No, we can go ahead and queue that one. Let's free this one up. Yeah, the second upgrade or like upgrade building unlock, I think definitely helps with that early game progression if it's something that you're enjoying. I did purchase 2 things. One would be the extra researcher, and then the other was the extra builder. So I think those help that early game progression if it's something that you do enjoy playing. But you can also play it for free. It's a free to play game. It's just there are options to spend if you do enjoy it and want to like unlock progress faster. Angel, I have a very hard word for TLSG. It's like a tongue breaker. For those who are not German, if you send it, I'll give it my best shot. Have you tried the new Chick-fil-A sandwich, the maple pepper bacon one? I haven't. Is it good? Additional power, so upgrading the officers, which I think we. Let's see, the mission was complete. Let's go ahead and collect this one. Relocation token. Oh, so we can relocate within the system or galaxy that we're in. Upgrade shipyard to 4. That one's in progress, so we're good there. Oh. Angel, that is a I'm not even sure where to begin with that one. It's Shortchin? It's Shortchin would be my best guess. Hopefully you're not making me say something non-appropriate in a foreign language. I'll be a good person and hold off as long as I can before putting the Hawk in my deck. But once an Arishem enjoyer hits me with some PM, then it's on. I appreciate it, the Hefty Messiah. You give them some time to have fun, but once they start ruining it, it's over for everybody. Oh, don't worry, the translation is squirrel. Okay. So we have another recruit, which We have most of these already at least unlocked. We can look for upgrading them, but I'm not sure that that's where we focus. Let's go ahead and level up. Oh, we have to recall to be able to level up. All right. Don't worry, a lot of people struggle with the word, and it's not even the hardest one I have. All right, so we're warping back home so that we can upgrade. Our officers. Galaxy, where you're installing, I appreciate it. And hopefully you enjoyed as well. So far, it's been really fun. It hasn't been like there's been any like really big downtime in between any of the upgrades or anything that I've noticed so far. And so hopefully it's something that you enjoy playing too. All right, let's go ahead and repair the ship, and then we're going to work on our upgrades. Oh, no. Let's assign the officers. So we can level her up, but that's going to to get to level 10, I think is going to be rough. But it's one of the missions, so we'll kind of focus on it a little bit early anyways. And then it looks like we can probably level up the ship as well. I think we have enough resources. We can level it up too. Which gives us an overall strength increase. So let's do that a few times. Our max is 15 right now. We're gonna go ahead and go all in on it. Ooh, the tier is 16 minutes. And we have to wait for it to finish before we can go out on any other missions. All right, let's take a look at some of the rewards. I may end up using another fast upgrade on that. A little bit of officer XP. The next one would be build Orion Corvette via the ship's menu. Needs shipyard level 5. Ooh, but we do have the 15 blueprints. Nice. So is this right now it's level 4. We need R&D up, which is already in progress, and then we can work on our second ship. I wasn't sure if we were going to make it, but I think we kind of pushed for that second ship real fast as we're winding down the sponsored segment. So let's go with a 10-minute that'll allow us to finish it for free, pushing the R&D to 5. And then we can do shipyard up. Then I'm also going to do 2 10s on this one. We have plenty of upgrades, like 46 times, 36 times. So I think I'm okay spending a few of them. A lot of times I end up saving or holding resources for way too long. But, all right, so we can now build our second ship. Go ahead and build it. 47 minutes. We'll do it. We're actually going to... I think we can just let that one out. Ranshum. Okay, I'm back on my PC. Welcome back, Ranshum. Warp 8 engaged. Welcome in, Zahn. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. We're making some decent progress. We are in the process of unlocking our second ship, which is the second kind of milestone for the sponsored ag segment. And if you haven't seen it, we're playing Star Trek Fleet Command. You caught the tail end of it, so we're almost done. But you can build different ships. There are new ships that unlock over time. So I think the Hesperian cruiser Monavine was the last one that was released, and so they're adding content alongside like the new season release, the new show. And so I think it's a pretty cool opportunity, especially if you are a Star Trek fan, to be kind of engaged and involved in that kind of world. But I am going to go ahead and I'm going to upgrade this. I'm checking on, I want to make sure that we got the full 2-hour sponsor segment before we switch back over to Snap. And so we're going to do a 30 and a 10, and then we'll be able to have our second ship. So that one would be our second marker. Operations Center level 12 is our third one. Let me make sure that I've hit all of the metrics. Now we have 6 more minutes. 6 more minutes to be able to switch back. And so we'll go till 12:10. And then we'll be back to the Marvel Snap content. Enjoying some Mill bully some people? Yeah, I enjoy Mill. It's kind of a mean deck, but for whatever reason, I love the decks that are just mean. We do have a second ship. Let's see if we can assign it to the second dock. And that one starts at strength 401. And we'll be able to assign separate officers. Can we reassign? No. Okay. We can't reassign the same ones. So let's see, which ones haven't we? I'm not sure if any of them synergize with the other. Because I'm not familiar enough with the show. I think Crusher is the only other one we haven't. And so we'll do that for now. That way we have just a... That way we have some that are in place. We have a second ship that can go and do like mining. That way we can gather resources while we're kind of away from the game and not actively playing. But we'll collect a few more of our resources. And for everybody that joined and stayed for the sponsored portion, I appreciate you guys being here. Hopefully it looks like something that could be fun on your end. It's definitely something that I'll kind of play around with in a little bit of downtime. I think just completing some of these missions makes some really fast progress so far. And so I think interacting with the Star Trek world is kind of something that would be cool to do. Angel, you said I think I'm going to play a bit of Snap before the wave arrives. Yeah, the wave of Arishem I think is going to be pretty big. I don't think people are expecting him to be super strong, but I think they're expecting him to be really common because of his fun factor. All right, let's go ahead and upgrade this one. We'll upgrade our academy as well. But I don't think we're going to be ready to upgrade the operation. No, we would need shipyard leveled up. For that is research, and for that academy. Okay. So we'll go ahead and queue that, and I'll do some of these in the background after we switch off too. Let's see if there's anything for this that we can start upgrading. Since we upgraded the R&D, we can now get increased base production speed. So that would always be nice to have. We'll go ahead and ask for help. We'll queue that one up. I skipped the season in Marvel Snap. Any tips on catching up? Try not to fall into FOMO. The last 2 cards, you're in luck. Were pretty uneventful. So Makari and Fastos. But just like there's the decks that were good before are still good for the most part. I wouldn't get caught up on needing the newest or fanciest thing. I'm going to queue this one up just because we can. We're going to have some downtime in between when we end the sponsor segment and go on to something else or go back to Snap. And so I'm going to queue up some longer research times. It looks like we have them all in place. This one is currently tiering up, and we can upgrade our ship a little bit. I would say just play what you're enjoying. So if you played Silver Surfer before, play that. The meta is in a place where it's pretty open. It can do some, like you can, there's a lot of decks that are viable. And so I'm really enjoying Mill, which used to never be a possibility. And so that's what I've been playing a lot of. And so find something that you enjoy playing. That'll make your transition back as you unlock those missing pieces so much easier. All right, and so I'm gonna actually set this up for a tier upgrade. Since we are going to, you can only tier upgrade 1 ship at a time. Okay, never mind. We're not gonna do that. And so this one's actually, I think, stronger than our other ship, right? And our other ship has the synergy team on it. So maybe once this one's done, maybe I reassign to get more power onto our battleship versus this one, which is not the battleship. It didn't require the battleship upgrades. But for you guys that hung out for the Star Trek portion, what did you guys think? Are you new to the game? Or some of you I know were veterans and have been here for a while. Hopefully you enjoyed watching the ad segment portion or the sponsored portion. But it is gonna be time. I'm gonna make sure that it's fully gone. We're claiming some rewards that we have queued up. I think we're actually close to unlocking Kirk, right? We've had several of his pieces from the events. You're a veteran? Les, I did notice, and just you being here and helping with the little bit of guidance was very much appreciated. Never heard of it. Fun watching you play, though. Very chill. I agree. It's definitely a very chilled game. It looks like there's a lot to do. There's always different missions you can be pushing for, and different events that you can be making progress towards. And so it feels like there's always something that you're going to be able to look forward to. And so for Kirk, I think we do have Kirk unlocked now, which is nice. Let's go ahead and I'm going to assign him to our second ship before we abandon. And I think we're going to make him captain. Regardless, I think he deserves to be captain. He's not as strong, but I'm not sure the ordering really affects it much. We're going to put him as captain. We are going to end the sponsored segment. I'm going to double check, make sure the timer has been met. And then if you guys want to continue playing the game, it is any progress that you make for 8 days. The next 8 days will go towards the overall sponsorship success. And so if you are here and you're playing it, then one, I appreciate it. I appreciate the support. It's a way to give back to the stream, because the more progress you make, the better the sponsorship goes over, the more I get in return. And so you guys just being here and helping support the channel and being such a wholesome community has made this first sponsor we've done incredibly easy to do. Yeah, definitely not a bad game. Very chill. And especially if you love the Star Trek universe, that's definitely one that I think resonates or could resonate pretty well. But we're going to run a quick ad break as I make the changes and switches over to Snap. We'll change the titles and things like that. I would watch you play whatever. I appreciate it, Atom Bomb. Very much so appreciate it, because I don't feel like I'm super charismatic, but I do love that you guys are here and you're incredibly supportive. We're gonna run a quick ad break. I think that's the first time I've ever been called wholesome. So we're gonna run the ads and I'll switch over to Snap. All right, so we'll exit out here. We'll make the transition over. Then we'll load up some Marvel Snap. We'll be back to our original, our OG game. But I thought, as far as the sponsorship goes,
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed playing through it. It was very easy. There was a lot going on, but it was easy to kind of take in. Foster, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate having you here. Love the support. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Good to see you back. It's good to be back. It has felt phenomenal making the transition back to Snap, and it could have easily been that there wasn't an audience here for when I returned, and so it's been very humbling and wholesome. And it looks like, is that Empath? Empath, thank you so much for, it looks like you reached level 5 in the game using my unlock code. And so any progress you make over the next 8 days towards those requirements of the second ship, the level 12, those will help go towards being a successful sponsorship segment. And so definitely, I'm going to be continuing to playing, see if I can hit that level 12 progress afterwards, playing like in my downtime at night, just queuing up the different upgrades and things like that. But absolutely appreciate the support. Let's go. We're still in the waiting room. We're going to change the category back. Marvel Snap. And then we'll be back in. We'll be snapping. All right. Zahn, you said I watched a lot of your YouTube, but fairly new to your stream. Glad to be here. I'm glad that you're here too. It's a very similar vibe, but different at the same time. There's a lot more ums and ahs and like downtime in between the games, but it's still very like positive. So we're actually going to queue into a few matches. I'm running one of the decks that I think is probably the strongest deck in the game, and that is the Mockingbird Sasquatch stuff. It doesn't completely get shut down by Mobius, and it can just do a lot of power and a lot of flexible plays. It's almost frustrating how good it is. I won my first match because Ego allowed me to win. Angel, Ego willed it to be so. Always trust in Big Dan Chaos. Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. The notification should go off here in just a second.
Hey,
but I appreciate
welcome.
the
It took
support.
you long
Appreciate
enough.
having you here. I'm actually going to move the Star Trek thing here. Then let's move the alert. We're going to put that above Star Trek so that it'll pop up over. No more of that treacherous Cersei. What, in this build? No, I think Cersei's good. But in this build, it's looking much more into like the Angela Athena engine with some high power swings of like Sage, Iron Man, and then Juggernaut surprisingly steals a lot of games. I'm going to go ahead and skip here. I'm not confident that they don't have a lane changing card. So the alliances. So Galaxy. So I made an alliance, and then we didn't have anybody that joined it. So I deleted it and joined a bigger one. And so right now we don't have one. And then for Snap, I do plan on creating an alliance when it launches. But it just... I actually think maybe we don't do Mysterio since there are squirrels out. There's a 25 limit on players that can join, which is kind of the unfortunate thing. I'm here to wait for Arishem. Me too. That's the reason I'm here. And then Cool KG 2009. Thank you so much for coming back. I remember you from when I was streaming several months ago, and so I'm glad to see that you're still here, still enjoying the game, and still incredibly positive. You said, happy to see you back. I returned to the game last week and have climbed from 10 to 93. Yep, that first climb is... it feels so good, that first climb. And so from there, you kind of jump into like your normal post-infinite. But that first climb felt really good at like getting acclimated to the game again. I would love to invite you to mine. Yeah, I want to create one, but... Can we make Mockingbird's animation faster? I agree. I want to make my own, but at the same time, it's a little bit tough on picking just 25 people. And so I don't know. I'm a little bit torn on it. And so I'm going to go Athena and Nocturne. And then on the last turn, it looks like an Iron Man plus Kitty Pryde to bring it home. Crazy Lewis, nice to see you back. TLSG just started playing again after a 3-month break. This time as free to play. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully you enjoy your grind, Crazy Lewis. I'm enjoying the game again, and so it's kind of, I don't know, reinvigorated what I enjoyed about Snap the first time. And so glad that you're back and that you're enjoying it. And then Tay the Great, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. We switched back over to Snap, and the support is going wild. I appreciate you guys. Hopefully you all are having a great day. And I'm glad to see you guys here. I think we're going to push for the left. We have the Athena that's going to scale, the Nocturne, Iron Man to push it a little bit higher. Then we have a lot of power in this right lane as well. I'm not going to snap on it just yet, though. Someone should gather all Snap background music together. It's awesome. Yeah, so It's an unfortunate change, but it's also fine. Because they didn't play over here. No, it's not fine. We lose. We lose the point differential. Ah, unfortunate. Yeah, there's... I don't remember what season it was. It may have been the Baron Zemo season. The music was absolutely killer. Like, as I was editing videos, like I realized I just had it playing on repeat in my head. He said after my 8-month break from the game. Yeah, so they're doing a lot better about... Yeah, we have the hype train going from all the Prime subs. Switch back to Snap, and then the support is just flooding. Arishem Thanos Lockjaw is wild. That's you might hit some good stuff, but you don't know what you're going to rotate into. If you're leaning into like that full RNG, absolutely. Absolutely go for it at that point. Zon Aster, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well.
Hey,
that puts us at almost to the next level of the hype train. We're halfway through this level. And so thank you for the support as well. That pushes us to 13 for the day. But cool. It does seem like they're doing a lot better job of balancing new card releases. And so I don't know of a single card that's been released in the last like 3 months since I've been back that just feels broken. Mockingbird's really strong, but it doesn't feel like an OG Loki that just dominates the entire game and makes it unfun for anything else. So Gladiator comes down, pulls our Sage. Unfortunately, that does get destroyed, but I think it's fine. So we have the Mysterio for next turn. That'll discount our Sasquatch and our Mockingbird. Maybe we should have played it last turn. I'm going to do the Mysterio. Arthena won't proc, but getting a 0 power Mysterio in that left lane saves us from a potential like Red Guardian. Like there's... So would that be the Red Guardian then? Kitty Pride Gladiator. I'm willing to stick it out. It could be the Red Guardian into the Athena. Have you seen data mines of the new keyword? A little bit. Yeah, there's the Red Guardian. We should have done the Mysterio first last turn. That's all right. I've seen like what the name is and kind of what it in general entails. So activate being like a click to activate type of ability, which I think is really cool way to like have some skill expression added into the game, or some additional skill expression that is. So we may be cooked. Angel with the 5 gifted. That definitely pushes the hype train up to that next level. Thank you so much for the support. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. We love all of the positivity that we have in this community. And so if you got a gifted sub from Angel, make sure to give them a thanks in chat. You're what makes this this stream and me creating content possible. Dodge feels strong, man. Maybe you'll get the next one. All right, so we can do something like Ravona Morph that gives us 1 space to like move a card over. I don't think it's perfect. We could also be looking at hoping to dodge like a Doc Ock here, because this looks like a light. Maybe it's like a Loki mill style. So the Snow Guard into Blink into Loki. So it is a Loki mill style. We need to keep the train going. Your gifted pushes us up to level 3, and it's 76% of the way through it. So what deck is OP? What deck is like what are they using? And then Les, welcome back. Hopefully you're having a fantastic time. Yeah, Arishem's going to be in an hour and a half, and we are really excited to test him out. If we could move Athena over here, that'd be fantastic. So we morphed into their Mysterio. They morphed into our cards. I'm not sure that we really ever find a way to bring this one home. Like, this would be our best bet. Well, no. This would be our best bet, but they have our cards. And so they likely have Juggernaut, which makes this lane really risky. We could also push to try to do a Juggernaut, but I think the last time... There's no need to bring Miss Marvel into this. No need to bring Miss Marvel into this. Nah, they're fine. I was going to see if they would do it one more time. I think they left. So the Red Guardian, we should have reversed the order, Mysterio and then Thena, and that would have given us a better fighting chance. So we misplayed the order a little bit, knowing that Red Guardian is pretty common, and that was on me. And then Dark Moo, I see that you used the exclamation point star. That was the sponsored ad segment. Ranshum, thank you so much for the cheer, for the bits. I appreciate it. Hopefully you're having a fantastic time. I appreciate the support. But if you follow the link for Star Trek, if you haven't played the game before, reaching a couple of different metrics help the channel out and help support me and my content. So the first one is reach level 5, which takes around 20 minutes. The next one takes about an hour and a half to unlock the second ship. In Star Trek, what is the ask for help as you're upgrading? So ask for help will allow your alliance members or your alliance teammates to help reduce the time that the upgrade takes. And so I think depending on the alliance level and how big it is, the amount that it actually impacts the rate will vary. But just Chi-Man coming in with the 5 gifted as well. Huge support. Pushing the hype train up another level. Bringing it to, I think level 4 is what that should end up being now. Yeah, level 3 is completed. We're on to a level 4 hype train. Huge support. Just Ichi, thank you so much. I'm really glad to have you. But it helps reduce, the ask help for help reduces the amount of time that the upgrade takes. And you're able to help out the other members. And so if you got a gifted sub from Ichi-Man, make sure to give them a thanks in the chat. And then Ranshum with the second cheers. We can't even play, you guys. Just too much positivity flowing around. I appreciate the cheers. Huge support coming in. I think we almost do something like, I kind of want to do Morph, but maybe we wait until next turn. I'm going to do Iron Man to the right. Dodge it again. People sad. I mean, stick around long enough. You may get caught yet. There may be a chance. We're making it out of the office with this one. Yeah, we are. We are absolutely making it out of the office. You're 5 gifted, and the cheers push the hype train almost up to level 5, which I don't know the highest I've gotten, but level 5 is probably close. So huge support from you guys. Thank you so much. On turn 5, we have to play all cards over here, which is a little unfortunate. I would rather do like Mysterio and some stuff like that. So I think I'm just going to do Sasquatch. Next turn, we could do Morph, Juggernaut, Kitty Pryde as a way to kind of protect this Wong lane. I don't think that'd be the Wong decision. How's your impression of the Star Trek game? Missed the stream. So I like it. Level 5, 8%. So on my end, it says level 4, Angel. I wasn't I wasn't trying to bait you guys. For mine, it says level 4. Let's see. I'll show you guys. I'm not I wasn't trying to troll you. Let's see. I have to find the screen. So right here, level 4. I believe you that it's level 5, but I just didn't see it on my screen. Oh, I mean, that was what the highest was. Gotcha. Okay, that makes more sense. All right, so I think the Juggernaut in the left lane clears out a potential Silver Surfer. And then Morph, Kitty Pryde would be kind of a gamble. Ranshum with the 100-bit cheers. It's Arishem hype. We are... thank you for the 20-bit message hype. It is the hype for Arishem's release for sure. I'm going to go Juggernaut. I think we could potentially lose this depending on what they play and where. But we'll see. The Juggernaut in the left lane definitely helps depending on what they were wanting to do. And then Absorbing Man actually hit a second Juggernaut in the right lane, which is interesting. The Hazmat into Odin. Oh, we stacked the Odin for him. It didn't trigger an obscene number of times, so we still can pull it out just barely with the positive 2 in the right lane.
Victory.
You said I've never bought bits, and I'm enjoying this way too much.
It took you long enough.
Renshum, I appreciate it. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. And then Les, How's it going? I see your highlighted message. Watch out, it can get addictive quick. Yeah, don't get addicted to the bits, but I do appreciate seeing you enjoy using them. And then JJ Harris, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. That does push us up to Hype Train level 5. And so the highest that we've been is, we're actually a little bit over the highest we've been. Level 5, 8% was the highest we've been. This is level 5, 14%. And so we're just a little bit over that that limit. So thank you guys for all of the support. This is wild. You guys, we switched back to Snap and you guys came in huge. I was here. You were absolutely here, Renshum. You were helping support it with the bits. Yeah, the bits help with the hype train, and then subs help as well. And so you were definitely contributing to the hype for sure. We're top 400? Yeah, we're top 400 infinite. Yesterday, I think I peaked at like top 250. And then I had a little bit of a tilt session yesterday, and so it went down a little bit. Let's go ahead and play. I'll play the Real Mysterio in mid. That'll give us a free Mockingbird to use. We can play it into deep space so that we don't have to worry. Yeah, so yesterday evening I was playing a couple of different decks and I lost like 4 or 5 big 4 or 8 cubers in a row. And at that point I decided it was time to call it a night and that we would just continue the grind the next day. And so a cheap Sasquatch is nice. I think Sasquatch to the left to make sure we're below Shang-Chi range over there. And then Mockingbird to the right. We do have Juggernaut and Sage. We're going to look to use most of our... oh my goodness. Angel coming in with the 1000-bit cheer, which pushes us to halfway through level 5. I've never heard that sound effect, though. It was like a jungle themed. I appreciate the 1000 bits. You said, did I hear support? I got you. Everyone... who reads that, have a wonderful day. Enjoy the Arishem madness and stay safe. It's the calm before the storm right now. The Ebony Maw luck was good, yeah, for the Shanna. So they can still continue to play over here. But thank you again, Angel. And then Radar. We're not going to be able to play the game at all. Thank you so much for the 5 community gifted. If you picked up one of the gifted subs, make sure to thank Radar in the chat. Huge support, pushing us up. Yeah, we're definitely hyping it up. Pushing us up closer to hitting that potential full-time possibility or status. And so I appreciate the support. Thank you so much for being here. Renshum dodged it again. But that does push us up to... it said you're about to beat your last record. But... that pushes us to 24% of the way through level 6, which is wild. And then Renshum gets the gifted sub from Radar. Thank you for the overwhelming positivity. Our Juggernaut pushes their Khazar into deep space, so it's not effective for them, which is so funny to see. We can do something like Nocturne Ravona. I think we win the left lane regardless. So I think Nocturne Ravona, and then we're just looking to do a high power play on the last turn, potentially bring it the rest of the way home. Yo, just joined what I missed. Kinetic, you've missed so much positivity. We've had like 15, 16 gifted subs, something like that. We've had people throwing bits over here. We're on a level 6 hype train, which is the highest I've ever gotten. So you missed a fair bit. We're not gonna be able to win this one. Unfortunate, because they have the Iron Man that'll be here, which is big in Mindscape. So we'll retreat out of this one. Do I get a badge or no? I don't know how this works. I think you do once the hype train ends. I don't know for sure how the hype train works either, other than it's incredibly hyping up the Arishem launch.
Escaped.
You just need to refresh. Nice. Yeah, so right now you're showing as the second bit leader, and then you have do have the 1 month subscriber. And then Angel dropping the 1 month tier 1 gifted for Atom Bomb 357 as well. Huge support. Didn't get dodged that time. He didn't get dodged that time, Adam. And so no more being Sag. Mindscape is my least favorite location. Depending on what deck I'm running, you can play into it. But a lot of times it just ends up messing things up. And then Wodar, do you think you will enjoy Arishem? Seems fun, but not good. I think I'm going to enjoy Arishem quite a bit. I think people are either super hyped into him for being completely random, but I'm trying to... I think I'm going to try to build it where we mitigate the RNG or the randomness. And so with Angel's last gifted sub, it does push us to 51% of up to level 7 of the hype train, which is so crazy. I don't think we've seen above level 5 before now. It's hard to evaluate having instant ramp. Yeah, and it's really tough to evaluate how much of an impact that extra energy has and how bad the RNG could potentially be from the draw. Yeah, it's a party in chat today. We've had bits, we've had bit effects, we've had gifted subs, all kinds of wildness from when we switched back from our sponsored segment over to Snap. And so we're excited for the launch of Arishem for sure. Randomness is why I like Snap so much. And I think there's definitely several builds that you can push for that really lean into the potential randomness. And so like using Quinjet, using card generators can really help push your ability to just capitalize on those random cards you get, but I'm not sure how consistent that'll be. And so I think what I'm going to be aiming for is something a little bit more like looking to mitigate. We don't, in my build, we'll want to play as few of the random cards as possible. And Ranshum, your message got deleted? Oh. I'm hoping this is appropriate. Because this message was from Ranshum. It got deleted, but I'm going to relink it. Because any kind of links it, the bot is pretty strict on. The morph into the Infinite was massive too. And so it does look like our hype train is going to end at the level 6, 51%, which is absolutely fine. That's wild support. We could do something like Ravona Juggernaut. That allows us to do both Iron Man and Sage on the last turn. And I'm actually not sure that Juggernaut does us a whole lot of good here. I am going to do something like this. Yeah, we complete at level 6 with 52% of the way through. 23 total sub gifts and 1,220 bits. Thank you guys again for the massive support. You're absolutely making the stream a huge pleasure. So they lose their Ebony Blade and their Infinite. And we can do our Iron Man and potentially Sage. Iron Man doesn't pump the right lane an awful lot though. But we'll see if it's enough. And I heard the notification go off. Calibrex, thank you so much for downloading Star Trek, reaching Command Center level 5. That helps me out. It helps support the channel, and I greatly appreciate it. Hopefully you're enjoying the game as well. And so they just played one big card to the right, the Jubilee, the Hail Mary. We might win off of a point differential. Hella is unfortunate. We don't win off a point differential. I guess it could have been maybe Hella and Blink left in their deck. I don't know how consistent that would have been, but Jeff about to be the new big bad. And with the new move cards. The move cards coming up are really enticing. They look really exciting. I'm wondering how much we'll see them in an actual move shell, if we'll just see them in some like general stuff. Like being able to move one of the cards whenever you activate it, I think gives you a lot of potential power that doesn't even have to have the move archetype or bonuses to be useful. What did they change Ebony Blade to again? So instead of it not being able to be destroyed or its power reduced, now it's just it can't be destroyed. And so you could use like a Shadow King to set its base to 0. Madam Web has got to get nerfed. Yeah, that's what I'm referring to, Red Rover. I think Madam Web would find herself into so many builds because then it's so hard for your opponent to play. Any conquest today? I'm thinking of taking Arishem into conquest, a little bit earlier on. I want to try a few games on ladder, and then I may jump into like an infinite conquest and just like lean all the way into the Arishem madness. Slow Hand Zen, thank you so much for 4 months with Prime. Appreciate the support and appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Will Thanos series drop eventually? No. So they said that Thanos, Kang, and a couple of others always stay at Series 5, unfortunately. I mean, it could change, but that's what their original approach was. And so with this being until turn 4, I think we might get an okay push here. We can do Kitty Pryde plus Morph into mid, or Juggernaut plus Kitty Pryde to push their cards out of the Ant-Man lane. Thanos, King, Galactus, High Evo, and one other. We move enjoyers are saving for September? Yeah. I'm picking up Hercules, which I think will kind of tie together some movement style packages. But I think September is going to be a big one for you guys. I think this and then this. We'll save the Nidavellir location. And if that's the case, then just this would... Oh, if that's the case, then just this will do it. We're going to Juggernaut push them out. We'd be over 13. And so then we would want to be in the left or the right. A full inked lane? Yeah, that's what we were pushing for. And then Galaxy, I have to go. I'll continue the grind later. Have a good time, everyone. Thank you so much for joining Galaxy. Hopefully you have a good rest of your day. Hopefully we see you a little bit later as well. They must be planning on changing Kang in the future. Yeah. Yeah, right now he's not great. But since we went through the whole ad segment, I didn't really take any stop breaks. I'm going to run to the restroom real fast. We're going to run a couple minutes of ads, and then we're going to be right back, and we're counting down the time until Arishem releases. Renshum, you said, by the way, the sub message on screen gets clipped by the deck tracker if the username is too long. No, I didn't see it before. And so let me move the alert. So it gets clipped by the deck tracker. You're talking about the Wong message, so the sub one, right? I'm going to move it over a bit, and then the next one that comes through, I'll check out. But let's run a quick ad break, and then we'll be right back with you guys. Don't go anywhere. All right, we're back. I'll have to jump up here in just a second to run and let the dogs in, but that'll be a quick one. I had to let them out to go. I had to let them go out to go potty. Is the person singing saying Starman? What person's singing?
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Oh, I didn't catch it. Wrong one. Trying to move it so that it doesn't get clipped by like locations or anything like that. Yeah, just me. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Love the support. Appreciate having you here. Welcome to the team. We're gonna go ahead and launch a few more of these. The season music. Maybe TLSG can show them for us. Which one? The steampunk? Oh, I'll check them out. If they're in the shop, I'll check them out. So I'm going to do Mysterio this time first, just in case it's going to guard us against a potential Red Guardian. We learned our lesson last time. Oh, the new album? Yeah, I can pull up the album here in just a second. We'll blast through this game and then we'll do it. So they have Cable. They steal one of our cards. And unfortunately, we can only do one play this turn. I think I'm going to start with Nocturne. And then next turn, we can do both Mockingbird and Thena so that she'll scale. And then we start kind of high rolling our potential there. So the Cable, Thena, Kitty Pryde. This looks like a Loki, Thena, or Kitty Pryde deck. So we have to look out for the potential Loki. Oh yeah, can I get an update on the new albums until she's progressing through them after this game? Yeah, we can pull them up. A Fanatic, thank you so much for playing Star Trek with our code and reaching Command Operations Center level 5. I appreciate the support so very much. It helps out the channel quite a bit. I think we're gonna do this. We're gonna angle to either do like an Iron Man to the left or eventually maybe a Juggernaut. Would be our potential play line over there because we want to outscale their Thena, and so that's why I pushed for that left lane. Whew. That is an expensive deck they're rocking. I didn't notice it until Ranshoom mentioned it, but yeah, those are the Thena one looks good. I like the Thena one. And then Elsa Bloodstone matches the naming, just looks so sleek. And so we can't do 2 cards here, unfortunately. I think we go ahead and Iron Man left, just to let them know that we are focusing heavily over there. And then next turn would be like either a Morph and a Juggernaut or a Juggernaut and Sage. I don't know that the Star Trek game is linked to help you out. How do you know which one it is? Oh, so as long as you use my download link, if you link your Twitch, then that'll make your name pop up whenever you hit those milestones. Otherwise, if you didn't link your Twitch, if you did anonymously, as long as you downloaded with my link, then that's all that we need. The waiting room has been running for 3 hours. It has. It absolutely has been running 3 hours. So let's move the Nocturne. Let's run the Juggernaut and run the Sage. That'll let us scale here, and Mysterio is the real one is in mid. And so I'm thinking we probably see a Juggernaut of their own. I'm excited to get Black Swan during this cache. I'm excited to pull Black Swan too. That, and I'm looking forward to Hercules, actually. So I need 3 of the cards in the cache, or in the next spotlights. So Scar comes down in mid. We are able to outscale that one. The Kitty Pryde. The Thena scaling is not going to be enough because we have our Thena. And then someone reached level 5. I'm not sure if you linked your name as someone or if you're anonymous, but I appreciate the support. So everybody that downloads and reaches level 5 is almost the equivalent of a sub for the Twitch account. If you reach further than that, then it definitely helps me out more than a sub would do for Twitch. And so as we get further on, the more that we make there, the more progress we make, the more that the sponsorship pays and the more successful they feel like it is. I'm going to go let my dogs in. Let's look at the album real fast. I'm going to pull up. Don't have a scene set up just yet for these, but this one's a steampunk. I'll pull these up in a second. They're out there barking. The sponsorship's running for 8 days. So any progress for 8 days counts towards like those metrics. Calibrex, I hit a level 5 when you were AFK. Calibrex, I appreciate the support and downloading and checking out the game. Hopefully you're enjoying it too. And so the Forge one I think looks pretty good. The cable one being new, I like this one. It's a 1200 gold one, and so I'm not gonna buy it. But if I had it, I wouldn't be unhappy. And then Helicarrier, I can't remember the last time I played Helicarrier. If it was something I played more often, then definitely. But that one's also 1200. Moon Girl,
Hey,
looks like she's
welcome.
dabbing.
It took you long enough.
It does. She's skating, but it does look like she's dropping a dab. Tommy Nyquist, thank you so much for the 1 month as tier 1. Huge support. That pushes us to 33 for the day. We had an absolute tear just a second ago. And then the overall progress, Tommy Nyquist coming in with the huge support. That is 10 community gifted, which puts us up on, I know that it has to put us up on another hype train. 10 gifted, huge support. I appreciate you. That is so incredibly generous. If you got one of the gifted subs from Tommy Nyquist, make sure to thank them in the chat. You're incredible, Tommy. I appreciate it. My other dog is now barking. And then Dark Moo, thank you for reaching level 5 on Star Trek as well. That helps me out a lot. I'm gonna let my last dog in, and then we'll look at some of the albums. Come on, off the couch. There we go. We have the puppers. She was the lazy one that didn't want to come in when I let him in a second ago. Not until I just sat down did she want to come in. So yeah, the card back looks good, but I like the emote too, but not for like the full on, not for the full on album. I don't think I'd spend that much just for the emote alone, unfortunately. And then you said might be the first time catching you live instead of YouTube. I appreciate you being here, Ace. Hopefully you're having a great day. Moon Girl, a YouTube fan? You speaking Japanese to the doggo? I don't think I was. If I did, I wasn't. I didn't mean to. So as far as the progress on our albums, we have level 6 for the boss babies. That gave us 2,000 tokens, which helped our progression a little bit. I think I may have bought like the Hulk and maybe Human Torch because I already had the other ones. And so that gave us 2,000 tokens. Oops, all chibis. We don't have very many of those, unfortunately. I like the avatar. I like the emote as well, but... And then move your hips. We already had these. We didn't purchase any of them. If we get a few more, we'll be able to get the 1,000 credits, but it's not something that I think is worth buying unless we just really like the variants. We have the Cosmic Companions. We did get the Captain Marvel avatar, but we don't have the rest of it. 1,000 tokens, I think, for purchasing some of the rare ones. We might be able to justify it, but the collection's getting pretty full, so we don't need to really min-max our progression. We have the Pixel All-Stars. Didn't buy any of these. I don't know anybody that's just outright bought a Pixel. But we do have 6 of them, so we got the credits, the Max Grecki. We pushed for this one. I think I bought Thor and Sarah, because I think both of those were rares, and I already had the other ones. So that pushed us up to the 2,000 tokens. Dexter probably has bought Pixels. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. Him buying some Pixels. I was still blown away by the 10 gifted and our 23 gifted from earlier. So just a few little pieces of progress for like Midnight Suns, Art Germ, and then the Pixel Destroyer. The low cost, high impact is probably my highest completed besides the Destroy All Pixels. And that's because I just have unlocked them naturally. I bought a couple to get the first key, and then the others I just unlocked naturally. So we need 3 more to finish out and get the emote. And then destroy all pixels. I haven't bought a single one of these. We had most of them unlocked as soon as I came back. I like the art germ style as well, but they're so expensive. And this one I pulled I think it was from like the collection track whenever that was available. But I do like most of the art germ stuff. And then the other ones, we have just one for Lady Sif. We have one Hellfire Gala in Scarlet Witch. Jim Lee, we pushed for the tokens. And I think I bought like 1 or 2 to finish this one off. Staying hip, we're actually close to 2,000 credits. As soon as we get 1 more, we'll be able to do that. So maybe if there's a rare one that we see pop up. So Ant-Man, Captain America, Dazzler, Luke Cage, they're all rare. Wow. So any of these Dan Hip ones we'll be able to buy. And it'll give us 2,000 credits. I'll check the shop. And then the Venomized. Venomized, I haven't bought any of these. These are just ones that I unlocked. And so we have 4 out of the potential 6. Well, sorry that the auto mod caught you on that one, Rain Shoom. Let's see if there's any Dan Hip. Hey, the Luke Cage one. And so I think it's worth the 700 to get 700 gold to get 2,000 credits. That'd be more conversion rate than just buying it. And so I can kind of justify it. I do kind of want the Martyr one. I've never even used Martyr, but I do think that one looks pretty good. We're gonna go Luke Cage. And so thanks for having me look at my albums, guys. That gave me the indicator that I was really close to 2,000 credits. And it pushes a little bit closer to getting like another 2,000 from buying 5. Which will take a long time. I don't buy variants very often, but that'll help us push towards another key if we need it. If we need that emergency key. But let's go ahead and jump back and we'll do a few more games. Have you made an Arishem deck? Yes, Packers. I have one queued up, and I'm just waiting for release. As soon as the card releases, we're ready to unlock it and jump in with a few games. We're gonna try to get a set of highlights during this stream to create a video off of. And so I have one that I think is gonna be pretty strong. That plays away from the RNG. I'm addicted to the 800 gold button. Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, it can give you some good value cards or some good value variants. Like you can get some for cheaper, but with it being more expensive than the 700 and being able to get a 700, it kind of pulls me away from doing it. Otherwise, I'd probably be right there with you. So we have our Mysterio. I'm going to learn from our last mistake. We're not playing we're not playing Thena first. I'd rather have the Mysterio out. And then now we do have our Thena, which I think is going to go into Mojo World. Or we can't play 2 cards, so I'm actually going to set up for... We're going to set up Ravonna. We'll play Ravonna into Stark Tower. Yeah, I think Ravonna's the right call. Oh no, I'm not putting Quicksilver or Domino in mine. No, I think it's a trap all the way. Let's go Angela and Thena to the right. Next turn we could do Mockingbird Morph. Depending on what we draw, might be the direction we go with. First time catching you live. How you doing? Elmar? If that's how you say your name, I'm sorry if I messed it up. I'm doing well. Hopefully you're doing good as well. We're excited for Arishem. Arishem should come out in just over an hour. And so I'm excited to build with it. Oh, is that it's Blue Marvel in Spanish? I love it. It's the Blue Marvel. Oh, El Marvel Azul. Okay. As soon as you told me Spanish, I was able to decipher it a little bit easier. But that makes sense. The Blue Marvel. So it looks like a Phoenix Force deck that may have missed their Phoenix Force. They destroyed Human Torch, though. So it could still kind of get scary. This Mysterio is going to make things tough for us. I'm also a little bit afraid of Morph. Because it could be Venom, it could be Deathlock. We're going to go Mockingbird right. We have Sage mid. You have 1 key. Wish you luck. Edgar, I hope that that 1 key gets you the exact card that you want. Morph is going to jump scare you? Yeah, I was really afraid of the Morph. And so that's why I ended up going this instead.
Systems go.
How does this message effect work? So it makes a cool, like, in the chat room, it's like a rainbow run, Ranshum. You definitely are, definitely are getting addicted to it. You gotta moderate yourself. I'm gonna do this. I'm not sure if it wins, but I do think they'll have a hard time getting 4 cards in the middle location, and Arthena scales to the right a bit. Oh, you've had those in reserve? Okay, Ranshum. So it's all good. Those are already in it. Those are already in the burner. Morph into Destroyer. This deck doesn't run Destroyer, does it? If it does, then I cry. Angel, you're hopping over to Alex? All right. Is he going to be live for the new card release? It'll hit Phoenix Force. Phoenix Force would be fine. Destroyer would be awful. Cortez, F Cortez, welcome in, welcome back. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. We had our ad segment earlier for Star Trek. The game was pretty chill. It was pretty easy to jump in. There was a lot going on, but they did a good job of kind of guiding you through it. And now we're in the Arishem waiting room, and I can't wait for the card release. I think it's going to be a really fun one. All right, so next up we have Educated Waffle. We'll see. We'll see what we can make happen. We don't have the best opening hand, but it's definitely not the worst. We have Ravonna. We have our Angela, which I think I'm going to do Ravonna first, and then we can do Angela Kitty Pryde next turn. Yeah, 59 minutes and Arishem releases. I have 3 keys queued up and ready. We have an emergency fund in case we need to draw 1 additional one. I feel like Arishem will make people happy for just 1 day, and then they'll stop playing him the next. I'm thinking he's going to be more competitive than people are thinking. But we'll see. And then Big Batch Bolognese. How's it going? It's going incredibly well. We've had some huge support from the community. We had a level 6 hype train, which I've never had in my life. And after that, we had an additional 10 gifted community subs come in. We've had just so much positivity flowing around. So it's definitely been a really good day. Do you know Weird Al? Like in real life, or do I know of him? Because I know of him. I think he was like iconic growing up. He always had the really like fun music and the fun parodies. Yeah, I definitely know of him. And I saw that Daniel Radcliffe did, I think it was a movie. It was like a parody of the parody. I don't know. So I've seen a little bit of that too. I've only seen clips, but it did look like it was kind of funny. Someone should do an Arishem Thanos Agatha climbed Infinite. I feel like that's going to be wild. You run into Hawk, you probably lose at that point. But we could safely we can't safely have Iron Man in mid. But we could safely do something like this. This looks like the Namora deck. And so we may be able to potentially top it. We could also go Sasquatch, Sage, whatever, but I think we start with Kitty Pryde Iron Man. 8 cuber? It could be. We may end up retreating for 4, but it could potentially be the 8. Tommy, you said, I'm really happy that you look like you're enjoying creating YouTube content and streaming again, but I do hope that you could take good care of yourself and your close ones as well. Thank you so much, Tommy Nyquist. I am very much enjoying the game again. And I'm also setting those kind of limitations where I'm not overdoing it as much as I was. Juggernaut is beautiful here. Because the, what would it be, like the Odin? Top deck Juggernaut is, Bean Man, you called it. So we have the Juggernaut for the right lane. And then it would just be looking at the high power play in mid. Or do we forego the Athena scaling and go something like this? This would be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, just in case they move the Jeff. Need to be 8 mid somehow. This would be 8, 5, 6, 7. It would tie 8 mid. Interrobang, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. We are looking at an 8 cube wager here. We have initiative, so if they do an Odin, as long as they don't move any of these cards around, I think the Nocturne should put us over the top. And then the point differential with the 3 and the Angela scale. Arishem soon? Yeah. That's not what we needed to see. So the Nocturne changes mid. Oh yeah, we're going to lose the 8 cube. Sage mid. So Sage mid wouldn't have worked as if they didn't move the Nocturne. Yeah, this one's going to get rough. The 10 left actually looks like it would have worked. So the Kitty Pride, the Sage to the right. Looks like that would have been the line. Whew. Echo turns off Nocturne. If only. If only. Let's see. Angel, you said, all right, I made it back. Alex's chat is too messy for my own taste. All messages aside from my sub got hidden in the wall of messages. That's because Alex is he's been consistently doing it. He's created a really big following, so his chat definitely flows. And so yeah, a little bit harder to like kind of interact and read through them. Yeah, I've played a lot of Iron Man. And I don't think I've upgraded it since the first time I hit an inked split on him. Another reason why Nocturne is S tier. Yeah, Nocturne's solid value. I thought we were going to climb with this one. Turns out we might not. We're climbing in the wrong direction after losing that big 8 cuber. We can always get it back. Otherwise, we've been having a really good stream so far. So they have the Jeff. And the deck that I actually was losing with and ended up like tilting a little bit was a form of like the Nocturne, Namora, Wong, Odin stuff, which is a really high performing deck. It's just I was hitting either like the bad flip, I was making the wrong call, and so the more wrong calls I made, the worse it got. And so that was I had to tell myself to just go to sleep last night. It was definitely time to stop playing for the day. So we have Mysterio. I think we change Elysium. We don't really get as much benefit out of it as they do. I'm going to hold on to the Juggernaut. I am going to do like a Morph and a Kitty Pride, just in case we like morph into their Namora. That's me and Loki. Always the wrong call. Yeah. And speaking of Namora, yeah, you're right. It sets up the Ravona. And so I think they may have either White Tiger or Namora in their deck. We're going to hope for the big morph hit here. Odin. Odin's unfortunate. Zombie Lemon, welcome in. Have you told the story of the TLSG name meeting today? We haven't told it today. It hasn't been on the list yet. Thunderbolt's tower over here is a little unfortunate. We could do Mockingbird, Athena, set up for an Iron Man plus Kitty Pride next turn. The real Mysterio is in mid. Yeah, Odin's a big body. I guess I shouldn't be disappointed with Odin. We just know that they have Odin now. And so if we have initiative going to the last turn, we know to dodge the potential Odin here. I miss hearing all the random different stories. And it's something I want to do. I just haven't been able to bring it back just yet. So if we think they're going to use their Odin, we can hit... Oh, we don't have initiative, so it won't matter. So this goes up by 2. But this goes down by another -2. So it goes up to a +10 with Iron Man in place. It would depend on where the tiger hit. Do we know any Fleet Command promo codes? There was one. It was Commander, and then Boost. It would be another one. And so the Odin does come down over here. The single trigger. We're hoping for Tiger to the right. Might be enough for us.
Iron Man.
Might have got lucky with that 50-50. We needed a little bit of luck. Ooh, my math was wrong. He goes up to 14. I was thinking it was just a flat 10 for some reason. They didn't snap. Yeah, might as well go for it. But you always get a little timid after losing a big 8 cuber. So easing back into it with a 2 is definitely what you like to see. The large simp guy? I don't know that that's ever been one that I've been called. I haven't came up with any new ones. We just have the old ones that we're recycling right now, zombie. But it's something that's really fun to do. It's just hard to do if it's getting asked like a whole lot. So the Infinaut's gone. Our Morph is gone, unfortunately. So a Modok Helideck? Juggernaut on 5 into Sokovia could be the play that we go with. Is there an actual meaning behind TLSG? Yeah, there is.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Fibrone? No, there's no in there. I don't know where my mind added. Fibro. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I'm so glad that you're here. I think Ravona and then like a Kitty Pride. This looks like a Hella Tribunal list. And so if we can push maybe turn 6, their Hella out, or push their Modok so it discards Hella. So either way, I like our odds here.
Opponent snapped.
Brunvo, you said made myself into level 8. Gotta wait for Arishem now. Huge. Thank you for the support, Brunov. I know that you're chipping away at those Star Command different deliverables or different goals. And so I appreciate it. Hopefully you're enjoying the game too. So with a turn 7, Limbo is a little bit scary because now we wouldn't know exactly when to do our Juggernaut. But we can do something like this to get a pretty big Sage. Angela's going to continue to scale as well. This Twitch Prime sub auto renew. It doesn't, Edgar's. You'll have to go in and each time you want to do the sub, you'll have to re-sub to that person each month. I'll be back. I'll be back to get level 12. It's so fun. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. That's the biggest piece for me, is that you're enjoying the game itself. So they did play a card here on 5. So it could be Modok. And so if they look to do Hella, is it Hella this turn? Or is it Hella next turn? That's the biggest thing that we're up against now. We're gonna lock in the jug. Here's the hoping. Here's the hoping. The Hella 50-50 came out correct. They do get the Infinaut in mid, but that makes it much more winnable. So much more winnable. We can now do like Iron Man. I don't think they're going to get 6 cards or 4 cards to the left, so we can do Iron Man, Mysterio, Kitty Pryde to look to bring it the rest of the way home. Wait. what was it? So if I try, it says add 45 more bits to meet this channel's minimum. For a bit call out. Yeah, I think the 100 is like the minimum. You can do the effects, so I think the effects were around 20. Oh, you only have 5 left? Oh, and you have to do 50. Oh, Ranshum. I'm sorry. They leave? I would think they would leave. But they didn't. If they still beat me... So Iron Lad. Into Iron Man. Oh, no. Not the Iron Man top deck. Okay. We still win with the Iron Man. That was... That was going to be so bad. So very quickly. That Iron Man stay, though, was crazy. Yeah, that the Living Tribunal Iron Lad, the Iron Lad Hail Mary was what was so wild. So we got back our 8 cubes that we lost earlier. So that puts us back on the upward spiral. Yeah, he had to play left anyways. Yeah. It was definitely a strange stay with our Iron Man to the right. We'll take it though. So, boosters. Unfortunate. I've gotten like, I think 2 variants this season out of the post 50 caches, which has felt really good. A lot of seasons, sometimes you'll go without any at all. We do have 2 keys prepped for Arishem coming in 45 minutes, which we're counting down for. And then I have my Arishem deck queued up, ready to build. Let's see, if it wasn't for the Mojo World, yeah, if it wasn't for the Mojo World, that Hail Mary would have worked, and I would have been so frustrated by the Hail Mary Iron Lad. But sometimes you stick those out. You just have a gut feeling. So maybe they thought I would move Nocturne and it would change the left lane. But next up, we have Stefan coming in with the first location being a Teelan. Our Kitty Pride helps against the scaling of the Nebula dramatically. And so I think we actually start with Angela. And then next turn we can look to do Thena if we top deck it. Thena plus Kitty Pride. Or Mysterio or Ravona. Thena. Thena is a beautiful top deck here. So we have all of our early game like power generating engines. And so actually I think I'm going to do Thena into the vault. That way we can continue to scale that one after the fact. And so we have our biggest pieces already. And so a Teelan's not going to hurt us as bad as it might otherwise. Looks like Stefan is prepping his Hawk deck early for the Arishem release. We do draw into one of the rocks, unfortunately. And then we have Morph. Morph is always going to be a Hail Mary play here, because their deck would have... I wonder what other disruption their deck would have. I do think we're going to push for it, though. Kitty Pride, Morph, and then we'll see from there. Beanman, I think I'm going to hop out here and go stream as well. Beanman, hopefully you have a great stream. Thank you for hanging out, and hopefully we see you on the ladder as well. Red Guardian stops our Thena from scaling, unfortunately. We do hit their Mobius, so we know that they have that. But the middle location, Red Guardian, definitely hurts a bit. Because that stops our ability to scale. But it opens up our ability to do like Mysterio and other things. But I kind of think we drain our hand, right? So like Kitty Pride, we'll do one of the rocks. We throw another one. That would pull Iron Man into the right lane. And then we're just looking to win one of the other ones. Wait, Mysterio coming down would put a fake one here. So let's do... Let's do this. Yeah, the Mysterio clone. Good call out. With the snapback, I am scared. Because we're not going to have anything in our hand. And we're going to automatically lose the vault. And so we'll see. Give middle, yeah. Oh, we should have moved the Mysterio because we were giving up middle. Should have moved it over to the left. Because right's going to be locked in with the Iron Man. just the Jubilee in mid into Nocturne, so they can move that one. And then what do they end up pulling in their right side? We have the Iron Man, which is huge, and then Mobius. So we're good with that one. Now we just need a big card in the left, and we don't have it. I don't think this does it. Bring77, thank you so much for trying out Star Trek, reaching level 5. And that definitely helps support me and support the channel. That is unfortunate. The Red Guardian here definitely swung the tempo back in their favor. Had we tried for something else to protect it, I think maybe that would have been the play with how strong Red Guardian is and how common he is right now, because we're seeing a lot of that to counteract the early game engines. We'll learn from our mistakes. That's okay. A lot of big cube games today. A lot of the back and forth. We missed that one, but we'll get the next one. Ravonna, draw this card when absolutely necessary. That was their hidden nerf to Ravonna. Didn't you hear? Angela Athena starting out is solid. Ravonna Angela Athena is really good too. We may snap here in just a second. And then Lydia Blanc. The deck tracker. If you use the second one from Nightbot, that is my affiliate link, and so it does help support the channel too. So if you're looking to download it, that would be the one that I would suggest using, but you can use the other one as well if you don't like affiliate style stuff. But we have the Ravonna down. We can now do Angela plus Athena, but I think we're gonna do. I think we do Angela Athena into a separate lane. As long as we have initiative, we'll be able to do Mysterio before any kind of Red Guardian comes down, potentially hurting either one, and we can go from there. Would I be a devil to play Hawk the coming days to climb? D-Touch. I mean, you play what's going to work. You play to win. And so if Arishem is truly going to be that strong, I don't see anything wrong with it. So we can do, I think, Real Mysterio mid. No, I'm going to go Real Mysterio to the right. That way the fake one to the left gets +3 power. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to Sage here as well. That's going to give us a cheap Sasquatch for turn 5. And then we might be able to use that alongside whatever we draw this upcoming turn. Cassandra Nova? Yeah, Cassandra Nova in a couple weeks. I think it's 2 weeks after Arishem's release. Cassandra Nova is gonna pop. Ranshum. So did you just make it level 5? I didn't notice it, but it may not have went off. It may take a second to validate. All right, so with the Magneto to the left, I think, and the Lockjaw at that, that is a big amount of power. We can do Iron Man plus Sasquatch. Athena's going to continue to scale. Our right lane does have the Real Mysterio, so that helps a bit there. Kitty Pryde can be used alongside whatever we draw into. So we know we'll be able to play both cards we draw, or both play cards we have next turn. So Athena's going to scale once again. It is almost the last turn though, so maybe. No, I like getting Sasquatch on the board. We go to turn 7. Clint, welcome in, and then Renshum, thank you so much for reaching level 5 and downloading and playing Star Trek. That for supporting the stream, that does just about as much as a tier 1 sub. I was trying to get the words out. That was tough. No, I haven't seen it come through, but I figured I'd thank you anyways. And then Junkhead PL, thank you so much. No, not quite there. I thought the widget changed, but Junkhead, thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully you're having a fantastic time or a fantastic day, and we're looking forward to Arishem's release in about 25 to 30 minutes. There it is, Ranshum. It just popped up, and so thank you for hitting level 5. You're on the screen now. So let's do Nocturne plus Kitty Pryde. That's going to allow Arthena to continue to scale. It's going to allow our Angela to scale, and then next turn we can play both cards again. And so the Mobius doesn't derail us in any way, shape, or form. They do have a really stacked out deck, though. Look at all those neon green borders on black and white cards. That is some dedication, and they're running the Lockjaw too, which I think is so much dedication. So Mjolnir, Odin. Odin came down a touch early, right? And then Zabu, they're rotating the Wasp into Pixie. So we win the left lane. We don't have to worry about the left. And then it just comes down to mid. Morph is scary, but I kind of want to do it. We just have to beat the right lane, which I think we can do with this. Do they have an all inked and all green border deck? It looks like it. It's some dedication and a lot of money went into this build. We might as well take a little time to appreciate it. Yeah, it's Mr. Moneybags over there. We're gonna believe in the morph. The morph can set us free. Oh my gosh, that was the worst flip it could have ever been. Into the Jubilee that pulled Stormbreaker. The deck is hard to look at. Yeah, with all the neon green, definitely. Even the neon green on Yellow Jacket, though. How many cards do they have in hand? So they have 2 left in hand. So Yellow Jacket and then something else. Yeah, the morph sold. I don't think, because that was only a... So we would have been 3, 4, 5 more. We still would have lost if Nocturne was there. But if it was something bigger, we had a chance. They didn't have anything on their deck? Oh, that's true. So the Jubilee was guaranteed for the Stormbreaker. I mean, that was definitely somebody that has played that deck an awful lot. Loaf Beef, welcome in. That's part of the strat. Blind the opponent. Loaf Beef, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. And then Space. If you do end up trying out the game, then as you hit those different metrics, your name will pop up on screen. And the further you get, the more support it adds to the channel. The first one is equivalent to about a sub, a tier 1 sub. And then the further you go, the better it gets. And so if you want to try it out, I definitely had some fun with it earlier today. I'm going to be playing it in my downtime to kind of make some more progression, try to reach level 12 as well. Aesion, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. We do have the Ravona starting off, and I can't believe we're losing with this deck. We have the Mockingbird into Krakoa, which is an insane amount of value because we're going to top deck Mysterio next. At least they got a free border last week. Yeah, they got one of the borders. Happy to do my bit to support you. I appreciate it, Space. Yeah, every little bit, especially for those that do want to support but can't typically do like a Prime sub or something. This is a free way to help give back and support me. And so we're going to draw our Mysterio this next turn, and it's going to be wild. They also lost their Hela, which is super unfortunate for him. That is a very big Kitty Pride. Big Mysterio would have been the best draw we could have gotten. Big Kitty Pride is decent for us as well. I think we go something like Nocturne, and I'll throw a Kitty Pride. We're not going to have a way to destroy it. Morph has great value here. The last time I played Morph against a discard deck, I hit the 1 discard card in Lady Sith, and I ended up bricking my hand. So I think at the end of the game is definitely where I throw Morph onto the board. I don't think I do it before. I think it definitely becomes like a last turn play. And so let's go Sasquatch. We'll play Kitty Pride. Next turn is going to be Sage Morph Kitty Pride. I don't know that Juggernaut offers us much value here. The Corvus Curse strikes again. I did unlock Corvus this week. I haven't played him yet, but I did. And then Space, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well.
Welcome.
That pushes us to 45 for the day, which is so much support. We've had a couple of hype trains and all kinds of craziness going on. So I appreciate you being here and appreciate the support where you can. So I like the idea of Morph mid, Kitty Pride, Athena, Sage. Then we'll just hold to the left. Corvus is the new blade. Discards Hela every chance he gets. It definitely seems like it. That's a big ebony blade. And they did stick it out for the 4. So we're having a lot of really big cube games. Magneto looking to potentially disrupt us, but their big 12 power blade was not enough to overpower the left or the other 2 lanes. They win the left, we'll take the other 2. I don't know what's going on. Typically it's like 1 and 2 cube games, but we've been in 4 and 8 cube wagers the last like 4 or 5 games in a row. Should the Hawk Arishem counter deck have Mystique, or is that overkill? I think honestly the disruption from it alone, from the rocks, is going to be the biggest thing. And so you can run Mystique, but I think just having Hawk and then the disrupt cards in like maybe a Black Widow, Korg, Rockslide might be enough to frustrate any Arishem players. And so we're up against Dara. It looks like they're running, seeing the Nightcrawler, I think this is the Namora deck. That's what I would equate it to in most cases. And so we have the Athena. I don't think they're going to have a way to break it. So I don't think they're going to be running Red Guardian. Want a deck? Yeah, no problem. Lanhum, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. I love that Magneto yells "we" right before he pulls things. Does he really? You trolling me? Does he really? I think we go Ravonna, Kitty Pride. And then from there, we may look to invest into Kiln, but we may also just give it away. With their ability to move cards in like Nightcrawler, Nocturne, they have a lot more advantage there than we do. Oh, we are the future? Gotcha. So he does yell "we." I can see it now. We could do a Hail Mary morph over there. I don't know that it's necessarily what we need, but yeah, the White Widow is nice too with that background. I definitely like that background on the White Widow card. And it even makes us a sleek little Widow's Kiss as well. I don't know if we push for Kiln or not. Probably more likely that we go Morph Kitty Pride. We're going to save way for like a Juggernaut. So next turn would be Iron Man plus Kitty Pride, and then a Juggernaut plus Kitty Pride.
There's no strings on me.
This is the Blue Marvel style deck that Regis featured, right? The Sandman's unfortunate. So we know that that's coming down this turn too. Does this trigger Athena with 2 Mysterios? I don't think it's worth it, but... What a deck. So I'm actually dual streaming onto the video on demand channel. So it's live over there. And so if you wanted to check it out, the video on demand link is below. I just don't dual stream onto the Kiln You Win. Wait, Kiln You Win? I don't know if this is enough though to do this, because Blue Marvel is going to come down. He can't play? Yeah, he can. He can move Nocturne. He can move Nightcrawler. So they can definitely still play. We're definitely rattled here. Because they're going to play Sandman. I think they play Sandman every time. Yeah. And so with the Sandman, we won't be able to proc our Athena. Yeah, so I do it on there so that I can launch videos onto the primary YouTube. That way, like, if I launch a video right when I go live, it's not gonna like cannibalize the metrics on the video by pushing the live stream. All right, next up we have Shogun, and we're gonna turn this one around. We do have Kitty Pryde in our opening, which is always good to see.
Hey, welcome. It took you long
Cranky
enough.
Pancake, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. I appreciate the support. That puts us to 46 for the day, which is huge. You guys have been coming in massive for me. Show that son of a gun who's boss. Shogun? Oh, show that gun. I missed that one. That one went over my head. But it was a good one. So we have Juggernaut. Let's go ahead and go Nocturne, though. And then next turn is going to be either Juggernaut, Kitty Pryde, but we're going to cap out the raft. Kind of unfortunate. That's a double Ravona. And I'm still not sure what kind of deck they're running. So I don't know if we even hold for Juggernaut. Or I don't know if we... Maybe we just go Mysterio, Kitty Pryde. The real one goes mid. That'll discount our Sasquatch. We hold Juggernaut for like a last turn play. Cranky Pancake, she said, TLSG got me into Snap back in the day. I'm so happy to see you streaming and active again on YouTube. Thank you so much for the support, Cranky Pancake. It was something where I needed to take a step away to deal with, like, you know, personal stuff. But I'm really glad to be back and that I have an audience that is here to be able to come back to. And then Spooky Font. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Huge support. They do get the extra resource
welcome.
in
It took
mid.
you long enough.
And so I don't know that there's any way we overpower that. They are kind of limited in how much they can play. But a Mysterio or an Iron Man, our real Mysterio is here. So if we did Iron Man, that brings us, right now it's at 12, it brings us to 24. We can move Nocturne out and do the Helicarrier. Replacements for Sasquatch. I've known some people to run Havoc in its place. We're going to change New York so they can't move anything out of this location. And then we'll Helicarrier now. That'll discount Mockingbird. We can do Juggernaut. We can do Kitty Pryde. We can fill up Mojo World. I like it. Mobius could cause a lot of problems for you. Yeah, but this looks like the deck that we're running, but it just runs Rogue instead. Rogue in one of those tech slots. So maybe Rogue instead of Juggernaut. We're going to mill one of our cards.
Iron Man.
So we do right now at 20. Ooh. Jane Foster? They didn't draw anything, though. So it's a Mr. Negative deck. And they just didn't hit negative. Go with this. Unless they can flood, our real Mysterio in mid wins us the middle location. So it wins that tiebreaker. Juggernaut's going to win us Mojo World. Yeah, Mobius has a lot of value in the current meta that we're in. We'll see if they stay. A lot of 4 and 8 cube games today. People, I'm speed running level 12 in Fleet Command. How quickly have you almost reached it? And I appreciate it because right now it looks like, as far as what's been tracked, we haven't. You'll be the first one for my download link to reach level 12. So if you're almost there, you're pushing some good luck, and you can make progress for 8 days. And it counts towards the sponsorship. Oh, Ironheart. Okay. Whew. Had they played Ironheart before the Shang-Chi, They potentially could have gotten us. We almost got cooked by the Iron Heart. They needed all 3 to hit over here, and it would have just been Jane Foster they had to dodge had they played it before Shang-Chi. It's been 25, and it'll probably be another 10 to 15. That's so fast, Renshum. That's so incredibly fast. That was a big nail biter. We did come out on top. We're spraying the cubes both ways today. Wow. Angel, you said I made it back. I got caught off guard and had to leave quickly. Did I miss something? We played Dara and we lost. And we've been playing some like big 4 and 8 cube wagers back and forth for sure. Is Morph becoming meta now? So Morph in, especially if you have a Ravona shell, so many decks have so many like high power things, especially like Red Hulk decks. You can usually get a good outcome out of your Morph. And so I'm going to go ahead and snap into this one. We do have Sass. It's going to be a quick 4. Aisley, thank you so much for the Prime sub.
Welcome.
48 for the day. We are inching closer to that sub goal we have in place. I appreciate the support and you being here. Yeah, Morph is really good at 2 cost, especially with things like Red Hulk and just how big power plays are typically held. A lot of times you're playing out your little things before the big ones come into place. So this is an intense one really early on. So Mojo, they probably have like Jean Grey. Go ahead and I think we're going to lock in the win in the right with Sasquatch. And then we'll focus on like maybe Thena plus other things that can scale in Wakanda. Kitty Pryde is also going to be pretty big for us to dodge a potential. Unless this is not a Jean Grey deck. The snapback is crazy. And then Mockingbird is beautiful here. Let's go Mockingbird. Kind of think something like Mockingbird Thena. And then we'll play into the other lanes. Morph into Panopticron is also really, really good value. Yeah, Morph is typically around a 2 cost, 6 power or so. It can be, like, the upper end of it is crazy, especially if you can kind of gauge it correctly. So I think we do something like Nocturne, or Angela Nocturne. Gonna let this scale. We're gonna pump up this lane. Next turn is always the possibility of Sage Juggernaut. Morph can turn into anything, even another Morph. But if he turns into Morph, doesn't he Morph 1 additional time? Morph hitting an Ultron is bad, but you can typically tell what kind of deck it is. And then if you hit it on the last turn, no, that's fine. It's just if you curve him out early, when it becomes a potential issue. And so speaking of Ultron, we have the Patriot coming down. Let's see. So I'm kind of thinking we Iron Man here versus like the Sage. Although Sage in the right lane is huge value. It ends up being 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 power, potentially 10 if Ant-Man Infinite Morph. Oh, Morph into Morph into Morph. And then we could Juggernaut mid, but I think they're going to do an Ultron. I almost don't want to cap out this lane. We could Juggernaut left. What if they Ultron? So 1 extra here. So it's 2, it's 4 power each. So 4, 8, 12, 13 is what hits here. Yeah, they probably Ultron right. So we could push it out and make sure that we win this one. But I'm not sure. Spider Ham's not great. To the Ultron. We lose to the Ultron, right? I played that one poorly. Oh, and then Panopticon buffs them even further. Oh, no. So the Juggernaut to push the Ultron out of this lane still would have capped it out, but we could have potentially competed for this one. So Ultron and then Sage here may have been the line we should have went with. We're dropping the ball. We're getting all the bad ones out before Arishem's release. We have 15 minutes. So we're counting down. Yeah, we had to jug right. I think that was always either that or maybe Iron Man could have held it home. Unfortunate. But I do think knowing that the Ultron was going there, that would have been the best possible play for us. Move Nocturne, Iron Man, Kitty was a win? Yeah. So the Nebula here, that's fine. We have a good opening hand. We're gonna try to gain some of the 8 back. These games today, I think we go back to the 1s and 2s instead of the 4s and 8s. Woder, you said just got a second ship on Star Trek, and we'll probably tap out there. Not my kind of game, but I'm happy to help you with the ad spot. I appreciate it, Wodar. And then Dark Moo, you said the same thing after the second ship. I appreciate it. Level 12, I think, would take a little while, a little bit of grinding. But I appreciate you trying out the game, seeing if it was something that was up your alley or kind of your flavor. And if not, I understand. I kind of like it. I think it's a good time waster. But I could definitely see how it would be kind of grindy. The grind is pretty enjoyable while listening to stream. I could see that too. It's the type of game that you can kind of mindlessly end up grinding on. So we do Real Mysterio left, Kitty Pryde mid. Our Angela's going to scale quite a bit. Athena's going to scale quite a bit. Next turn we have the discounted Sasquatch, which should allow us to do a pretty bursty play on the last couple of turns. Angel, you said same. I'm trying to find where I can put the codes in though. So I know if you link a Scopely account, you can do it on their website. Or there's a code redeem spot in the game too. And so Hope Summers Khazar. Curious what kind of deck we're looking at here. I think if we go Sasquatch left, next turn we could either Iron Man plus Kitty Pryde, or we could do Juggernaut Sage as a finisher as well. So depending on what all they play here. Squirrel Girl, okay. The Hope Summers in it looks like a Gilgamesh deck, potentially. The Hope Summers there feels a little odd. 1, 2, 3, 4. So Gilgamesh isn't great in this spot. We could always Juggernaut. We need at least 4 more here, which in case of a Blue Marvel, which the Mysterio hits that mark. We could Juggernaut, Mockingbird, Kitty Pryde, and I think we're relatively safe. Unless they can flood, this should be good. It's in the chest area. Promo codes? Okay. So they do get 2 drops into Baxter Building, or they get 2 and cap out the other. So it's only going to be 1 that remains in Baxter Building, depending on what they dropped. Let's see. So the Shadow King to the right was going to offset our Angela, but it gets taken out. The Mockingbird mid is not going to be enough to overtake our Mockingbird as well. We will gladly take the 4 cubes. These games are crazy. 4 and 8 at a time in like top 500 is crazy. There's some times where as soon as you snap, you're getting 1 cube retreats over and over and over again. But we will gladly take it where we can. 1 MV, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Huge support. Huge support. I'm so glad that you're here and that you're enjoying the content. Glad to have you. And so we have 12 more minutes. We're counting down, and then we'll do some games. We'll switch over. We'll pull Arishem, and actually, I'm gonna run to push off the ads a bit further. I'm gonna run one now and then one just before release, so that we don't have any ads for like the first hour and a half of Arishem's release. I'm gonna run a quick minute here, and then we'll be back, you guys. And so while we're doing that, I think I upgrade a couple of cards. Where'd Mysterio go? Let me take off my tracker. And Murdoff, thank you so much for the level 5 in Star Trek. Thank you for trying it out. Hopefully you're enjoying it. Our Mysterio disappeared. Hopefully you're enjoying it. I thought it was a pretty fun kind of grind, at least for the early game. You make some pretty good progress. I'm sure there's a wall at some point where it might become a little bit slower, but that early game felt pretty good. I did it for you. I appreciate it, Murdoff. Split time? Yeah, we're going to do a split while the ads are running. We have 81 until the next spotlight key, so worst case scenario, we push one more. And then Bring unlocked the second ship. That is huge support. That one is the, that one's the second achievement. And so Bring, thank you for reaching that milestone as well. It looks like you guys are still racing for the first level 12 reach, which I think will take a little bit of time and grinding if you continue playing. If not, and you just tested it out, that one takes about an hour, maybe an hour and a half, depending on your progress speed. But it does help out. It's about 3 or 4 subs worth of support for that achievement alone. And so I appreciate it. I appreciate you, everybody that's checking out the game. I definitely think it was a fun one. If you like colonization building style games, it's going to have everything that's right up your alley. And then if you like Star Trek on top of it, that's the icing on the cake. So we're going to launch into a couple more games. Actually, we may not be able to do another ad session before it releases. We have 9 minutes left. So we'll play a game, and then Star Trek sponsored you? Yeah, so Star Trek Colony Fleet from Scopely. We had a sponsored ad segment. We played it for 2 hours earlier today, and then we switched back over for Arishem's release. But if you do !star and download the game using my link, then any progress you make for those 3, so the level 5, the second ship, and the level 12 operation center, all help towards it ends up paying me more. And so from the sponsorship side, they look at it as a successful sponsorship the further that the more people get. And so I think we're going to do a Real Mysterio left, because that's going to be a pretty important one to win. And unfortunately, we're not going to be able to play into the Abbey. Murdoff, I'm going to go make lunch. Should take about 30 minutes. You can just run ads until I get back. Thanks. All right, we're just going to run 30 minutes of straight ads. Hopefully, you enjoy your lunch, and we'll catch you when you get back. Good luck with Arishem today. Optic, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to it. I think it should be a pretty fun card. Even if it ends up not being competitive, I think it should be really, really fun to play with. So we could do Athena and then like a Mockingbird. Or maybe we do Mockingbird Athena. That allows us to Iron Man in the left. And Athena can continue to scale. So she has the potential to get a little bit higher than Mockingbird. 8 minutes until Arishem. Renshum, we are almost there. We're counting down until his release. If you run 30 minutes of ad, the laundry basket needs to return. It absolutely would after that. So the Cyclops over there is unfortunate, but we could potentially get a really big card from our Morph. Let's see. I like doing, I think, this. Angela Nocturne, we at least abandon the right lane for now, and then we may push some power over there later. If they do a full skip, then maybe Morph would be the play this turn. You get a better chance to hit like a Evolved Hulk, an Infinite, or a She-Hulk, but they do full skip here, which is a little bit scary. Yeah, it's definitely a very unique card for Arishem. So, do they full stack in the left lane? If so, this would be 2, 4, 6 for a Sage. We'd have to beat 6 power with Morph in mid. If they win left lane and just full stack over there, then I'm not sure that we are able to overpower that. But I think it's a really hard sell for them to stack, because we could always just Nocturne move. Potentially compete for over here. So I'm just going to stack in these two and hope that they kind of spread their power. I'm going to go Sage. I'm going to go the safety of Sage. And that bumps up our Athena as well. Goodbye, Mill for a couple days? Yeah, I agree. I think Mill disappears for just a little bit. All right, so in the left is the Evolved Hulk. Oh, no. With Athena scaling, with the Real 4 and the Mysterio, do we outscale after their turn? We do. Whew. We needed the Real Mysterio to be over there. We needed the Athena scaling. We're able to grab the 4. These games have been intense. So like some big high cube games back and forth. We have 5 minutes until Arishem. Goodbye, Mill. Not on my watch. So you just have to mill differently. Like I think Doc Ock gains a lot of value in flooding opponent's location. Whenever their hand is full of randomness, I think Shang-Chi is less likely to end up pulling that I think Doc Ock is less likely to pull that Shang-Chi. And then let's load up one more, and then I'm gonna run to after one more. I'm gonna run to the restroom real fast while we wait for Arishem's official release. Time to run Hawk Mill. District X players about to eat good. Absolutely. So I think it's hard coded that it has to pull Shang-Chi if available. That feels canon. Yeah, Mill will definitely be a different task. It won't be take away all of the resources. It'll be a lot more like clutter and then just disrupt whatever you end up pulling. So we have Project Pegasus. We get extra energy here. Let's see if we're able to take on SSO. I'm not sure if I fist bumped him. That's not how you pronounce that. I'm not sure if I did it, if I gave them a fist bump. We're gonna morph. We're gonna go ahead and do a rogue morph in the left lane. Doc Ock spawns a Shang-Chi if not available. It just pulled it out of thin air for sure. All right, so we have the Angela, the Elsa, and then White Widow, which is really scary because Angela is gonna get really big over the course of the game. Ooh, a second Nocturne's not bad. I'll be working on something. I may work onto Hand Disruption Mill. Hand Disruption could also be the direction to potentially go. With like the Black Bolt, Silver Samurai type stuff. I could see that. We're going to need a really big middle lane. So I think Mockingbird, we're going to eventually angle to try to do like Iron Man, maybe Sage, to potentially overcome this lane. So the Red Guardian unfortunately takes out our second Nocturne. We now only have one. He's gonna play Arishem and Thanos together. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna play. No, I have a deck in mind. So I want to play Mysterio, but I also don't want the clone to get hit with -2. So I feel like we play the real one. Next turn, we'll move Nocturne. Toadlock82, thank you so much for downloading Star Trek and reaching Operation Center level 5. Huge support. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think a Silver Samurai control list could be good. Somebody talked me out of spending tokens and keys on Arishem. Adam, I think give it like a couple hours and see how good or bad the list goes before you give into the hype. We'll see. It could be really good, but it could end up being a complete flop too. So I kind of like a potential Iron Man here. We have Sage and Juggernaut to bring us the rest of the way home. Avoid the hype. Just reached 6,000 tokens. Should I get Jeff, Mockingbird, or Annihilus? Jeff, for me, goes in the most decks. And so he's the most flexible. Buy it immediately. Hype, hype, hype.
Breaking news.
So we have a copy of their Sage. Lamori, oh, our cards aren't going to reveal. Oof. They have initiative, so their card will reveal first. But we could try, like, Juggernaut. Into Sage. Would Juggernaut even win? So that takes away... so it'd be 9, 10, 11, 12. It'd be 24. I think Juggernaut here could win with the Iron Man in place. And we're pushing for the right lane. Fundamentally, Arishem might be fun, but I refuse to believe that it will be good. I mean, you might be right. We'll see. But you'll see. You might be right, though. So the Sage comes down, pushing 12 power in the left lane.
Hey,
Shadow
welcome.
King,
It took you long enough.
the Kitty Pride, Iron Man, and then our Juggernaut will push their Sage out. It's all about, can we overpower the 12 power of the Sage? And I'm not sure that we do. We have the Real Mysterio there, which is going to come in absolutely critical and give us the win condition that we needed. USHCMS and the Hefty Messiah, thank you both for the subs.
Hey, welcome. It took you long
for the Prime
enough.
and the Tier 1 sub. And then it is time to go for a Nihilus. We're going to run just a really quick set of ads so it doesn't interrupt the gameplay. So we're just going to do a quick 1 minute, and then we're going to have our deck. We're going to have it queued up. We have 17 seconds left. And we are jumping in and joining the hype. So we have 1 second left until the shop rollover. Let's go ahead and wait for the refresh. I just subbed just in time to avoid ads. Yeah, so before we get into a game, the ads should be over. So the Collector's Bundle, the Collector Tuesday Bundle, both of those are kind of... We have Debris. Let's see the Arishem coming in. Let's claim our free credits. We're going to open our keys. We're going to jump into a few games. I have an idea build in mind. Let's hope that it works out for us. We can't even hope for Arishem 1 and done because we're going to spend at least 3 regardless. There's Arishem. We're 1 and done. We'll unlock the other 2 later. All we needed was the 1 key. Let's build him into this one. So deck 20 is going to be Arishem. We're taking out the Agatha. That was just our placeholder. And then let's put
welcome.
in
It took you long enough.
the newest one. Servant of Glocky. Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Huge support coming in. Let's launch into the Arishem build. And we'll run through what it looks like. All right. And we're going to start recording some of the overview. And so I'm looking... rest in peace, Agatha. And so we're gonna be looking for that animation is beautiful. I love that opening animation. We start with our blob. We start with Mystique. So blob Mystique is huge, and it is another Arishem enjoyer. That is a beautiful opening hand. Like I couldn't ask for anything better. We have Warrior Falls as our left location. The Snow Guard was randomly generated. Let's see. Order Reveals won't trigger in nowhere, so that's a little bit unfortunate. But we could potentially fight for Warrior's Fall with our Blob. Yeah, Blob and Mystique coming in right off the bat. So they have Wave that they play here. Oof. The Nexus location is beautiful. Let's play Dakin. Next turn, we can play the Muramasa Shard into Warrior's Fall. I almost want to snap this hand. Snowguard can be scary, yeah. But it doesn't change the location entirely. So they get a copy of either Ultron, Alioth, or Blob. Deck Tracker? Did I turn it off? Oh, let me add the Deck Tracker in. There we go. Deck Tracker's back. Thank you guys. And so Wave is a little bit late, but not awful. We can do Muramasa Shard. We can do... We don't need the Wave, right? This would go down to 4. So we can use it next turn, potentially, to do 2 big costs. I'm going to do it in the left to make sure the Muramasa Shard gets destroyed. Yeah, Alioth might be huge. Alioth might be really big here. No Mockingbird? No, I didn't think Mockingbird was the right direction. So they do a wave of their own. We have our Blob that's going to come down. They do have initiative, so they could potentially Alioth our Blob. But we're going to believe. We're going to believe, and the next turn is going to be Mystique into whatever else it ends up being. We got to go for it here. I think that's the only way we could potentially win. We are afraid of Enchantress, potentially a Rogue, and potentially Shang-Chi. Unless we can get the lead and we can hammer it home with like an Alioth. We gotta trust in it. The Ultron is crazy. This is definitely a snappable situation. So Blob comes in, he pulls in. I want to see what all he pulled. So Thor, Red Hulk, our Snow Guard. So some big, beautiful hits for him. And then we're gonna Eliath, and I'm not gonna snap into it. It'd be yeah. You can Eliath him, yeah. And so we're gonna Eliath, and that should bring it home. Hawk to the left. But Hawk reactivates after the end of the game, and so Hawk wouldn't take it away. We're gonna lock this one in, and that should be our one and done 100%. Don't snap. We need the content for YouTube. Yeah, we need to see it all the way through. And so we have the 100% win rate deck so far. It should be, unless we get bamboozled here. So the Rogue was gonna steal our Blob, but we said no such luck. They do go with the Hawk. So it's not going to destroy cards in the left, but as long as it comes back into effect by the end of the game, we'll win mid, we'll win right, and that should be all that we need. We win actually all 3 locations. No, Rogue steals the Blob's ability. Rogue's interaction with Blob is really like not intuitive, but it steals Blob's ability, and it'll pull cards from their deck, and so it would have been big. They wouldn't have stolen his power, but it would have stolen his ability. What a beautiful opening hand. We are 100% so far.
Hey, welcome. It took you long
Doc, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate the support. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Yeah, Arishem first game was absolutely broken. Musket card. You just retreat now.
I am Ego, and this is my domain.
Gonna be a big one. We have the Ego snap. It's 4 right off the bat, and we're just gonna let Ego and the randomness take over. We are going against another Arishem Enjoyer, and so they're running another big deck as well. And so now it's the RNG chaos to take over the world. And so let's see what our old Ego can provide. Yeah, it's just going to be RNG everywhere. Snowguard will let us take a turn if it gets played, for sure. So their Agent Coulson is a big card to have on curve. And we had some pretty good ones. We had our Coulson. US Agent is not what I would have played there, but it's okay. Everyone likes a big deck. Yeah. The golden rule. Whoever snapped first has to win. Oh, is that it? Then we're golden. Pretty sure the Arishem counter deck will be called Hawktua. It might be. What card of theirs got destroyed? Kyera. Oh, into Death's Domain. That's unfortunate. Our Wong is going to get obliterated here, too. That was a big play from him, yeah. So the Wong, just to assert dominance. We did have the Leech that could have been played. Stegron slaps Snowguard. Okay. Black Widow could be fine. What are you doing, Ego? You're throwing. The Hawks, yeah, the Hawk survives, but... And we get a turn! We get a last turn. But what do we do with... So they're going to have 8 over there. Can we win from the mess that they created? I don't think so. I think we have to just... Magneto and pray. Had 3 keys. Arishem was the last. Oof, that's rough. Either that or we just pull everything over and hope that... I'm not sure where they would play. We're going to do this. That's a big blob. Ah, and they win mid because they didn't move the vision. I think Magneto left.
We are the future.
I was thinking they would move vision for sure.
I am Ego, and this is my domain.
Man, I kind of wish we wouldn't have even been able to take that last turn play. Because then that one makes it on me. They never move? Yeah. No, he just reactivated. So Ego was deactivated by the Hawk and reactivated is why he said it again. All right, we're going to jump into a non-Ego one. All right, next up we have Dara, who has an Arishem deck, which I think we're going to see a lot of today. We'll see if they're running. We'll see if we can figure out what they're running. We start with none of our opening cards. Unfortunately.
Gotta run, hun.
We're gonna try to get revenge for earlier, and they start with Quinjet, which is a beautiful opening card. Unfortunately, I'm just gonna hope that they get garbage. We're just gonna hope they get garbage here. We're gonna do 0 to cancel out the Titania ability. Apparently Quinjet doesn't discount Arishem cards. Really, Tefu. So Savage Land in the right is nice. Ooh. We can just clear the board, including our own Titania. Oof. Oh, you said yes it does? All right, in that case, we're going to clear it. They don't retain the border or upgrade level. They stay gray. Oh, that's kind of unfortunate. If we can top deck an RNG death, that'd be beautiful.
Is power.
Our hand's looking awful. That's a big blob.
Wakanda forever.
Clear for takeoff.
What a big blob play. And then we hit the Arishem, which we do not want. He's playing Dave and Bowie and distracted. I don't think we can defeat him. We're gonna Modok for any chance in any realm that it works. We're gonna get a copy of our Modok as well. We have the lead in the left. We lose our Enchantress and Arishem, and then all we need is the perfect top deck of Arnim Zola onto Black Panther right. Yeah, we see the Mantis gameplay. Beautiful. Lock it in.
Escaped.
Rocky Road, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime for 3 months. Does the deck tracker show the cards that Arishem added to your deck? It doesn't. So you don't know anything about what cards are added until you draw them. Still a win for Arishem? That's true. That was true. Modok was taking his time discarding those cards. That animation is beautiful. I think you play Arishem for that animation alone. Okay, but I may take it back. The last time we had a beautiful animation like that was Kang. And Kang didn't go over so well. Is Arishem a big bad? I don't think they have any specific big bads anymore necessarily. If they still had that, yeah, he'd be a big bad, but I don't think that is part of their like development plan. Everything releases at 5K or Series 5 anyway, 6K. I was not too mad because the card itself won't work for me, but the animation makes me sad. I want him just because of that? Yeah. We dodged the armor. We get the Super Giant play, or we could Loki. I think it's funnier to go Super Giant. We won't be able to do Blob, but we can prime another card. I remember being so excited when I got Kang out of a reserve. That didn't last long. Yeah, I was really excited too, and it definitely did not last as long as we would want. I'm gonna stage a sneaky rogue in Grand Central. Next turn we can, and it's not gonna reveal until the end of the game because of our Super Giant. We can do Leech off of curve, which might be nice. We could do Magneto to pull their cards, or we can just go ahead and go with like a blob. And then we're looking to win one of the other lanes after that. Nate Dogg, thank you so much for the Prime sub.
Welcome. It took you long
the
enough.
notification should be popping up now. I appreciate the support. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. The Legion. So all of our cards are going to get played here. the Magneto, the Loki, the Leech, and depending on what order, it might be better. So Leech first is great. They lose their Shang-Chi because of Corvus. They lose their Arishem. And then it's going to, I'm kind of hoping for Magneto, or maybe Loki first so that the Magneto doesn't get played. There's the Loki. Their Magneto gets played, but our Loki replaces our Magneto with, please don't troll me, with a blob. That is a beautiful RNG fest of a blob. We will gladly take it. That is a huge, beautiful guy. We do have the 2 here, which brings us to 9. We can tie in this lane. Or we push to try to win the right. We know they lost their Shang-Chi. And so I think we push for the right. And then we'll lock it in. We'll see what. They did have Leech, so their own reveals shouldn't work. They do stick it out for the 2. What did Blob eat? Oh, Blob eat everything. He ate all of it. Luke Cage, Shang-Chi, Ravonna, Arishem for the first one. No! Their hidden card was Blob. We didn't lose. I thought we had one automatically. The next one was Mystique, Wong, Agent Coulson, Ant-Man, Electro, and Legion. I thought we had it, but their blob was bigger than our blob. Unfortunately. No Quinjet with Arishem. I haven't had any issues playing out all of the cards. I don't think you need the extra discount for most games. Yeah, that was a lot of food for the big man. Yeah, their blob pulled in the right order. How did they play their blob turn 4? That's a good question. I don't know. Maybe, no, I don't know. Loki. Oh yeah, they did use Loki. So they got our blob. All right, so next up we have Sir Stizzy, and they're running Arishem as well. Super hyped up card. Howard might be valuable, but you're going to draw him so infrequently that it's the same kind of thing. If you draw him late, then it's awful. I mean, Wave here gets a lot of value. If we were not going against another Arishem deck. But I still kind of like the idea of Eliath. We'll go with a snap. I still like the idea of Eliath into Krakoa next turn, because with Wave on 2, we can play anything on 3. If it wasn't an Arishem mirror match, then we'd have a huge advantage, because it would just be a free turn. But since it is the mirror, they went with a Nocturne on 2 instead of pushing for something bigger in Krakoa. And so the Nexus is interesting. We can go Eliath. I kind of wish we could hold him for like the last turn in the Nexus, but they could potentially turn off the Nexus with Nocturne anyways. So let's get the extra power. So testing Arishem, Thanos, Agatha, Ultimate RNG win. Once we find if we're comfortable with the deck or not. How'd you like the sponsored game? I liked it. It was definitely a different pace, but I enjoyed it quite a bit. It's one of those that you can kind of passively play, and it's not stressful. And so you make pretty good progress early on to get a good grip of what the game will be in general. Limp, you said, hey TLSG, nice to catch you live. I just watched Jeff split Arishem 10 times on stream until he was capped on boosters for 24 hours. How did he split him 10 times? I thought the booster shop only worked the once. I could be wrong. The 17 power. Oh, he split him with gold? You could split with gold? Wild. That's wild. Buy boosters with gold? Whale power. Okay, I got you. So I kind of like Spider-Woman here. We have a big Arishem coming in. We do have to look out for Nocturne changing the Nexus. Would be our biggest concern coming into this. Super expensive, but you can? Okay, I get you. And so we're going to have to use our turn 6 just for Arishem. So we need to keep that in mind, because I can't pass up a 17 power play. That's just too strong. Punisher coming in. The Loki. Ooh. Loki could be kind of scary. Because they could do a blob. They could get quite a few things. And if they move Nocturne and play for the Nexus, then I think we lose Krakoa. But we're going to give it a shot. They do double drop into the Nexus, one being Wave, and is the other Blob? Yeah, Blob's going to be big here. Hopefully it doesn't eat something big right at the end. They went a little bit over. Shang would hurt? Yeah, Shang-Chi would definitely hurt too. Yeah, did he at least get a good split out of it? Yeah, Blob is feeling like the villain of these decks. He definitely feels like he is. Facing Hawk game 1. I've faced nothing but Arishem players, and we've been bleeding right now. If it stopped at 15, yeah, but it'd have to be right at 15. Dumb question. How do I know when I reach level 5? So it's the operation center. So when you start upgrading your buildings, the one that goes to level 5 will be it. I'll also get a notification on stream as well. All right, so this one is a Thanos Arishem build. Yeah, the Arishem animation looks really sleek. But this one is bigger. This is a Thanos Arishem. They're going full on craziness for the supersized deck. We get Sasquatch. We could... I think we just play the bear. Playing a 30-card Hearthstone deck, yeah. Hey, Galaxy Warrior, welcome back. We've been having luck with it, but just not more luck than the opponent. And so it's been good, but it's also been challenging too. How OP is it? I mean, we've only lost to other Arishem decks. We've only played other Arishem decks, but... So the Enchantress comes down, takes out the Space Stone, that's fine. We also get Thanos by Arishem just to add a little salt to him. I think we do Jessica Jones, then we're looking to maybe Thanos next turn. You've also only won against Arishem decks? That's true. That's very true. Alright, let's go Thanos mid. We're going to look to see maybe if that can be the highest power card that gets dropped there. Jessica Jones is going to scale to the right. We have Angela if we need to play something else. They went with the full-on RNG. They went Agatha in it as well. But we win the right. Now we just have to make sure we win mid. And so 10... Yeah. I think we go Sasquatch. Or She-Hulk. And we'll move Nightcrawler over. They tried it. They absolutely tried it. And they're sticking it out, too. They got a second Agatha that was generated by Arishem, I'm guessing. So they couldn't retreat at that one. They had to show the second Agatha. I respect them for trying it out. Araborn, thank you for being here. I'm glad to be back as well. I'm enjoying the game again, which is I think the biggest piece that that allowed me to come back, and that you guys were here. All right, so we're gonna jump into some more. All right, next up we have Losty. We have the sick animation. I'm not sure that I ever get tired of that. A clever name. Both Agathas say Chi-Chi. That was such an unfortunate draw. That hawk is huge. Oh man. Okay, let's I love Arishem's laugh. Yeah. So we're gonna skip on 1. We have Hawk to use, so that is a very big bird. We dodged the Bast, right? It would only negatively affect our Loki, but kind of want to play Brood, but I'm not going to. Okay, so the wave comes down. We can play anything on 3 because it is an Arishem mirror, which I think is nice. So Gamora, I'm not going to play the Hawk yet. I think we saved that for a little bit of a surprise factor. Maybe we go Gamora right. Next turn, we might consider Brood to get the free raft resource too. Isn't it Brood? Yeah, I think I'm actually going to go Hawk. I want something that's going to be really big. Gamora into Brood next turn. I was thinking that. But this one, since we're going to cap out the raft, I want to make sure that it's something that's really hard for them to acquire. We do have Blob for 5 as well, which is beautiful. I'm not going to use the Bast yet. But we are going to snap into it. Does this deck even matter what you get 12 other cards? So, like the 12 that are randomly generated? Not necessarily. The biggest piece is building something that is cohesive for the rest. Ooh, that Quinjet is huge in the Loki, but they only have 3 cards that they're able to play. And so it only generated 3 for them. And so let's go Blob. I'll save the Sasquatch as that surprise play, but I think Blob maybe next turn is like Gamora, then we play something for the middle location, but we'll see. Too bad he doesn't eat the rest of your deck still. Yeah. So Blob to the right definitely reduces our raft. Blob mid could work, but we're working. I hadn't seen so many blobs in my life. You are not kidding. You're telling the absolute truth. Unless they can beat 20 power or steal this one, then I think we're just pushing for this left lane. And so something like oh, wait. Do this. We'll do the Sasquatch. It turns... Yeah, Shadow King hits his Blob. Sasquatch goes to 2. It comes back up to 10. We're going to ship this one. So the right lane, the Shang-Chi is big. We don't have initiative, so I guess it depends on how big their left lane is. So the Khazar, we have the Alliath, which pushes us back over the top. Sasquatch is now competing for mid, and we're gonna grab the 4. And they even did the Magneto come on taunt. We will gladly take the 4. This is gonna create some really wild stuff. This Arishem is wild. Go ahead and jump out and jump into another. We will have to run a quick set of ads in 2 minutes. Arishem is unpredictable? Absolutely. The game just doesn't make sense now. You might be right. So the left lane is Sanctum Sanctorum. We're going against another Arishem deck. Power Cosmic. We do have Loki, so we can use that as a failsafe or backup. And Buff Captain, you said no Mockingbird. No, typically the main goal, at least for me, is to not play many of the RNG cards at all. I would rather play my cards from my deck rather than the random stuff that gets generated most of the time. And so I decided that since we're not playing a lot of the randomness, Mockingbird would typically not be as valuable. We could do Loki, but I really like the idea of Leech on 4. Into potentially Legion, potentially a Blob. I think we have a big way to swing power back in our favor. Does anyone know if they can get variants in the shop of cards you've yet owned? I think it does the base art of all of them. And so I'd say no. We're going for some big games here. We have the Leech coming down, which I think could be pretty detrimental for them. And we have the Legion we could use, or we can just look to compete for mid and right. So the Nocturne comes down. I do think we now go Legion on 5. Or maybe we go Blob on 5. We'll see. And so they will get the Daredevil Insight here. They could do Goliath if they wanted to, which is kind of scary. We could do Ant-Man. We could end up doing Loki. But I feel like we probably need to go something like Legion to give ourselves a chance. We're going to lock in Muir Island mid. I'm going to lock it entirely in. And then we'll see what it looks like from there. Dirk Portley said, sadly, I don't have Blob for my Arishem deck, but the first game I played generated one, so everything worked out. Sometimes you just need the RNG. Oh no, I used all my snoozes, guys. We're about to run to an ad. I apologize. I'm gonna... Maybe it'll take the entire time for them to make this decision. But that'll push it off for the next 20 or 30 minutes. Space, welcome back. Thank you for being here. It's running to an ad real fast. I apologize. I meant to run it before the game started. Ranchun, yeah, rest in peace ads. I agree. I don't like them running in mid-game. So this one only ran a 30-minute one, which is good. And so that won't be nearly as long. So we should be able to rope this last turn for good. And so it definitely becomes competing for the left lane. Oh, we just lose. Never mind. "30 seconds, you mean?" Yeah. So the 30-second one ran. Did I say 30 minutes, zombie? 30-minute ad? Yeah, no, it's a 30-second ad. We're going to jump out of that one. The Nocturne Mockingbird, they had no reason to move Nocturne at that point, since they were winning the right lane. Anyways. Oh. "30-day ad." Speaking of 30-day ads, tomorrow I'm going to have a new command for Factor. That's going to be running for the full 30 days. Soats, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. So we start off with Legion. I once had one of 36 ads. Oof, Galaxy Warrior, that is rough. It's another Arishem deck. And we self-generated a Mockingbird, which is beautiful value. Mr. Sinister is decent for a turn 1. Mockingbird is going to end up being 3 after the Mr. Sinister play, so we can play it on 2. And then we'll see. We can also just Legion to rip TVA away if it doesn't feel like we're going to win the game. The Mantis was big in TVA. Unfortunately, they do get a copy of it. How's Arishem? So far, it's been fun. It's been fun, but I'm not sure how well it holds up competitively, because all I've been facing against is other Arishem decks. And so we haven't faced a single other deck so far. So definitely a lot of people that are testing out the new card. What I'm thinking is we do something like, skip here, Legion into, I almost think Quantum Realm next turn, because that would make it hard for them to win Danger Room. He's definitely chaotic and pretty fun. Their Quinjet is also really scary here. Or do they... How big of a card can they play in TVA? I wonder. So we just have to beat the right lane. But with Quinjet, I think what we're going to do is... I'm going to go for Chaos. We're going to go Legion into Danger Room. We're just going to let their cards potentially get destroyed. Let's see how it goes. Okay, so the Shang-Chi, the Rogue, both of them stick. Okay. And so it looks like just playing Spider-Man 2099 over there would have won that location. So, how do we win from there? We just have to overpower this left lane, right? And so do we start... Let's see. Do we start with Magneto? We start with Blob. I'm going to try Magneto. Blob can get destroyed. We're just hoping that it doesn't? Yeah, that's what we're hoping for. The amount of garbage 1-drops I get from Arishem is insane.
We are the future.
Okay, the nicest Danger Rooms I've ever seen in my life. So Blob, I think we go Alioth for the extra protection in the right lane, because I don't think they're going to be able to push over. What a weird game. Legion being in our base deck saved us on that one, or at least allowed us to extend the game to find a guaranteed win. We'll take the win where we can. Let's jump over into the next one. Yeah, the amount of Arishem decks is a little insane. Classic TLSG game outro. Yeah. All right, next up we have Saka Maka Kwame. The first location is Jotunheim, which could get kind of interesting. I'm going to go ahead and play Tempo, or Lizard Tempo out. Yeah, it feels similar to High Evo. Everyone was running the High Evo. They have a Lizard that was generated as well, which is kind of funny. And then we also have Agent Coulson on curve, which is really good. If this was not another Arishem deck, we would do Wave. But against an Arishem deck, Wave doesn't give us any kind of benefit. And so Agent Coulson giving us that guaranteed curve of 4 into 5, I think is more value here than our Wave. And so we are going to snap into it. I like playing a little bit aggressive. The Okoye buffs up their cards in their deck, but nothing huge. Looks cool, but doesn't take 30 seconds to play out. That's very true. So it's not going to get like old or repetitive over time. And so cards are going to move over into Bifrost after next turn. We could rescue and then do something like Leech. I think rescue into a turn 5 Leech is going to be big. They are playing so that their cards don't get capped out. Ooh. The Jean Grey into Jotunheim is unfortunate. So we either go Leech or we go a lower curve and do something like Spider-Man Titania, which becomes wild. We don't know what sticks in Bifrost. We don't know what results after. And so I think I'm going to go with this. It could end up pulling Jean Grey, which would make us kind of free to play on the last couple of turns. I wonder how well he'll do in Conquest. At least he's unpredictable. That's true. They're going to be eating good this week? I agree. So they skipped on... They skipped on 4, which feels wild. Why aren't people playing Ronin? Because with Arishem, you're typically getting your hand down to about 2 or 3. So we have, I think we hold the Alioth for the last turn. So maybe it's Red Skull. Maybe it ends up being Namora, which buffs up our Spider-Man. That's going to be 11 power, 10 power after this comes down, which I think we'll go with. They'd have to hit something really big in the right lane to swing that one back, and they have to play there this turn. Cersei is crazy. That's the first card we've seen from their deck. Wolfsbane is good. Cosmo's good. Nick Fury, unfortunate. Now it comes down to winning one of the other ones. Maybe like an Alioth here would be able to do it for us. The Leech looks like it would have been the play to cancel out that potential Cersei line. I'm going to Alioth the left. They could easily have something that is more than 11 power mid. With how chaotic Arishem decks can be. Fleet Command slowed down after level 8. It might end up being a multi-day. Gotcha, Ranshum. Hit level 12. Yeah, I know that the... Oh, no, they went mid. Changchi. Alioth mid and ends up being, or would have been, the right play, unfortunately. Ari seems fun for new players without a big collection. Yeah, it gives them the chance to play a lot of cards and learn a lot of cards. You guys, I think it's time. I'm gonna send it in the Infinite Conquest. We're gonna run Arishem. See how far we go. I don't expect much. Maybe we can make a run of it. Maybe we'll see decks that aren't Arishem. Yeah, we're running Arishem into the Infinite Conquest. 3 games in and you love the card? Let's go. We'll see what we're able to make happen. If we're running just Hawk. Okay, so it's not an Arishem deck for once. Be right back, putting my deck into Instant Conquest. All right, let's, I think we go ahead and play out the Carnage. Oh, they can have a copy of our Carnage. Wait, they're playing an actual Mantis deck? Wild. Wildness from them. All right, I think we Ghost. We do have Leech that's going to be able to be played ahead of Curve, so that'll stop any kind of on reveals. The Arishem into Ninja was good. It's unfortunate for us, though. And then Mindscape. I don't really like the Mindscape because that hurts our Leech. Magneto Disruption could be nice. But I'm going to start with Moon Girl and see. We're going to start with Moon Girl. We're going to double up on our cards. Maybe we can cap them out with our Magneto in one of the lanes before we switch hands. Otherwise, like a Leech on the last turn doesn't do them much good. Shang-Chi, if our stuff is below 12 or below 10, doesn't do them much good either. Wait, what is this deck? It's the Infinite Conquest, right? We have the Nakia, the Mantis. Oh, you're right. I do need to change the title. First game is always a bot? It's not, though, is it? If we lose to a bot, we retire. All right, I changed the title. Sorry if you answered this, but why no Quinjet? I feel like a lot of times you can play most of your cards out, and that you don't need to rely on the Quinjet. Not a bot. Well, with Blob, with Magneto, like we can do some silly stuff like this. I feel like Mindscape is really rough for us. I do want to see more of their deck, though. Collector. Wow, Collector's huge with Mindscape as well. Yeah, I think they canceled it, especially in Infinite Conquest. But, so unless we can compete for one, they'll only be able to play one card. So unless we can compete for these two, which between Collector and this, I don't know that we'll be able to. Yeah, it is a very powerful hand to give them. Oh, Danny, you don't have the Arishem. Are you playing an Arishem deck, I guess? Yeah, unless we can swing this lane and fight for mid, we have to retreat out of this one. The Mindscape gave them a little bit too much. You once had a bot in Gold Conquest? Yeah, there are some bots in Gold Conquest. I think anything below that. They said that they eliminated it. I thought they said Gold, but I know for sure Infinite. Just had Blob into Krakoa. Shuri Colossus for a 38 power Colossus. Yeesh. Arishem went nuts for you. And that's the kind of craziness that it is going to create. Did you use tokens for Arishem or Spotlight? I did Spotlight. I opened with one key. I had two more. I'm going to use all of them anyways. I want Black Swan and Hercules. But I just used one from the Spotlight. So far, I've been lucking hard with Arishem. Got Loki in starting hand 3 in a row. Yeah, one tap Spotlight was easy.
Opponent snapped.
I kind of want to snap back just with how janky their deck feels. Yeah, I'm gonna go for Black Swan and Hercules. I'm just gonna go for it here in a little bit. Like off stream. I'd rather play for some Arishem games. So the Agent Coulson, we have Agent Coulson, which gives us our curve cards. So on turn 3, we can play a 4 cost, turn 4, a 5 cost, which is really helpful at trying to grab Blackstone back in our favor. We also have Legion, so we could potentially pull some big things away from the opponent as well. Washington, D.C. Titan, we don't have any 6 cost cards. I mean, we have a couple, I guess. Multiplying Titan could be okay. But I think I'm going to go Jessica Jones, and then it might be Blue Marvel, which would give us some extra support in the left lane. We're going to go ahead and snap back against them. Their deck is definitely a slow burn. They're looking for like the dino stuff. It feels like a relatively low collection level dino build. And I think that's always pretty tough to play. Good luck with your cable. There's no telling what you got. I've got Black Swan already. Is it worth using Spotlights for Arishem? I don't know, Raptor, because it's really early to tell how valuable the card is or how good it might be. And so our Ronin is going to be really good against their Devil Dino stuff. We can Blue Marvel on 4. We have Shang-Chi in case they float something big on 5. Or on 4. I didn't think they had the win in the left lane. They were able to get Devil Dino out early. So they will have big energy coming into this last turn. I'm not sure that Shang-Chi is where we go. Maybe it's Legion into Titan. And then that'll discount our Alioth. We could potentially do, that'll be 6, 5, 4. We won't be able to do both still. We do have a guaranteed Shang-Chi target. The Jane Foster, which they got from Agent 13, comes down, which is big for them. And then we're just looking to win one of the other lanes. We can do a big Alioth plus Shang-Chi. 25. Even if they cap out their left hand, I think this wins for us. So we're going to do Shang-Chi mid to take out the Jane Foster. We're going to push Alioth in the left. And hope for the big 8 cuber here. So the Moon Girl helps their collector out considerably. But with the 10, even with a... with a maxed out hand, they would have been able to do it. We are able to grab the left, grab mid, and we're almost through our first Infinite Conquest run. That big 8 was a huge momentum swing back in our favor.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Slither, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate the support. That puts us at 56 for the day. You guys are incredible. And so we got Quicksilver out of Arishem, unfortunately. And then we do have our Legion Leech. Oh, I guess we could have played Quicksilver. Oops. We're going to go ahead and pressure it, make sure that they have to either invest all in. That we're not going to let them limp by. So I am going to play Quicksilver out this turn. We lost our Legion, which I think is okay. We have Enchantress that was generated or just built into our deck. That could also be like a Rogue, which I think with all the blobs running around on ladder, definitely a Rogue would be a better choice. But here with Enchantress, we're going to be able to take out any Devil Dino or anything big that they go. Have you got Agatha from Arishem yet? I haven't yet. I do know that it's out there and that it's a possibility. I've just been fortunate enough to not pull it yet. All right, let's just lock in the X23. I want to save Enchantress because I do actually want to potentially play it by the end of the game. And so we're not going to curve it out early just for the stats. Agatha's OP. Agatha's pretty OP. So the Kitty Pryde in the right is struggling to overcome that negative zone power. Let's go Leech to the left. They're going to lose like Moon Girl, Nakia, White Queen, depending on what they play this turn. And if they do Moon Girl, then their on reveals won't be effective. So White Queen comes down. They're going to take our Magneto, but the Magneto is not going to have its on reveal. So they'll know that we have it, but they won't be able to utilize it. We draw our Arishem, which would have been so fun for if their White Queen would have pulled our Arishem. Unfortunately, it did not. All right, I think I'm going to go Magneto to the right. On the last turn, we can always do Forge Enchantress to take out a potential Devil Dino if they curve one out this turn. So a lot of cards coming down. The Sentinel, maybe they they may have just given up. So we have Magneto, but it doesn't fill up the right lane. We just have to beat 6 here. And so I think it ends up being this. So I'll have to play for all 3 lanes, and that's really, really tough for them. Arishem, Agatha, Thanos for 412 cards. Still only be 25, right? So we have the Forge Enchantress. The Magneto that didn't have the effective one reveal can't pull our Enchantress out. We will take the first Infinite Conquest comedy in oh, gotcha. The first Conquest win against... we won against them. And so we're 1-0 in Infinite, which this is unfortunate. Like, Infinite Conquest shouldn't do this stuff. Like, this feels bad. Like, it's completely unfair for that first, like, Conquest. Like, that was their first battle in Infinite Conquest. Oh, no, I don't want to... I don't want to report them. All right. Let's queue up for the next one. We're going to full send the Arishem here. All right, so we are queuing up for match number 2 in the Infinite Conquest with Arishem. Let's see how it fares. Fake report? Yeah, we didn't mean to report them. So we lose our Black Cat, unfortunately. We do have Giganto, which could be pretty good in Dark Dimension. And we, again, are not going against the Arishem deck, which is so much better relative to the latter, because all you're seeing is those Arishem decks and Arishem builds. So Strange Academy will move. We get Blob as well. Super heavy-handed curve, but it might work. We could always hide Namora into the Dark Dimension. Play something like Blob, Magneto into these 2 lanes. No, Strange Academy is going to move our card, right? I still think I'm going to hide Namora. Wolverine and Wave. Interesting.
Opponent snapped.
So are they looking to... they may be looking to do Galactus stuff with the Wave, which we don't have initiative. We could do Giganto left, but it's just going to like ramp up their play. I almost think we respect the Galactus and retreat for 1. Blob won't move. Ooh, Blob won't move. He is susceptible to... like, Shang-Chi. There's the Galactus. We should have respected the Galactus. Yeah, it definitely feels like one. Which is unfortunate, but we have 6, 7, 8 that got destroyed, plus the 2, so 15 with the Wave. 15 power of cards got destroyed. Could be winnable. I mean, but a null is really big. Agatha's is something. So 15 power from a null. The death would be pretty cheap. Whoa, whoa! That was the fastest timeout I've ever seen in my life.
Victory.
We'll take it? But why was that so fast? Agatha knew what she wanted to do. Agatha was like, we're done messing around. My goodness, that was such a fast timer.
Opponent snapped.
Whew. All right. All right, let's go with, we're going to go Snow Guard out. We'll have the Hawk that we can... Yeah, she sped it up dramatically. She knew what she was doing. She was confident in that play. She said, we're not going to show any mercy. So we have the Hawk, so we could ignore all locations. But I think we're going to go Agent Coulson here. 3, 4, 5. 6, 7's not ideal, though. I'm still going to do it. Blob is also susceptible to Cannonball. Blob doesn't get moved by Cannonball, and so it won't get destroyed since it can't move. So the Phoenix Force... Ooh. I'm sure there's a fun way to do this, right? So we could do something like Snow Guard Bear, Hulkbuster, destroy the Snow Guard Bear, resummon it with Phoenix Force. No, since it doesn't get moved, it doesn't get destroyed. So their Electro, they'll have extra energy going into this turn. They won't be able to play for deep spaces, which is why I'm holding on to the Snow Guard Hawk. So get another Snow Guard. Wild. Let's go Hulkbuster, and we're going to go Venom. Next turn is the Phoenix Force to revive the buffed up Snow Guard Bear. It does get destroyed? I could have swore I lost a game because it didn't move and didn't get destroyed. Maybe there was a space. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Be careful of buffing their null. That's a good call. Definitely a good call. The Carnage coming down. They're going to have 6 energy on this next turn. They won't be able to... Ooh, Scar is nice. I like the Phoenix Force into Snow Guard. We're not going to draw next turn, but we're looking at like maybe a Goblin plus Scar. And we can move this Phoenix Force bear around. Goblin Center. In case of Blink. Is that what we're worried about, is Blink? I like the Phoenix Force resummoning a big card and giving us a potential like push in the left lane. But we'll see. We'll go Goblin Center. Oh, he might play Goblin Center. Gotcha. So the Venom comes down. And it's going to be -8 on top of whatever else they destroyed. So they are pumping up a null, a potential death as well. And so I think Scar into... Maybe it's Scar into this. If they do 12 over here, because they can't do null to the left, 12 would end up being 16. This wouldn't beat it. Maybe bear right to stop death? Yeah, we can bear right. And so, depending on what they go here, we'll see. We'll see what it looks like. The Ultron and X-23. The Scar is able to overpower the Ultron to the left. The drones in the right. We will grab the 4. I wasn't expecting Ultron to be teched into their deck with what we've seen so far. But it does make sense. It looks like it's the... and then we get the Infinite Conquest Retreat. We will take it. That is our second one. We're 2 up, 2 down. I'm going to run a quick 1 minute of ads to push it off, and then we're going to jump into match number 3. That also feels kind of like unfortunate. It's a pretty low max rank, pretty low collection in general. I like and dislike that they added that. All right, let's launch into the third one. Our ad should run pretty shortly. It should be done in just a minute. Why no Cersei in the deck? So I don't have Cersei in the deck because I typically don't want to play the random cards that are generated. I want to play as few of them as possible. So in this version, I'm not leaning into the randomness. Ooh, we're going against an Arishem mirror. But in this one, I'm not leaning into the randomness. Instead, I'm looking to use as many of our cards as possible to get as good of benefit as we can.
Welcome.
Can I send the clip or not? And thank you, Born of Ruin, for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Which clip are you... may I get the rights to post a Twitch clip here real quick? Yeah, absolutely. And so we're going to run... they have Agent Coulson on curve 2, and so that puts them up to 6, which matches ours. We do have Loki, which we might go in Angel. It just... The auto mod by default blocks it. And so I'm gonna repost it for you. There we go. And so I think this is a beautiful Loki hand.
Snap.
So far, I think Arishem is the best card in the game. He creates so many crazy play lines that I'm really excited to explore. So we're going to do a Loki. That's going to be a massive Loki swing. They could have it as well. And that's going to be the randomness of Arishem matches. But we'll see. We'll see if we can beat Jedi Wizard at his own game. We had another Loki. Wait, and Devil Dino? And Rogue. All of these are pretty solid. Look at all the random cards we can just almost vomit onto the board. So that's going to give us, Maria Hill is going to give us backed up to 4. Snowguard, 5, 6. I think we go Loki too. We're going to get another full Loki rotation here. And then the Legion to discount 6 cost cards. So the Nick Fury that they got 3 random ones from is going to be wild. All right, so we have the second Loki coming down. The OG Loki just collector here would have absolutely... Another one. Oh my goodness. This would give us space for exactly 3, right? In our hand that are generated by Nick Fury. We're not going to get anything from Mirage, but I think that may be okay. Weird RNG version of the game. Goliath is big. Sasquatch is good. All 3 of those are fantastic. Yeah, costs by 2. Yeah, 6 costs are 2. Magneto is unfortunate over there. It does cap us out in that right location. Leader copies the Nick Fury, so they get more 6 cost cards to lean into. And nothing on their end is below Droopy Fool. So the ad should be done. And so the 6 cost cards, do we ever prime up like a Shang-Chi and then do something like this? And just for flair, we could go like the Helicarrier. Because we don't have initiative, so the Goliath doesn't do anything for us. This is a scary one. They know that we probably have Shang-Chi. They can full stack mid. Don't show Goliath yet. It was created by Nick Fury. It's not ours. It is 8 cubes though, which is really, really scary. Goliath mid. So they can stack in mid. All their 6 cost cards, which they have, I think, 4, can stack in mid. I feel like we need to retreat out of this one. I feel like the safer play is to retreat. Mockingbird does us in. Iron Man does us in too. So none of the 6 cost cards. Crazy. And then Quinjet. They can only play 2. They could have played quite a few. It was a big last turn. They skipped on any of the 6 cost cards in their hand and went with just good value. Now it's an uphill climb. Well, we've started in a rough position before. 6 costs. They could play 3. They were down to 2 cost each. We have the Ghost Spider. We open with Legion, so we can change some of the locations if we need to. Quinjet Mockingbird definitely did us in. Oh, we had Quinjet, which made them 2. You're right. Ours were Loki'd and Quinjet. Never mind. Let's go with the X-23. They have Kraven, so I'm never going to play Ghost Spider to the right. We don't want to buff him up. Quantum Realm is going to be maybe interesting. On turn 4, we can always... it's kind of interesting. We can always turn all of the locations into Asgard. A randomly generated Mr. Negative is wild. I guess it changed them and then changed them back. So it's either this or we lean into like pure chaos with Quantum Realm. In Camartage, it shifts them and shifts them right back. And so like they're capped at, I think, 6 power now. Yeah, it loses after 2 changes, yeah. I kind of want to do Quantum Realm. Because we do have the Blob to lean into. But we know that they at least pulled the Iron Man, so maybe not. We're going to do into middle. We're going to let them draw 2 cards in the right. We'll draw 4. Our hand's going to be full. Ooh, they legioned as well. So Snow Guard, Collector. Spider-Man point? Okay, we can Spider-Man point. All right, so we have the Blob, which will grab us priority, I think. And then we're looking at like an Eliath on the last turn. We've got 29 cubes in 12 games. Agatha mid is big. We know that they have Shang-Chi, right? Do we ever hedge for the Shang-Chi? The odds of them drawing it, though, are pretty low. A good way to go out. But they could also just play an Asgard if that was the case. Shang-Chi doesn't exist. We're going to sail it and ship it in the left lane and hope for the best. Devil Dino does not have any ability because of Liath. We do grab a 2 cube, so we're still in this. We did this to ourselves. We put ourselves in a very bad position very early, but we are not out. We may be down, but we're not entirely out. We have to win, what, 4 more back-to-back now? Against the Arishem counter of all things, or the Arishem mirror of all things. Once you apply the premium border, it's bound to the card. All right, so we do have Scorpion, which is going to be decent for this opening play. We have Blob in our opening hand, which is good. Shang-Chi may give us some value as well. Our Quinjet is big. I mean, I kind of like playing Maximus over and over. They won't be able to copy the cards they want to copy. And we'll just keep their hand full. Ooh, and Stegron actually gives us Miles Morales value of all things. And so maybe we go Miles Maximus here. Since they're already capped out, I think we capitalize on that. It's either that or Miles Coulson. So we even out our curve. We do get the copy of the Miles Morales, just in case they use Stegron again. They'll have to think twice about it. We get Namora, which bumps up these 2. Enchantress discounts takes away the Quinjet bonus. We can do this. Eventually, maybe like a Blob. We'll see. Depends what they play this turn. If it looks like they're pushing for the right lane, maybe we throw our Maximus there. Okay, so the Stegron does come down. The Crystal comes down, so they draw an extra card into Leech for us. I don't think it's worthwhile to do Blob to the right. I think that's overkill. We could do Crossbones Maximus. That's going to be more overall power across the board, making it hopefully a little bit easier to find a way to win. They could do Shang-Chi over there, and then we may be cooked. Green Goblin mid is a little bit scary, but not the end of the world either. All comes down to if they have enough power in the right lane. Mojo's big, and then Mirage. Not quite big enough. Very, very big. It was a very scary, very big attempt, but not quite big enough. The Isle of Silence means I can't play their Devil Dino over here, and so I kind of like the idea of this. Blob, even though he loses his ongoing, he keeps his on reveal, so he'd be able to be moved, but he still grabs his power. Ant-Man's going to be our push in mid. And we're going to see if we can come down from an absolute detrimental early losing hand. So the 17 power in the Blob. We have the Ant-Man. So they played the Maximus. They're not going to overpower mid. And then Scar is not going to overpower left. We are able to get them with the good old Casserole. And that is... We definitely wanted it. We definitely needed it. 3 more just like it is what we need to bring this one back. Charming, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. Let's see if we're able to do it with the Arishem randomness. The Olympia gives us a lot of cards, but we can't use them yet. Enchantress could be decent. Gladiator could be kind of cool. We'll see. I believe. I believe too. Not too sad that Arishem will put an end to the mill deck. I think you just have to reinvent mill. Instead of pulling all of their cards from the deck, you just do things like Gladiator, things like Doc Ock to pull them into... Whew. Oh wait, no, it's an Arishem deck too. I forgot they were running an Arishem deck. Otherwise, Wave was fantastic there. We're just going to go Gladiator instead. Slanket, your voice is so soothing to me. I appreciate it. We have the Snap ASMR going on. But we have Gladiator. If it was not a mirror, then Wave here would be such a huge tempo swing for us. But instead, we're going to go Gladiator. We're going to lean into a little bit of uncertainty with what it pulls. And see, there's a couple cards that it could hit that would be bad. Wow. Kyera was randomly generated, and so Snowguard can't be destroyed. Yeah, I think Mill looks a little bit more like Clog these days than actual Mill. And so no, I'm not too sad about it. I think we go Wave Korg. Pro Snap ASMR, no doubt. And so the Quinjet comes down, they get the reduction, and then Snowguard Bear allows us to draw into additional cards. I like the Galactus, but we don't have a lane to play it in, unfortunately. They do already have this one locked in place. And so, since we can play anything that we have, I think we go Thanos. Kyera also protects their 6-cost cards, which is kind of cool. Ours aren't, but... Okay, the Hobgoblin in the right is big and really unfortunate. The Bishop doesn't get big enough for what we want to do. I think we have to go Blob, and we can't move Blob, so I'm going to go ahead and play him into New York. And then if we need additional support, we'll move other cards over. For the last turn, we have like a Shang-Chi and Enchantress, but I'm not sure if that wins it for us. We'll see. We're giving it our best shot. Loki is really scary because we know that we have the Shang-Chi. They had 5 cards that they copied. We have Shang-Chi, we have Enchantress, but Shang-Chi would be the only one that would steal the Blob. As far as our high power plays go, since we have initiative, do we ever Hail Mary a Galactus and hope that they move stuff? Probably not. Probably not a good game plan. As far as our big cards or big power plays, we have 9 in the Enchantress plus Coulson. I think that's where we're going to focus. We're going to lock in. This could be it. Galactus for the content. No, we're trying to win. We're trying to stage a comeback. Ranchun Galactus. We could always throw the Galactus. We'll get another one. We'll get another chance. I played a mill deck with my Arishem deck, and it crushed me. Did it really? Because it was able to pull cards into like unfavorable spots. If this is a Shang-Chi, we lose. Because the Blob Thanos. But it's a 4-card drop. Eliath. Eliath is fine.
Hey, welcome.
We are still alive. We're still in this one. That is 3 back-to-back-to-back so far. We need 2 more to come back and not lose this Infinite Conquest run. Losing the 8 early was rough. But so far, we're doing good. We're holding it together. And then Paige M2 UK, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I'm glad you were able to join us. And so we do have the wave early. Great Portal gives us Crossbones, which we could get out somewhat early. I think on 2, we're going to use maybe Bishop. I don't know. Wave allows us to do one of anything. And we do have Shang-Chi in our hand. I just don't know that Bishop's going to get big enough to be worthwhile. But I will play it to the left. That allows us to crossbones to the left as well next turn. And they go with Nakia. So it buffs the cards in their hand. So it buffed up 5 cards. Last time we did Loki, it was not great. And so I think we're going to crossbones. We had a bunch of small stuff, but not a lot of big things to win games back in our favor. So I think I'm going to do crossbones instead. Oof, that is a double Nakia. Yeah, Wave 1-2 is really strong against non-Arishem decks. So we could do Snow Guard, Loki. Right now we don't have anything super great, so I might be okay losing this. We'll change 6 cards and we'll still be able to draw. So we're still looking for like Blob, our big outs. So I'm okay doing Loki there. Do him like the 2006 Golden State Warriors. We're trying our best. We're trying to hold it down. See if we can hold it and make it come back. How's the Arishem cooks? They're fun. I've been losing a bit, but I've been having a lot of fun doing it. So a duplicate Devil Dino could be cool. So Daredevil goes left, then a triple Nakia. So a lot of their cards in hand are going to be big. We do get Blob. We could always Blob, but we have the discounted Mockingbird, which I think is so much value for us. Daylily, I'm doing well. Hopefully you're doing well as well. So they do have the Daredevil. Mockingbird is going to be unshang-chiable. Dino Mockingbird mid. Maybe. We haven't seen any tech cards from them. So we could always do Dino. Nick Fury gives us some good variability. But maybe it ends up being this. We'll do that for the big power. And then I think we'll hold the Snow Guard for the last turn. And with all of the small ball stuff that we're able to throw, Bishop gets decently large as well. And so if they have those counterplays in like an Enchantress, a Shang-Chi, and we just haven't seen them yet, it could be kind of scary. Or if they go Loki. But otherwise, I think between the Dino and the free Mockingbird next turn, we should have a decent chance. It's all if it comes down to the final game, then I'll be happy. All right, so Devil Dino, we got our Mockingbird, and they did stick it out. Let's see what they end up playing here. Okay, Scar. So the next one is going to be really cheap as well. What if we... something like this, I think is a good potential. We scale the Bishop just off of playing stuff. Mid is going to be huge with the double Mockingbird, which may protect us against Shang-Chi, because 918 plus the 6, so it'd be 24. So it would scale past the Shang-Chi except for the Nakia bonus, which we should be scared of. And then otherwise, we're spreading our power. Is it still effective? No, it went onto my Snow Guard. For them, I think it is. No, for them, it took off. They used Daredevil there. So Snow Guard and Daredevil were both played. All right, so the Mockingbird. Let's see if this one can hold it down. The comeback of the century.
I still believe in heroes.
So max hand, Shang-Chi left is scary. What do we have mid? Moon Knight. Moon Knight doesn't do it. Moon Knight never does it for him. It does decrease the power of our Devil Dino a touch, but not enough. So we know that they're running, or they're running the Shang-Chi, but this is This is the final game. It comes down to this. We lost an 8 on the first one, and then Arishem versus Arishem has been an uphill grind from that point on. I don't like Shanna. Baron Zemo is super chaotic too, but we are going to start with Snowguard. Let's see what Subterranea is crazy too. So definitely not Baron Zemo. We'd have a very high likelihood of hitting one of their rocks. The wave is beautiful. I wish it had blue crackle, but otherwise I really like this one. We could always do more junk. Lean into the chaos. Let's go ahead and lean into the chaos. Just getting in, his animation is sick. Yes, his animation is so sick. So Agent Coulson, that's actually kind of scary for them to have in hand. And then the Crimson Cost. Ooh, we top deck Blob, even with all of the rocks involved. We're not doing Baron Zemo. We could do Wave into the Blob. Yeah, let's do Wave. We'll do Blob early. And then we're looking to do like Sandman on 5. The universe wants you to win this one. We're hoping for it. The Crossbones in the right lane is big. Oh. Shang-Chi in the right lane is big. That is beautiful. We have 8 rocks shuffled into this monstrosity. And we pull Blob and then Shang-Chi. What are these draws? These draws are beautiful. That's exactly what they are. Let's go Blob to the right. And then we may still end up doing Sandman on 5. If we think we can have the lead in 2 of the lanes going into the last turn of the game. Is it overkill on the lane you're going to Shang-Chi? Well, we have to invest some. I guess we could Sandman there. I guess you're right. All right, so Red Skull in mid is interesting. Is this the right play? We Sandman, that puts us back in the lead here. And so it depends on how big they play for this turn. We can always Shanna on the last turn as a way to put power into all 3. We're gonna lock in the Sandman. You got to believe in the sand. Somebody did ask. TLSG said it's probably going to require mill to switch. Yeah, to more of like a hand mill or something. So Spider-Man 2099. Right now we have the lead here, and we can't win here, unfortunately. Is it a Shanna and Prey type of game? Is that what we're running into? Because we can't beat the Spider-Man 2099. The Legion would end up being 7 total power here, which is not quite enough. For the final? Yeah, this is the final. It's the last turn of the game. We can't Shanna? Why can't we Shanna? We could Shanna and pray that it pulls something big. Shanna's too risky? I mean, we have to get something going here, right? So Baron Zemo would very likely end up being a rock. Shang-Chi to the right? But they could just play for mid, yeah? This is this is such a big one. Like, we could play for this. But do they ever do that? Wait, did it cook? It cooked! No. That M'Baku jump scare almost took us out. What a wild game. Oh my goodness. What an Arishem comeback. You have to trust in the Shanna RNG. Whew. We're still alive, guys. We're still alive. What a climb back. We lost 8 cubes on the very first game of the Infinite. That Ghost Spider was so incredibly lucky. Sometimes it takes a little bit of luck. We have 2 more to conquer the Infinite Conquest with Arishem. Let's see if we can do it. Oh my goodness. Oh no, we don't want to report them. Highest achieved rank is silver? How is that possible? Let's load into the next one. Let's see how quick the ads need to be ran. 6 minutes. We're gonna run a quick minute and a half ads, and we're gonna run a quick minute and a half ads. I'm not gonna start until about 30 seconds left, so you won't miss anything. And I'm gonna title a couple of these things and get them in order. Reported for being silver. Yeah, it just just itchy. It ended up being like that, man. So definitely by far the hardest matchup we've had was against the Arishem deck. And so I'm not sure that this goes well into those mirrors, unfortunately. But otherwise, we're having an incredible time with it. Maybe they just came back after a long break for Arishem. They might have. And maybe they just like Conquest, and so that's all that they play. Ranshum, you said TLSG played you earlier? Oh, Alex. Yes, you had some really sick splits, Alex. Yeah, they could play only Conquest. That may be what they enjoy instead. I went a bit nuts on the borders here. Yeah, we were able to notice. We took note. All right, we're about 30 seconds in. That should be enough time to get us in, get us matched up. Let's launch into the next one. I can't believe we pulled that third match back. And then a TV or Angel. I'm gonna relink your message. Oh, that's from me. Okay, we have the Shanna Roulette. All right, 15 seconds left in the ads. Next up, we have HUD. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. We have HUD. The first location is X Mansion, so full-on RNG. I like playing the Iceman out. Can't hold me back, Automat Mod. Yeah, some people are into Conquest. Like, it's a different element, and so that may be all that they ended up playing. So nothing great from Camp Lay High. I kind of like Deathlock on his own. And then we have Legion if we need to maybe rip a location away. The Bifrost. Ooh, the Bifrost could get interesting. We could stack all of the cards on the board to the right. Because we would play it in there and then everything would jump over. But either way, I think we skip for now. Let's see if our X-Mansion Casino luck holds true. Ooh, we can also rip away Limbo, which I think is going to be big. I think with Legion being that surprise play, taking away that big... Ooh, Quinjet's good too. We don't have that many cards it's reducing right now, but we could. Could at some point. Do we think they play 2 cards? It'd be wild, but we'd both be capped out in the Bifrost. Either that or we use Legion to the left to rip it away. I guess it depends on if they're going to play 2 or not. We could also go Snow Guard. I'm going to play it safe. We're going to go X-Mansion to the left. Ooh, they did play 2. Let's see if our power would have beaten theirs. Demon and Ooh, the Vulture move would have been big. And so, yeah, we dodged that bullet. Agatha, why are you playing Hazmat on us? But at least you get to play yourself out. So we can do Blob Snow Guard on the last turn. Yeah, they were feeling pretty Bifrosty for sure. They got Vulture from the X-Mansion. I'm glad we took it off. Hazmat in the unfortunate order here. Sunspot, Silver Surfer? What kind of deck are we playing against? I think it just ends in like... Is this an Arishem deck? Ours is. Theirs isn't. So I think Blob to the right, Snow Guard to the left. Yeah, we end up getting the retreat. So Arishem, the Arishem deck has felt really, really good against non-Arishem decks. Outside of that, Arishem against Arishem is such a wild ride. And so I've been enjoying Arishem quite a bit. Should be an easy win here. With the Magic Silver Surfer, maybe. We'll see. I don't want to count our ducks too soon, or our eggs too soon. But Bring, you said Arishem is much better than I expected. Just went the final round of gold and straight through infinite. With Arishem and lots of 4 and 8 cube wins from unexpected cards. Yep. Yep, he's absolutely going to be able to do that. That's what he's going to bring to the table. I kind of like the bear to re-trigger Wakanda Embassy. That's going to hit 5 cards for us, like 2 for them. 2 to 3. And so we're going to get much more value out of it. We also have a cheap 0 we can use potentially on the last turn. And Eliath is really good too. You're right, we haven't played versus Hawk yet. Ooh, so they did skip there. And so they get 3 cards bonus out of it, but we get 5. This lane becomes tough. We could deactivate it, right? We could do Agent 0. Next turn would be... No. We don't want a 0 yet. I don't really want to turn off any of my cards with 0, though. So maybe it's just that we play straight for the right lane next turn. We could always do something big, like just the Phoenix Force. That's below Shang-Chi range. It's in a good... Whew. Sebastian Shaw getting both Wakanda Embassy bonuses is rather rough. But maybe we can turn it. Maybe we can turn it around. We have Leech on 4, which should stop any kind of Silver Surfer that they might have to buff it up further. The Wong does come down, and I'm hoping that we hit those big plays, and it was the Wong decision to drop Wong. We also have Eliath if we need to do it into the left lane on the last turn. So we have Iron Man. Next turn could always be Eliath into a 7 power 0 here, and I think we win off of that. We're going to launch it in. I think, 1, the Leech was very disruptive on 4, because then they're going to have to rely on top decking what they need. The Brood switches over. I already snapped. I snapped way earlier. But yeah, once we could re-trigger Wakanda Embassy, I think I snapped on that point. And so for the final turn, let's go Eliath. Let's go 0, just in case they stack big here for some reason. And I think that should be all that we need. Just playing Hawk and Arishem might be good, even versus regular decks, 5-10. Yeah, it could. And then the mirror, it'd be really solid there too. All right, let's see if we can get the 4 cubes off of them. Because maybe they got lucky and they top deck Silver Surfer and they think we have a chance. And then we rip it away. This loses to Rogue. Ooh, but they would have had to top deck Rogue, which I think is also kind of unlikely. But you're right, it does. We'll see. 1 to the left, 1 to the right. And we have the 0. I'm thinking maybe the top... Ooh, no. Why'd they stay? We'll take it.
Victory.
We'll take the cubes in Infinite Conquest where we can. But I'm really confused by the stay there. I'm not sure what that was. Maybe they're just frazzled or rattled by what we have.
Hey,
is this a bot? I don't
welcome. It
think
took you
there's
long
bots.
enough.
Just a serial lurker. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very much appreciate it. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I'm not sure that Leech does us as much good on turn 1 as we would want it to.
Snap.
So I think it's just like a blob X23 and then we hold Leech for later on. Just in case we get a randomly generated Mystique, I'm going to switch it around and play blob last. I don't think that's going to be likely. I snapped. I snapped into it. Turn 1. We have the turn 1 blob. Magic comes down, so we're just looking for like a Legion. They also get a turn 1 Fastos, which is good for them. Move. Oh, in case you have a random destroy card. I guess that's true. Miniaturize Lab here. Sunspot's not bad if we can block a potential Killmonger. And so playing Leech, I think, on 4 might be good. Check your blob now. Spider-Woman, Snowguard, Spider-Ham, Hope Summers. And so it only pulled 1 of our cards in Snowguard, which gives us a much better consistency on drawing the cards that we need. Yeah, turn 1 Fastos is also solid. So we're going to skip here. Turn 4 Leech, I think could be big. And then we have Eliath for the last turn. Arishem animation jump scares me every time. If you played enough, I think you'll get used to it. So they're definitely fighting for Crown City, because that helps support the middle location. I'm thinking maybe we give that lane up. Because between Leech, we'd have to like Goliath and invest additional things over there. I don't know. We'll Leech this turn. We don't have Legion, but if we draw it on 5 or 6, I think that could be a big surprise factor. So Red Guardian comes down. It takes away X23's ability. I'm thinking maybe they have Killmonger, but our Leech would have taken it out. I also don't like doing a Goliath ahead of time. So I think instead I'll do like Enchantress. Floating doesn't hurt, to be honest. We have to look out for the potential Killmonger, but otherwise I agree. So we could do Wave here into an Goliath, and unless they decided to do Silver Surfer here, we could make sure that we won the left lane. We also have Corvus, but we're never dropping the Corvus. Definitely want to stop the Killmonger if possible. I agree. And I think between Leech and we floated energy. We will have initiative on this last turn. So we have this, and then just for extra incentive, I think this. If they juke us out and Killmonger to the right, yeah, the Goliath hits good. Sure. For sure with the Sunspot, which was a godsend from the randomly generated cards. Unless they play it super well and play around our Goliath, then we should have this one. Corvus is more power. Yeah, you're right. But Luke Cage puts us 2 in the left. That Odin was going to go wild. My goodness, that was going to be diabolical.
Victory.
The Silver Surfer on Wong into Odin. These lanes were absolutely going to pop off. But the Goliath comes in, it shuts it down, and whew, that is the 4th win with Arishem in Infinite, right? So that is our 4th battle. We have, was it Leech or Goliath? Ooh, I don't know. It could have been Leech, but that is our 4th Arishem battle, and we are jumping in to the final one here. What avatar should we let roll? What avatar should we be looking to upgrade? Let me pull up our avatar selection here, and I'll let you guys pick one to upgrade. We may have 1 or 2 avatars. Doc Ock. Did I pass Doc Ock? Oh yeah, I like that Doc Ock one. We'll run the Doc Ock. I also like the Mr. Negative one. I like Black Widow. We'll do the Doc Ock was the first one I saw. Was there an Arishem avatar? Not in my shop if there is. All right, let's queue up for the last one. I'm not ready. We need to mint. We're gonna launch in now. Looking to upgrade our Doc Ock with Arishem right after release. See if we're able to pull it home. We had a monumental comeback on game 3. It'd be a Cinderella story. How much money do you put into the game monthly? So once I'm caught up in Collection Complete, it's typically like just the Season Pass and maybe the Gold Pass. But before that, I put a little bit more in with just coming back. All right. Next up, we're up against your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. And it's not an Arishem deck. Yeah, so the $10 for Season Pass and $5 for the Gold Pass is typically all that I look for. Sinister London could get kind of crazy. I think we play... I'm going to play the randomly generated Agent Coulson just for giggles. But with Kitty Pryde, they could be running the Thena deck. Snap? I don't know. I'm afraid of the Juggernaut Iron Man Dina build. But we'll have a copy of it, right? Infinity Arishem, bold. Yeah, we're on the final match. And so we could Loki. Random Coulson, good in case we get Mockingbird. Yeah, that's true. I'm thinking I almost want a Loki here. That way we could try to get a double Thena. We could try to get an Iron Man. maybe some good resources from them. I wouldn't have expected any of those cards, honestly. I mean, Iron Man, but the other ones, I would never have expected any of them. The Iron Man and US Agent. So maybe we don't play the Iron Man. Maybe we go US Agent. Maybe we go something. The double Elsa Bloodstone is actually pretty intriguing to me. Oh, but do we want to... Maybe it's double Elsa Bloodstone, something like double Jeff, Gladiator, Nightcrawler? Nightcrawler, Gladiator. We'll lock this one in. Double Elsa is nice, but they could have the double Elsa as well. And then they have the Kitty Pryde. It's either Agent or Iron Man. Yeah, kind of depending on the output, that's true. And I think their deck is going to be pretty low on high played cards. The Gladiator pool is kind of unfortunate.
Clear for takeoff.
Did I play them in the wrong order? These didn't buff up. I think we retreat out of this one. Our hand is kind of iffy, and they have the Thenas that are scaling. We're not going to run into a situation where we are our backs against the rope after one match. A hidden Iron Man could potentially win, especially with Elsa Bloodstone bumping both of them up by 4.
Escaped.
But they could have Juggernaut. They could have a couple of things that make it unlikely that our cards stick. What could I run instead of Alioth? You could run another big body. Alioth is really good utility, especially when played either on curve or afterwards. But you could always go in just like a big body like Red Hulk. All right, so we're down 1, but it's only 1. We know. So we have the wave on 2 into whatever we want to play on 3. Plus, it's completely random cards. I'm hoping we can outpower them with our extra energy and just the power of randomness. And so we do get the 1 cube retreat. It is now tied up, and it looks like they're playing relatively conservative as well. We can run whatever we want. That's true, but Alioth has won me several games or several matches so far in the Alioth build. Not the Alioth build, in the Arishem build. Playing Arishem build. All right, so we have Snowguard. Warpath, we don't ever really utilize. Patriot's not huge. They didn't play on 1, which is good to see. Conquest Embassy gives us a really big buff on our cards. And then we do have Loki. If we're not going to go Loki, then I think Arishem Bear here is good. How has Blob been? Blob's been really solid at both thinning our deck and just being a high power like unit. And so we're going to buff up our hand. It hits 4 of theirs, 5 of ours. I'm thinking of a potential line for like Warpath into Arnim Zola. Oh no, Warpath gets pulled over into Asteroid M, unfortunately. So I'm sure there's a play here for like turning off Bar Sinister on them on the last turn. We need the duck? I don't think we need the duck. Just played a game where 4 M'Bakus flew out at the end of the game? No way. All right, let's go Warpath, and we'll see what happens. The Elsa Bloodstone is big for him, especially with how many cards they have that are mobile. Do we choose Chaos? We have the option to choose pure Chaos here. Don't do it? Okay. We'll play him into Wakanda Embassy instead. That's going to buff up our cards quite a bit. And we have some pretty cheap ones to lean in on. It could screw them over, but they always have Jeff they can move. Is the only reason I don't think I'll do it. Because I think they'll stack here, probably. I think go Chaos. We'll ship the Chaos. No, we can't Zola the Legion, unfortunately. He copies himself. Oh, we could have done it next turn. To trigger... Oh, we could have triggered Wakandan Embassy so many times. Had we done Legion into like an Arnhem Zola, it could have been huge. But, unfortunately. So the snap comes in. Which I think is probably expected. Unfortunate, but I think it's expected. The Hawk makes sure we win right. Ooh. Did we play that on the last turn, though? And then Galaxy Warrior, thank you for reaching level 5 in Star Trek Fleet Command, helping support me and the channel. Do we turn it off this turn? Yeah, let's do the Chaos. We're gonna Snowguard Hawk. We're gonna turn off Bar Sinister, and now it's turned off for both 5 and 6. So super unfortunate set of locations. We're diving into the pure chaos of it. U.S. Agent is scary, and then Luke Cage, but they're still going to have to come over the top of it. U.S. Agent over there was going to be really big. We have... I mean, that's not terrible. So this takes out 13. Ends up being 7, 9, 16. It's not awful. Then Zola the Hawk. I think this is very much winnable. We're going to lock this in. They could move Jeff and then do something else. But I think we have a shot. I think we have a shot here. This could give us a big swing up against them in this final Infinite Conquest match. It's spicy. I'm curious how it'll end. I'm curious too. We're thinking it through. Dude, what is this game? This game is chaotic. That's what it is. It's absolutely pure chaos. Thinking through all their plays, all their lines, all the potential. I think they're stunned at the randomness and craziness of this game. They do stick it out. They move Jeff to the right. They play a card to the right. So we may not win left after Angela comes down, which is a little bit unfortunate, depending on how big this card is and how big of the card they played in the right lane. So the Nightcrawler, that's not going to do it. Less than 7, 12. We're going to lose some big cubage. That was a big shift. It was a good read on the left lane. Unfortunate, but a good read. I thought Hawk made sure we ran one right, but U.S. Agent was too OP. Yeah, the U.S. Agent was way too OP. Arishem too random so far. I've really liked Arishem. We're in the final, utilizing Arishem. We're in the final match of an Infinite Conquest run. And so it's definitely been fun. I wouldn't say it's all because of Arishem, but there's a lot of potential in it. It's always going to be chaotic. It's going to be hard for the opponent to know exactly what you're doing and win. And so they're going to copy our Ultron. It's not going to do a whole lot for them. We are down, but definitely not out. We can play a couple of Iron Men, which is going to be nice to see. I think Kingpin, Nightcrawler. We can play Iron Man out early into cloning vats. We do have Enchantress for the U.S. Agent, but it gets really scary for that card. We could also pivot and go Loki. Because they'll have duplicate U.S. agents. Or we Enchantress it. They can always throw another one later. So that's what I'm kind of afraid of, is because it copied, they can throw another one later. And we're going to want to start stacking our Iron Men, and then Enchantress wouldn't be a good call for it. So I think I'm going to go Loki. We're going to lean into a little bit more of the chaoticness. Their deck is decently equipped. We could get another... The Gladiator, I think, for the low cost is pretty good. We have a potential to do a double Elsa Bloodstone. I think, like, Elsa Bloodstone, we go Gladiator. And then maybe it ends up being... If the kitty prize are free, so we could copy them if we wanted to. Yeah, the cost reduction is wild here too. And so Gladiator is going to be real cheap. We can play him multiple times. He'll get buffed up. We're going to play another Elsa Bloodstone next turn. I think this is a snap. Oh, Elsa and Kitty. That's true. We could focus on the Kitty Pride instead. I like that idea. Oh, okay. Never mind. I don't like that idea anymore. Prepare agent for Iron Man. Yeah, that's definitely what we were angling for. But with a potential double Elsa Bloodstone, it was going to end up being a really big game really quickly. And so we're into high stakes now. Replacement for Legion. I would do another like disruptive. I would look for another disruptive like 5 cost. You could potentially do Hawk. Vision could be okay too. It's just decent power that can spread. And so we have cloning vats once again. And Wave is going to lock them out of playing anything on turn number 3. And so it may be that we end up doing maybe Legion into the vault if we think we can get an early enough lead. Well, we'll see. They can't play anything this turn. They could. Because of Ravona, they can actually... It would lock them out because everything would be 4. Oh, no, it doesn't lock them out. It just won't help them. Yeah, we can play anything, but they can't. Do we think we have early enough tempo that we could win with something like Legion into the vault? Or would we lean into, like, the hub? We're going to go for the hub. We're going to open it back up. And then we'll see where it goes. They're not going to be able to copy their cards, so like a double Thena, which I think is probably something they would look at and look forward to. No, Gladiator. They were looking to copy the Gladiator. We have so many big cards in our deck. The Gladiator is definitely... No way! Was that an immediate retreat after the blob pull? He definitely big mad. Definitely big mad on that one. We'll take it. We'll take a 4-cube retreat. That puts us back just slightly ahead. We can potentially push them all in here, and we'd still be alive, which does feel good. That's a rage retreat. He had nothing to lose by staying. Yeah, he had absolutely nothing to lose by staying. So I think Okoye. We do have the wave on turn number 2 again. And so we're going to pressure them early. They're going to either have to fully commit to potentially losing the Infinite Conquest or retreat out on 1, which always feels a little bad. And so we have a Okoye on 1. How are you drawing waves so often? I don't know. The fates want us to win this matchup. All right, let's go wave. It's not going to lock them out, but it helps us. We can do something like Spider-Woman, play a bigger card. Mr. Negative Gamba for the free blob. There's so much randomness in the deck. I don't think a free blob is what we're concerned with. So the Nightcrawler, the Kitty Pride. Let's see what we can do. Wait. Do we ever Quake here? Maybe we save Quake. I kind of like the Goliath. Oh, the Goliath is going to eat really good. Hopefully it's Athena and a Kitty Pride. Angela and Kitty Pride is just good as well. That is going to be such a rough game ending. That's going to be so hard for them to finish off the game. Because that is a big piece of their plan. I think we do Quake and then Agent Coulson to the left. If for some reason they play here, it's going to rip it away. Yeah, they're going to be big mad. It is what it is. They're fully in. Oh, we're going to shuffle the rocks in too. This is so... This would be tilting. Spider-Man, I apologize. You didn't deserve any of this. But we're going to bring it to you anyways. So the Gladiator's going to shuffle some rocks. And we get Legion, so it's going to stay. Oh, no. Such a rough one. Such a rough match for them. I don't see any way that they overcome this. I'd be so mad. This all could not have gone worse for them. Yeah, it's all downhill from here. Nothing has gone right for them. Nothing at all. We're going to do Gamora, and... Yeah, I'd be so... Especially in the last round of Infinite Conquest, I'd be so mad. And so the Nightcrawler move, we do push Gamora into this lane, the Jeff, so they can move another card, Red Guardian, but I think it's just so much power to potentially overcome. So something like an Iron Man here, I think could potentially be what they're looking at. We could also do... No, not Mr. We could do Magneto. We could also do Spider-Woman in case of an Iron Man. And then Sentinel. Magneto left. Remember US Agent? Ooh, true. Spider-Man plus Sint, right? I like this line a bit. US Agent could be scary. We could also just do like Magneto left. That pulls Red Guardian. If we lose this one after everything went right. 5, 6, 7, 8. This would bring us up to 7. So the Sentinel doesn't even beat the Jeff move. We don't lose? You sure? We win those? Women Sentinel right? Are we sure we win those? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a big uh-oh. So it's 32 power mid. The Iron Man.
Iron Man.
I think Spider-Woman... No, I don't think Spider-Woman saved the day. It'd be 1, 2, 3, so it'd be an extra 6. No. And that is a full Infinite Conquest run with Arishem right off the jump. We take those wins. Absolutely frustrating on the opponent's side to play from. We will collect our Doc Ock avatar. Yeah, that's the YouTube video. We're done. That's all we needed. We grab the Infinite Conquest avatar with Arishem, and then I recorded all of those, so I'll split them together. It'll be a highlight video, and we'll run through the Infinite Conquest run. So it'll take a little bit of editing, but absolutely huge. All we needed was the one Infinite Conquest. That 10-2 comeback was legendary. It's going to take a long time to watch. It's going to be a long uphill battle, but it was so satisfying. We absolutely take those every time. Let's grab a premium mystery variant with our medal reward. Could be worse if High Evo ever comes back into viability. And then I'm also going to pull the Immortal until proven otherwise. And that allows us to get our Conquest Mysterio with very little Conquest played. We'll gladly take it. Whew. All right, so I don't know how we jump back to ladder after that. Angel, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Huge support coming in. Hello, YouTube. Arishem is broken at 1 Infinite Conquest. Absolutely huge. We need to mint. Beautiful, a beautiful, beautiful run. I thought it might be over in Battle 3, but everything else was a solid attempt. I don't know, that was hype. Yeah, that was so big. I don't know how we go back to ladder after something like that. That was such a good testing session. My goodness. We're going to claim a few of these that we completed along our run. Did I just get demoted from Bit Leader 2? Ranshroom. It looks like you did. Do it again with a new avatar? I wanted to stop spending money, but that whole conquest was pay-worthy. I appreciate it. That was such a fun run, and it was wild. It was all over the place. And we came back from some pretty tough situations. I think I'm gonna run a little bit of ladder and see if we maybe still lose there. We won in Infinite Conquest when we weren't going against primarily Arishem build decks. The only deck that we struggled super hard with on the Infinite Conquest grind was the Arishem Mirror. Oh no, he was already number 1? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, we're gonna jump in. Oh. Ads are gonna start real fast. I'm gonna kind of slow play the first couple turns. I apologize. No, I'm gonna snooze it. We'll snooze it for 5 minutes. I'll run and take a bio break after this match. And so, Panopticon is beautiful for Arishem, and it is the Coulson variant was a nice pull too. I've gotten, I think, 3 or 4 variants from the post-season pass level 50 track, which is kind of crazy. But we're up against the mirror, so they get value in Panopticon as well. We'll see. We'll see what we're able to make happen. But no, that's definitely going to be our YouTube video. It's going to be the Infinite Conquest run. It's been recommended or requested to come back, and I think that is just the run to do it. The Werewolf in Panopticon is pretty good. I don't think Juggernaut's going to do much for us here, but I am going to play it into Panopticon so it gets the extra +2. Thanks for thinking of us when running ads. I try to. There's a couple times where I miss it, but I try to always run it like after games or mid games and try to make sure it's not going to be hitting at the very end. So Doctor Strange pulls Werewolf. I don't think he gets buffed from that since he didn't move. And then Beast was going to pull one of them back in, and it ends up destroying the Beast in the process. So I think I'm going to Enchantress Right. I think Variant chances are like 1 in 20. There's been some seasons where I didn't pull any, so 3 feels really good. Have you thought of Absman? I just had him copy Blob. I thought of him, but the chances or odds, I try not to stack where I need any 2 cards in the Arishem build. Because I want to make sure that Arishem can... Like, we're mitigating... The chance of drawing 2 particular cards is pretty rough with the Arishem build. So I try to mitigate where we can. Nick Fury, we may lose this one. It may be a retreat. Right now it's a Cerebro 5 deck though. It's kind of fun. I just went to Lambie's stream and said you got an infinite avatar. He said he challenged, accepted, and has started his run now with Arishem. Sleeper, we'll have to root him on. Hopefully he can have some good success with it too. I like unique cards like Arishem too. There's a lot of hype around it. Wave can follow the Cerebro 5 randomness. But the Thanos, I'm not sure we can overpower. Leech can do it too. And that comes from our deck, so we can leech into the left lane. 714 wouldn't win here. Empty Ellie, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Your notification should pop up, I think, now.
Hey,
I'm not sure that this wins, because this never wins mid unless they pull Werewolf out. And so maybe we bank on that. 3 keys, no Arishem feels bad. That is rough. So Living Tribunal. Okay. And then Mockingbird. Oh, so they're not pulling anything out of the right. All right. So our Cerebro 5 deck did not end up kicking it like we thought it would. It was a lot closer than it should with kind of the hodgepodge we got, though. I finally started playing Arishem, and it's so fun. It is absolute random chaos. And we definitely enjoy those. I mean, even if we lose every match on the ladder, oh, wait. All right, we're going to run the quick ads. I'm going to run to the restroom. I almost forgot again. I'm going to run to the restroom real fast, and then we'll be right back with a few more ladder games, and we'll kind of see where it goes from there. I will be right back, guys. All right, so we're back again. I think a big move meta is coming with the Spider-Man cards. I think so. I think they could be pretty pivotal. But next up, we have TVR in Emily, and we're finally not facing a mirror on the ladder. And so we'll see how we fare this time around. We do have some pretty good cards in like maybe Dracula, maybe double Hulk, double Goliath is actually looking really, really enticing. And so I think we domino to the right. How is Wave working for you? Wave is working really well. Zombie Lemon, thank you for the 100-bit cheer with the rip. What happened? What happened? Why are we doing rest in peace? Thank you for the cheer. And then Josie XII, thank you for the 2 months as a Prime sub member as well. I just like that one. I got you. I got you. But Josie XII, now it feels boring playing other decks. Yeah, now it feels boring playing the other ones. Reckless Monkey, thank you for the Prime sub as well. Huge support coming in. I appreciate you guys. Hopefully you're all having a fantastic day. The Strange Academy is going to be a little unfortunate here. Do we even play the Widow's Bites? On turn 5, we can play Hulk. On turn 6, it's Goliath. Maybe we play them on the last turn. And then with all the subs and the bits and the cheers, it did push us up. We started another hype train, which earlier we had a crazy one, and we started another one. But MDF, he said, why Leech? The game is finally fun. You're promoting anti-fun. I feel like Arishem is just such a wild hodgepodge of stuff that I think promoting anti-fun, I think it's fine. And so we're going to be able to guarantee that one Dracula pulls into Eliath or Magneto and the other one into Arishem. And so I'm going to hold the Widow's Bites for now. I think they rip away from... Let's see, just tried your winning Conquest deck for my first game with Arishem. Just won 8 cubes. So it's this one, Wheat and Law. I took this into an Infinite Conquest game, and we won with this one. This feels kind of rough. But they didn't change Sinister London. These stacked. We can't pull the Hawks together anymore because it's 5 cost. Definitely feels like a loss now. They're already tired of the Arishem shenanigans.
Escaped.
Goliath left in case of Mystique. Yeah, but I don't see a way to overcome the Sinister London power. Especially since I chose to hold on to the Widow's Bites. It was unfortunate, but the Hawk does win there. We didn't have a counter card in hand. Had we had like a Shang-Chi, I think we could have easily manipulated it. And so we'll jump out of that one, jump into a new one. Next up we have Kendrick, ranked 281, and we may have won an Infinite Conquest match, but we're blowing hemorrhaging cubes now. Next up we're going against another mirror, and so maybe Emily was right with the Hawk. Maybe all the mirrors need a little bit of Hawk to calm it down. The start of animation for the Arishem start of game animation is top tier. You are absolutely right. I love the way that it looks coming into it. I think it looks really, really sleek. So we do have Loki. We could potentially do it on 4. Let's go Snowguard here and then see what it looks like from there. Well, they go Loki on 3 onto us, unfortunately. So I'll raise their Loki on 3 and give them a Loki on 4, I guess. And they did hit 5 cards. We're going to hit the same amount. TLSG is the hottest streamer, Dad. I mean, we give it our best shot. We give it our best attempt. They do have the better Loki split, so they've played more Loki. If you Loki, do you only copy the cards? Yep. You only copy the cards they originally had in their deck. So the Blob, Mystique, Blink, Quinjet, all beautiful cards to hit here. I'm going to go Arishem and Quinjet. I think they can have the Hawk lane, unless they have Mystique. Then it'd be a mistake to play this. But otherwise, I almost want to snap into it. Because we can blob into the Mystique, and Mystique will copy the blob. It's a really weird interaction, but it works the same with Absorbing Man. And so we have Forge and then Legion. So they're going full-on rock shuffle on us. It would be a mistake to do that, yeah. And so now we can play everything. And we drew an Eliath of all things. But we don't have initiative. We did dodge all of the rocks that were in the deck, which did bump up their Hawk. If they go Arnim Zola for some reason, then we lose every time. Otherwise, I think it's viable to go Blob left, Mystique right. And I kind of think we maybe do like Rock. Oh no, we can't rotate. Never mind. I thought we could rotate the Rock. But we can't, so we're going to do this. We're going to launch this. I'm okay if we lose a little bit. We've been having some fun. No, seriously, what are the draws, man? I don't know. I don't know how we're not pulling every rock every time. So Magneto in the mid is big. We dodged a potential Eliath. And we're going to thin out their Hawk quite a bit here with the Blob into Mystique. If we hit a bunch of the rocks, that'd be cool. But there's one rock. But we're still... No. We're still not quite able to do it. Even with the Jeff over to the right lane, we end up just with a direct tie. Had this been able to hit anything over that, then we could have went higher. But it pulled just enough to be able to do what it needed to do. So high Evo triggers the vanilla cards on cards added by Arishem. 2 blobs and still ending with 15 cards. Yeah, it's a wild one for sure. Hey, we're not going against a mirror. We're probably going against the Hawk deck. But wait, this sets them to 4, right? Maximum of 4. Maybe we wait on the... Well, I'll wait 1 turn on the wave. Wait, why doesn't... Oh, I need to switch it. Good call. Good call. I need to switch it. It doesn't activate by default. We could lean into potentially full chaos here with 3 expansions. Kind of like it. Let's see what that last location is. Why does Mystique Blob work? So Mystique copies the text. I think the verbiage of it is it copies the text. If the last card you played is ongoing, copy that card's text. It doesn't just specifically say copy the ongoing. So it does the same thing if you use it on like an Electro. I haven't seen World Forge since the day it was released. Krakoa's great. But their Nocturne, they're probably going to change it with Nocturne, right? What's Blob's ongoing? Can't be moved. Yeah, they could change World Forge too. I think they probably changed Krakoa though, knowing that we can play whatever card. And then MR Cam finally caught a TLSG stream. I'm glad that you were able to jump in and join us. You just missed a crazy Infinite Conquest run. It was wild. We were able to secure a very tough win, but Legion it? We could Legion the World Forge and just cause pure chaos. So Iron Lad hits Wong. And so this is a Namora deck, right? Wait, we couldn't have Legioned Krakoa because the move takes effect before priority. I now wish we had Magneto because we could stack their 4-cost cards. We're gonna lean into World Forge and lean into the chaos and see what happens. So they could stack the Wong on top of the Iron Lad, which would be crazy for Namora next turn. Becomes really scary really fast. There's some rocks.
Opponent snapped.
Very unfortunate. This is going to trigger 4 times. Nightcrawler is going to be huge. That into an Odin. Yeah. It's a Wong now. Yeah, it's all Wong. All of this is all Wong.
Escape.
Are you going to make a YouTube video for Black Swan? Bubblequill, I might. So I'm going to pull her, and then I'm going to do some brewing. It's not like an immediate on my need. Oof, we're hemorrhaging rank. It's not an immediate on my like list. I want to make sure we get Arishem covered, and then I'm going to work on later tonight brewing with Black Swan. And so I'm looking at it, especially since it's in the season caches. And so we might be able to make it for like tomorrow's video. It just depends on if I can find a build that feels really solid with her. Yeah, Swan's a fun one. We needed a couple wins. I was AFK for a moment. Did we win the last round? The last match? No, we had to retreat. So we might be able to use Magneto to yank whatever they play in Mojo World out. Swan might be good when Marvel Boy comes out. I don't remember what Marvel Boy was supposed to do. I think we're just going to play Snowguard Bear in mid. And we're just going to compete for it, or try to compete for it at least. We don't have any mobile cards in this deck, which is kind of an issue with a little bit of clutter. Arishem, Thanos, High Evo, Agatha. How long does that intro take you? Nico into Beast. And so they're going to pull the White Widow back in. They can play it once again. We can always do a destroyer later. It's not ideal, but it's a possibility. Maybe just go Jane Foster for now. And see what they play. And Uatu. 3 random 1-cost cards. Oh, he gives 1-cost cards a bonus. More power every turn. Ooh, that's true. Yeah. So she might be okay in that. You may not even need it. I think they're trying to decide where to play the White Widow. Oh, it's a singular card mid. Sasquatch. Sasquatch was a good attempt, but it wasn't quite enough. Now all they have to play is a little bit here, so something like Destroyer would clear up this lane. Then we'd have to, of course, put additional power there. I think we do something like this. And we look to maybe pull one of their cards with Magneto. Maybe we can pull it out of Asgard if they think that's a guaranteed win. Watch, this will be a Black Swan deck right after talking about it. It could be. We may will it into existence. Ex-Benedict may have pulled Black Swan and said, I'm going to brew with it today. Is that Mysterio? We can't pull... No, Werewolf. Nico. And Hawkeye. So we don't have an... We do have initiative here. So I'm not sure if there's a consistent way to pull what they have. This would be the best bet. But I think it's still a losing line. Is there a way to brew a deck around Quake that makes her unpredictable? You can brew a couple builds around Quake for sure. But it just depends on how you build it. Ooh, we sniped the Hawk in the left lane. And so we will take the 2 cubes. We've been getting punished here on the ladder. Infinite Conquest was much easier because you're not running into your direct either Arishem mirrors or counters. But you can do Quake in a way like... But I think a lot of times Quake ends up being just a really situational card. Similar to like Legion, where sometimes it'll win you the game, but other times it just kind of ends up being there. Yeah, rest in peace to the Hawk. Peeps must just be slamming Hawk and everything. With how many mirrors, I don't doubt it. And so this one we're up against... It's just a regular deck, right? Yeah, because the 8 cards after. So yeah, she's a cube stealer, but not one you use every single game, necessarily. 16 whole seconds. Arishem, High Evo, Uatu, Thanos. Oh my goodness. So we can make it where our cards don't move by the Bifrost. I think I'm just going to Carnage of the Snow Guard for now. Clear up some space as we figure out what this last location is and what kind of deck they're running. Ant-Man. The last location is the Vault. I'm not sure that Loki is our play here. I think we want to keep the Enchantress. So I'm going to hide Captain Marvel to the right. Next turn, depending on how many ongoings they stack, we may throw down the Enchantress. Ooh, so it's a Flood deck instead. So it's a Gilgamesh Zoo. I was thinking it was like a Spectrum ongoing. This is a big one. And so this into Blob, into just figuring out the rest of the lanes. So maybe Enchantress plus Snowguard Bear in the Bifrost. But with Leech, it's going to take away their any other ongoings or any other on reveals. We have Enchantress to deal with the ongoings, and so Gilgamesh is not going to be a concern. Is that every one cost ongoing? He said I'm missing a bunch of the essential cards, but I've added a bunch of tech and it's feeling pretty good. Arishem is one of those that feels like it's going to be fairly flexible. Leech is for only 1 turn, right? Oh, is Leech for only 1 turn? No, they changed it, right? Remove the text with on reveal abilities in your opponent's hand. For a limited time, it was 1 turn. And then they changed it to 4 cost or removed that. I'm not sure. But no, you did. Leech just deleted the on reveal of everything in their hand when you play it now. And so we should have this one heavily locked in place. Is 9 power mid enough, though? It takes away Khazar, so it brings them down a bit. Do they just play the big body in this lane? Because we can't double stack, unfortunately. If I was them, I would still probably stack here. Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel can move. You're right. So she may come in big for us. Oh no, the blue Marvel is going to be rough. We're actually gonna win the left lane too. How long do you think you'll be streaming? Not a whole lot longer. I'll need to hop off and edit the video so I can have it released pretty soon. And so I did want to try it out a little bit more on the ladder. The Enchantress came in huge for us. That's the most profitable Enchantress I've ever seen. I've seen a few, but that one's a big one. And unfortunately for them, they did stack all their ongoings into that one lane. So we'll take the 4. Let's run, I think, a couple more for sure. I'm definitely pro ground turkey. I almost don't eat ground beef anymore, unless I'm just going out or someone else cooks it. I hope you can do this full time. You're a great company to have on the background while doing other stuff. I hope so. We do have a goal that has been approved by my wife, and so if we can hit that one, then there's nothing that's stopping us from going full time. Would you consider selling swag merch? I would. It's just about figuring out what the best thing is for mine. Like, I think definitely the Hall Right, potentially like phenomenal value, could be a couple of the sayings that we go with. Surely no one runs Enchanters, right?
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
El Duce. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I love the support. That brings us up to 62 for the day, which is wild. We had some really phenomenal like gifted subs and just positivity a little bit earlier. And so every single one is appreciated. And we also had our first sponsored stream earlier, which went really, really well. You can see the widget on the screen. And it keeps track as people hit those different metrics. We get more back in return. And so the first metric takes about 20 minutes. We end up getting about the same as a sub. The second one gives a little bit more, and then the third one gives a lot, but it takes a little bit more investment, or time investment, not money. And then Shoots, welcome to the team. Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. And so their Silver Samurai discarded our Forge, which is totally fine. And here we have 6 energy. We could always do like 0 Sandman, but I think instead we're gonna go something like Ronin. Ronin to the right, I think, is where we're going to push for it. How is Arishem? I'm really enjoying Arishem. I'd love to help out for free if you ever want/need help expanding, getting merch set up, etc. I've got a ton of marketing experience and also started the Aram Marvel Snap decks. And so definitely add me on Discord. It'd be something that I'd definitely consider. So on the last turn, we could always look to do... They did get a Sarah out early. We could always look to do Sandman. I don't know if it's ever Sandman 0 though. But I do like the idea of getting a little bit extra out onto the board.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then Shiver Me Timbers, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Love your name. Love the support. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. As an inside tip, if you want to go for merch one day, try to aim for something which works without knowing too much, but has an inside detail. I did streaming for 4 years prior, so I have some knowledge. That type of knowledge would be a wealth of knowledge that I would be greatly appreciative of. 2 keys, 2 whiffs. Second dinner can... Oh no, it can kiss my Arishem. TLSG in the front. Ooh, the Shang-Chi to the right is big. So we can only play 1 card on the last turn. We have the little bit of a... We have the little bit of a flex of like a Captain Marvel. TLSG in the front on a big list of what it stands for on the back. Oh, the snap into the instant retreat is unfortunate for Toe Enjoyer. 2 keys, 2 whiffs. Let me see if I get... I'm actually going to open my next couple of keys. We'll see if we're able to pull it. Because I need the other 2 cards as well. And I only have 2 more keys, but I need both Black Swan and Hercules. Let's see if the luck continues. Captain Marvel kind of feels like Doom. Yeah, with Sandman out, it feels like Doom. Plus, we had Sunspot on the board to absorb some additional, that excess energy. And so Black Swan is the next one. Let's see if we can get Hercules and only need 3 keys this week. Gladly take it. I'm gonna run a quick set of ads. I guess we don't need the 4th key. That is exactly what we needed. All 3 cards, getting us that much closer to being collection complete on, again, Arishem on 1 and the other 2. We'll absolutely love to see it. I'm going to run a quick minute of ads because I think that, I'm going to run a quick minute of ads and then we'll be right back, you guys. Time to go for the variants? Ooh, no. I'm almost tapped out of resources. We'll have to replenish for next week. But we'll load a couple more of the Arishem matches. It's a really fun card. I think it's really chaotic. And within that, I think there's a big element of fun in it too. Just buy the Pro Bundle? Yeah. I don't think we'll be buying the Pro Bundle. We'll have 10,000 credits, which we'll spend almost immediately. Next up, we have another mirror match from Felonious. The first location is Hellfire Club. We have Asteroid M. Since it's a mirror match, I like Agent Coulson over Wave. For mirrors, I may even consider something like Hawk. I think it's a good alternate, just high power play. And so Thing, Gamora comes down. They did get Fastos on 2. So I think we throw maybe Thing to the left. We have Gamora that we can be leaning towards, or we could do Leech, which will take away their on reveal abilities. Asteroid? Oh, well, that's fine. It'll get pulled over to Asteroid. Arishem decks make me feel like the equivalent of Aram in League of Legends. Yeah, except for you're playing against people that aren't playing Aram. I got the half price one, was 100% okay with it. Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to like what you're needing and what you're finding value in. We could potentially do a 1-2 combo with Fords and Sebastian Shaw. But I kind of like the Leech play here. We'll take away their own reveals. Oh my god, now I have even more reason to play Arishem, but not having them. Yeah. I'm hoping you pull it. I'm hoping you're able to pull it eventually. So with the Nick Fury, that's a big card to be able to be dropped. I think no, we don't have initiative. We don't have initiative, but I still think we're gonna go something like Eliath. Maybe we go Eliath mid to pull that one back. I really guess I'll be retiring from this game again. I'm hoping that Arishem doesn't hold solid value all the way through. We're hoping at least. I think we lose this one. I think we lose it every time. We finally have Sebastian to play. It's been a long road, but we finally made it, you guys. We have to play him just for Gamora, right? We could go Gamora, right? That'd be more power anyways, wouldn't it? Yeah, whenever Cassandra comes out, you won't see much anymore. So this would have been a 12 power. It would have went down to 9, so we wouldn't have won even if we played the better Gamora. We did win mid, though, which is kind of wild. No, it would have been 12, 13, 14 because of Forge. It would have been 11. The Gamora was the play. I don't know why I went Sebastian Shaw. Gamora there after the Forge would have won it for us. I didn't think we were going to win mid, though. September will be the month I stop playing. September, is that the movement stuff? Get Arishem to get the chance to play cards you don't have? Yeah. Oh, what am I doing? We can play Angelo in one. We almost skipped because I just assumed we didn't have the energy for it. September is when we get a brand new mechanic. Oh, gotcha. I think the brand new mechanic should be fun. Oh, but it is the Madam Web month. That's going to be a wild one. I remember A-Man. Yeah, I remember A-Man from the videos. They either took our Shang-Chi or a Nick Fury, so we have to be kind of careful against them. About scaling our cards too high anyways. I do like the Nick Fury here. It's Nick Fury left. We're eventually going to play a card into mid to be able to bump it up, but can you include what the next Battle Pass card is? Was next season the Gwenpool one? Is that the Wolverine Deadpool crossover? So we dodged bumping up the Drax, which is big. The Destroyer, we never want to get played. It almost ends up being like we play Iceman to the left. This car is really scary. We do have Magneto, so if they play a 3 or 4 cost card here. Yeah, Kate Bishop looks solid. I think we're going to do this one. Gwenpool will be the first season I buy in a long time. Yeah, I think Gwenpool's going to have a lot of value. Legion, so they saved us, and we played into the left lane. Unfortunate. But this is a cute Legion. I like the chibi Legion. All right, I think off curve we do maybe Leech, and depending on what we draw next turn, we could pull everything but Legion out of Xandar. Let's go Leech to the right. We'll see what we end up drawing. Shiver me timbers. It wasn't wanting to type Gwenpool. Ooh, so the Hawk to the left. Yeah, that's gonna be a hefty retreat, unfortunately. They're playing Hawk in the mirror. If it was still 4, Magneto would serve so much value in the like mirrors, but seems ashore mid might have been the right answer. It could have been, yeah. Get high value there, and then we just push on the last turn. Yeah.
Escaped.
Time to include Hawk ourselves. It might be. I'm interested to try out some of the other ones. I'm gonna run. Let's run one more. Just play Rogue. I thought about it. I thought about Rogue instead of Enchantress, but we end up capping out our lanes too early, and so then it ends up kind of stabbing us in the back. But we have 2 ways to deal with the Hawk plays in Shang-Chi and Enchantress. We need to play a little bit less aggressive and not cap out locations. So we get the Quicksilver off the jump. We do have another mirror match. We have Quicksilver, so it may be that we push a lot of things early and then play Legion into Danger Room. That may be where our headspace is at. So they're playing Sentinel. Sentinel in their Arishem build. Go ahead and play the Deathlock, and we'll see from there. What's Gwynpool? Gwynpool is a card that comes out, I think it's next season. And so with that, when it comes out, it's going to be... it buffs up... It's a random card in your hand by 3 multiple times or something like that, by 2. And so a hand buff deck might be one that ends up being pretty decent. And so even though we could play the Magneto, I think I'm going to go Legion into Danger Room. I like just the chaos. That's what we're going to lean into here. I just played using my ongoing deck. It was Painful Silver Conquest. We're going to go a full chaos mode. On reveal, pick a random card in your hand 3 times. Give it +2 power. Yeah, so that one. And so if it hits Mysterio, you're getting 2 power on it each time for each of the clones. Same with Brood, Mr. Sinister. You're going to be able to pump up a lot. And I think in a lot of cool ways as well. So let's try our luck. We're going to do a Sentinel left, Blob to the right. And we're hoping that it sticks. Ooh, so the Mobius gets destroyed. Sentinel over there sticks. Our Sentinel does not, unfortunately. Hopefully our Blob does. Okay, perfect. And then we have the leader, which I think gives us the win. Maybe. If they have Shang-Chi, then it doesn't. But otherwise, like Shang-Chi... Ooh, the snap on it is scary. And so then we still have a chance of winning left with just leader sticking. So I'm okay sticking it out for 4. Okay, so the one card over there. Does our leader stick in the left? Ultron. Ultron's a cool one. But with leader, we are able to hold down the 4 cubes. Our leader does stick. If not, we would have been able to still win with the Ultron copy. We casserole it with the leader copying Ultron. We will gladly take those where we can. All the drones. We will take all of them. Leader is always a pleasure. Yeah, Ultron drones are 2 power now. That was a snapback for sure. I think with the Shang-Chi, it would have been rough. But Boomer Snap beaten. How are you enjoying Arishem? He is chaotic fun or chaotic. I think he is chaotic fun. We won an infinite. Oh, I need to change it. We won an infinite avatar using Arishem for all 5 matches. And so he's definitely one that has potential. He's a very fun one too. I always like leaning to the pure chaos of the Subterranea duplicate.
Hey, welcome. It took you
Chaotic
long enough.
evil is true. Droopy Fool, thank you so much for the Prime sub. That pushes us to 65 for the day. You guys are pushing us ever so much closer to that sub goal, which when she told me that was what it was agreed upon, I thought there was no chance that we'd be able to reach it. But you guys are looking to potentially make it happen. I think we maybe Groot and just throw Elektra for value. You just bought the art germ. For is Arishem? The sub goal is pretty hefty. We're almost a third of the way. So it's 1,250. And then she said that we could quit without worry. So the Groot comes down in mid. We hit that, but they hit a rocket as well. I'm gonna play Leech and hope that it doesn't pull one of our 2 cards. If so, then it caps us out in the left, which is a little bit unfortunate. So we'd be able to go full-time content creation. So unfortunately, we do get capped out in the left. They have a big Sarah discount early, and that Sarah was actually built into their deck, which is a really good pull for them. Hopefully they're sitting on a hand of rocks. And we can win with something else. No, she's in a different industry. Would love that for you. So would I. She's not a content creator. So she does damage mitigation, home mitigation. She does like part of the insurance, not directly with the insurance, but she's kind of the go-through with the companies and kind of the mediator between them and the insurance to make sure everything's in line. You think Blob is replaceable? Is a discount creator? This content creator? TLSG lore gets expanded. It does. TLSG just realized we don't know your name. So my actual name is Justin. And so you can call me either one. TLSG or Justin is perfectly fine. Finally at level 10, you're getting there, Renshum. Yeah, Blob is really good defense for Hawk. You could potentially replace it. But it'd also be a little bit difficult to fully replace. Wait. Kind of want to stick this one out. There's a chance that they're just looking at a hand of rocks, right? Lonely Sniper is what I like. We need a stream with you and a wash bin for the memes. Snipe Kimura. Always snap on rocks. No. We could have... I don't know if we would have won the point differential, but we don't beat against the Thanos, unfortunately. All right, let's run one more. I told myself I was going to stop a little while ago, but I'm having so much fun with it. But I do need to edit the video. TLSG, there are many, many stories on the TLSG name origin. Some say the origin one was lost in time. It absolutely was. Because which one is the real one? That's the biggest question. And so we have Quantum Realm, Sakar, which could be nice. An early Adam Warlock. Ooh, actually, I really like this. We're not going against a mirror. We have the wave on curve, and so we'll have Adam Warlock for the draw. Blob in Quantum Realm is great. I remember the OG meaning, but I'm not going to ruin the fun. It may have been lost in time. Truly lucky snap guy. Yeah, there are times, just like the Adam Warlock pull is big. Ooh, the Doctor Strange is big too. And so they actually beat our Adam Warlock here. But Sanctum Sanctorum is a little bit rough. We could always change it with Legion. We can go with Leech to stop their any more on reveals. And if they pull these back in, we could take away Ghost Spider. No, it's not something to do with StarCraft. So they didn't play on 3. Interesting. So I kind of like Legion here. That opens up the right lane. We could do something with like Cosmo. We have Magneto, but that's a big risk. Yeah, we have a command for a few. One of them was TLSG 1. But I'm not sure which one the other one was. So we could go Thor Cosmo. Be a Thor subject if they get beaten to Arishem. They don't have any on reveals except for the cards they top deck. So unless they top deck like Falcon, the sports coach story is good. That's another fun one. If you Google TLSG meaning, it comes with teeny little super guy. So that was something that was like on air ran a while ago. But yeah, I did know that you could Google that one.
Iron Man.
The Iron Man left is scary. Sarah would have been cool earlier. Can they beat 11 power here? I feel like that might be a little difficult. We'll give it a shot. Yeah, the GPS device lore is my favorite. It sounded actually real. Yeah, I think we have up to like 6 on there.
We are the future.
So they do stick it out. The Iron Fist, which didn't lose the on reveal, unfortunately. We're going to lose mid, huh? And then the Vulture. So had we played Nightcrawler left, we could have won there. Unfortunately, the Leech did not hit the Iron Fist. And if it had hit the Dagger and Vulture, it wouldn't have mattered. Because it's just the on reveal. But that's all right. We are going to go ahead and end there, though. I'm going to jump off and do a little bit of editing so I can launch the Arishem video. Thank you guys both on the YouTube Video On Demand stream channel and on Twitch for being here, hanging out. We had a fantastic sponsored stream spec segment earlier. So if you end up wanting to play the game, if you're wanting to help support the channel, just downloading the game using my link and then reaching a couple of different metrics helps support the channel. It's the equivalent of a Prime sub if you hit the first one, which takes about 20 minutes, or Operation Center level 5. And then all bonus if you end up enjoying it. We're going to raid you guys over. Do we have anyone that we prefer a raid for? We have Evazord. We have a few people on still. We have Owie, which started my villain arc, Lambie. We have Derek, or not Derek. Oh my goodness, we have Dara and Alex. Lambie, we could do Lambie. Yeah, Dara, he's pretty small. Yeah, we can run over to. Let's do. Oh, I didn't mean to clip it. Let's run over to Lambie. I think he's always a good one. He's incredible at his game knowledge and ability to play. And so let's see if he is still running it. Yeah, we'll raid over there. Thank you guys. Again, an incredible stream. Having an absolute blast. We will be back again tomorrow with a little bit more, probably Arishem shenanigans, maybe some Black Swan stuff. We'll see how the meta kind of shifts. But we're going to launch up the raid. Thank you guys again for an incredible one. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, maybe we can Taskmaster Kazar.